Good morning, everyone. It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M42, Hindu Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya, seconded by Mr. Juged, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the socio-economic development of Canada and their services to Canadian society. The richness of Hindu heritage and its vast contribution to the world of arts and science, astronomy to medicine, and its culture and traditions, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon it for our future generations in Canada by declaring November every year Hindu Heritage Month. Debate. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Namaste, Namaskar. This is the Hindu greeting with palms held together and center in front of the chest while bowing the head down slightly. It means the divine in me bows to the divine in you. It shows respect and humility. Our wonderful country, Canada, is an ongoing, successful story of a nation with extraordinary cultural, ethnic, linguistic, and religious diversity of its residents. Hindus started arriving in Canada more than 100 years back. There are over 600,000 Hindu Canadians and have arrived here from India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and other South Asian and Southeast Asian countries, African countries, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and other Caribbean countries, and many other places. Hindu Canadians have made and continue to make significant contribution to Canada's socio-economic, political, and cultural heritage as doctors, scientists, engineers, lawyers, business leaders, artists, academics, government officials, elected officials, etc. From building institutions to being philanthropists, Hindu Canadians have excelled in all services and sectors and in all walks of life. This month, Angus Reid Institute, in partnership with Cardus, published the results from a survey that offers a comprehensive and first of its kind look at the faith journeys of Canadians across the religious spectrum. According to this, Canadians raised in the Hindu faith tend more towards the privately faithful. They do not necessarily gather as formally and frequently, but nonetheless profess a strong personal connection to their religion. While for many Canadians of Hindu faith, attending a temple is a less frequent activity, but many have a shrine within their home. Finally, amongst the 7 religious groups, Hinduism is the only one of the 2 that had positive views from Canadians in every religious faith groups. Hindus thousands of years have contributed to the mankind deep knowledge of mathematics, including the invention of zero, architecture, medicine, astronomy, chemistry, navigation, metallurgy, engineering, just to name a few fields. Yoga and meditation are also Hindus' important contribution to the world civilization. On Hindu heritage, Hindus have an ancient, magnificent, and robust inheritance which they have received from numerous sources. Our wisdom traditions, our religious rites and rituals, our literature, the many arts and crafts, our elders, our fairs and festivals, and above all, from the many samskaras or the sacraments in our home. That heritage not only gives us drishti or world view, it depends our purushashtras or aims of life and equally defines our sanskriti or culture. In short, Hindu heritage defines our dharma. In a civilization that is so ancient, what strikes one is that not only does it have an unbroken 5,000 years of recorded history, but also the plurality or diversity of our tradition. Even in the absence of a monolithic religious dispensation, we Hindus, whether in Canada or anywhere in the world, are connected by an invisible thread that binds us together. That is the strength of Hindu heritage. Our wisdoms and traditions starts from the Vedas, then flows into Upanishad or the forest discourses, followed by Puranas, our songs and stories, and philosophically rich form the foundation of our temple traditions. It is the same vast heritage that informs our costume and cuisine, our habits and behavior, our arts and crafts. The Hindu heritage does not restrict itself to matters religious, but we have a strong aesthetic foundation which leads to a celebration of Saundarya, or what is beautiful. We celebrate the beautiful in our lives through stories and paintings, song and dance, color and cuisine, festival and many family events. Though ancient, our heritage is alive and growing. It is open to influences from other civilizations and freely adapts and gives to whoever we come in contact with. Thus it is that for us Hindus, Canada is a comforting and embracing home away from home. Let me now very briefly touch on the Hinduism, which is the oldest and one of the largest world religions. Hinduism is also known as Sanatana Dharma, or eternal natural law. Hindus believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Hindus believing in the oneness of all living beings and everything in creation and the universe. Om is the most sacred sound and symbol of Hinduism. It is chanted aloud and is known as the sound of the universe and means universal consciousness. Swastika is one of the most sacred symbols for Hindus. In Sanskrit, the word swastika means that which brings good luck and well-being. One of the oldest languages in the world, Sanskrit, is the language of Hindu sacred texts. While Hindus do not have one holy book, the Vedas and Upanishad, penned over thousands of years ago, teach the core spiritual knowledge and philosophy. In addition, Bhagavad Gita and Ramayana are the most loved sacred texts. Bhagavad Gita teaches us true knowledge is to see God in each soul. Hindus introduced the concept of ahimsa, non-violence, to the world. Now back to Hindu heritage. For many people in the world, the term cultural heritage is primarily tangible or material cultural heritage, like archaeological sites, historical buildings, and precious objects like sculptures, pottery, ornaments in the museums matter the most. There has always been an intangible or living cultural heritage underlying material manifestations that had not been promoted to the extent it deserved. This cultural knowledge is typically oral and is transmitted from elders to younger generations. UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, described it as that cultural awareness or cultural knowledge that individuals, groups, communities, or nations consider as an element of their identity which guides them to respect special values, attend special places, produce and utilize certain objects, and manifest certain behaviors. The intangible or living cultural heritage elements related to Hindu heritage that we need to preserve, celebrate, and promote are: number one, oral traditions like songs, proverbs, tales, legends, myths, epic poetry, dramatic performances, storytelling, etc. Katha is a Hindu storytelling performances of which are a ritual element which involves storytellers who recite sacred texts such as Puranas or the Ramayana, followed by commentary. 2. Performing arts, which cover theatre, vocal, instrumental music like Carnatic and Hindustani music, dances like Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Kathakali, Kuchipudi, Manipuri, Odissi, and Mohiniyattam. 3. Social practices, rituals, and festive events like Diwali, Yugadi, Holi, Navratri, and Vaisakhi, New Year celebration, traditional games, etc. 4. Traditional knowledge, traditional cuisine, and traditional medicines, etc. 5. Traditional craftsmanship, which brings together the numerous traditional arts in the field of pottery, woodwork, metalwork, jewelry, textiles, and leatherwork. It also makes business sense to promote culture and heritage. The arts, culture, and heritage sector of the Canadian economy generate more than $57 billion and provide close to 673,000 jobs in sectors such as music, performing arts, heritage institutions, festivals, and celebrations. The activities related to safeguarding Hindu heritage, as per the definition of UNESCO, covers awareness raising, capacity building and education, inventory taking, documentation, research, promotion, protection and preservation, revitalization, and inscription. This cultural knowledge is typically oral and is transmitted from elders to the younger generation. It is very mobile as it transcends borders and is adopted by other nations. And while it keeps its core, it allows its peripheries to be modified according to the taste of the time and following the surrounding community's creativities. The Hindu Canadian community has talented individuals, experienced practitioners, and creative artists, researchers, teachers, entrepreneurs who can help with these aspects of safeguarding Hindu heritage in Canada. We can have promotional activities like organizing storytelling events, holding photo-video exhibitions, planning competitions, organizing performing arts events, and releasing promotional material through media and online platforms. There are excellent capacities amongst us which need to be identified and employed. With the recent census, expected to be published next October, the populations of Hindu Canadians is expected to rise much beyond 600,000. Currently, there are more than 220,000 international students from India here in Canada, and majority of them are Hindus. With many of these students expected to become permanent residents post their education and eventually becoming citizens, the number of Hindu Canadians is expected to go higher. According to Pew Research Center, in the US, 77% of Hindu American adults have a college degree, and nearly 50% have postgraduate degree. While this info is not available for Canada, the numbers are probably better here. Hindu Canadians are a peaceful and productive community and have contributed to socio-economic development of Canada. They have also added to the richness of the multicultural fabric of our country. Many organizations and hundreds of individuals have expert support for this motion. I'll just name 2 or 3. The Hindu Federation, Coalition of Hindus for North America, and the Canada-India Foundation. I conclude my speech by stating that with November as the Hindu Heritage Month across Canada will allow us to recognize, preserve, celebrate, and promote Hindu heritage as defined by UNESCO's intangible or living cultural heritage. In proclaiming Hindu Heritage Month also provides an opportunity to remember and celebrate and educate both current and future generations about Hindu Canadians and the important role they have played and continue to play in communities across Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for bringing this bill before the House. The question is, as he a prominent member of the Hindu community in Canada, can he tell us how the community has integrated into the Canadian society in the last decades?
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for that excellent question. The Hindu heritage is adaptable. Wherever it goes, it adapts to the communities where it resides. The same way, Hindu Canadians who have come to this wonderful country more than 100 years back have adapted to the culture and heritage of Canada and Canadians. Just to give one example, it is very common to see Hindu Canadian families having the Christmas tree lighted during the Christmas period in Canada, and that is the beauty of Hindu Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague, especially for the specifics, because if I look at what's going on in Quebec, there are about 24,000 members of the Muslim community, Hindu community rather, in the Montreal area. And when you look at the heritage that this brings to Quebec, I'm so in favor. And my question is, what was the reason behind this bill today to have a month, a Hindu Heritage Month? I'm just curious about the timing.
Ian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank honourable member for her question. Quebec has always been has shown welcome door to Hindu Canadians for decades together. In fact, just less than 2 weeks back, I was in Montreal celebrating a festive event of the Hindu Canadians. November being a holy month, mid-October to mid-November is the month when major Hindu festivals like Diwali, Navratri are celebrated. So we thought that November is an appropriate month for the Hindu heritage to be celebrated in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
The honourable colleague for his motion and for his intervention today. I have an incredible Hindu community in my riding as well, and this weekend we celebrated Holi. I got covered in so many colors, and it was wonderful to celebrate that joyous festival filled with love and forgiveness. And I wanted to thank the Shristi organization and the Hindu Cultural Center that exists in my riding. But I wanted to know, how does his motion specifically help and financially help organizations like those in my community have more and more of these festivals, and to grow these festivals because they teach us more about ourselves and about the incredible diversity in our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank honourable friend for her question. There are several federal government programs that allows the multicultural community to celebrate the various events. Canada Heritage, I know that funds, for example, the Great India Festival that is organized every year in Ottawa, a 3-day festival. Like many other heritages, Indo-Canadian or the Hindu heritage things are also promoted. In addition, there's one specific program which every not-for-profit organization can use, is the Canada Summer Jobs Program, where they can employ students of the community and help organize various events happening in their communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Nepean for his excellent private member's bill. My riding of Winnipeg South has the largest and fastest growing Hindu community in Manitoba, and as the honourable member has mentioned, making incredible contributions to science, the arts, and business. And I made an observation during these last 2 difficult years, Madam Chair, that Hindu heritage is a heritage of service, and our Hindu community stepped up mightily, and I wonder if the honourable member could just reflect on the past 2 difficult years and how the Hindu community stepped up, not only for Canada, but for India.
The honourable member for Nepean, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hindu Canadians, like all other Canadians, stepped forward and helped Hindu charitable institutions, organized vaccination drives, organized food for the needy, and helped the people who are in need, who are stuck by this pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to second this motion, and I commend the honourable member for Nepean for bringing this matter before this House. Canada, as so often observed in this place, is a community of communities. We may not all be immigrants, but all of us, even our First Nations, can trace our roots to another place. With such a diversity, it is important to celebrate our heritage, to remember our roots, and as we come together to forge this still young nation. Our neighbor to the south, the United States, has for years proclaimed itself to be a melting pot. Those who come there are expected to a certain degree to forget their former culture, to melt together to form one America with humongous culture and vision. That was especially apparent when it comes to language. How well that has worked in recent years is a matter of debate. The American dream may not be as accessible as it once was, though the ideal remains strong. Different communities are making their voices heard in a way that did not happen in the past. In Canada, we have never been a melting pot, never a place where immigrants were expected to become something completely new. Sociologists refer to the Canadian experiment not as a melting pot, but as mosaic, a place where each cultural group retains its distinct identity with contribution to the nation as a whole. In Canada, we celebrate our differences and try to learn from them, to better our culture, understanding of what makes our nation a great nation. Hindu Heritage Month would celebrate Hindu Canadians and the contributions they made to the socio-economic development of Canada. It would highlight their services to Canadian society, the richness of Hindu heritage, and the contributions Hindus have made to the arts and science both in Canada and around the world. Hindu Heritage Month would bring to the forefront the Hindu religion, something many Canadians know little about. As a religion, Hinduism is one of the oldest in the world, with almost 1 billion adherents worldwide, dating back beyond recorded history. Today, there are nearly 900 million practicing Hindus worldwide, about 9% of the world's population. It is the world's third largest religion after Christianity and Islam. While most Hindus call India home, there are more than 500,000 living here in Canada. They follow a rich religious tradition, one with high ethical standards and practices designed for both individual and cultural enlightenment. The first Hindus came to Canada more than a century ago. They are found in every province and territory. Each one has a different story of how they or their ancestors came to this country. And I do believe the honourable member of Nepean has his own story too. What they have in common is their desire to become part of Canadian society and to contribute to its well-being. When I think about contributions of Hindus to Canadian society, the first name that comes to mind is the late Deepak O'Brien, who served this House and all Canadians as a Member of Parliament for Calgary Forest Lawn from 1997 until his death in 2019. Deepak was a proud Canadian, an air traffic controller who retained as an accountant when he came to Canada and opened his own small business. Before becoming an MP, served the community as a president of the India-Canada Association of Calgary, the Monterey Park Community Association, and the Hindu Society of Calgary. He also served as a vice president to the National Indo-Canadian Council. When first elected, Deepak served as an opposition MP. Then, when the Conservatives formed the government in 2011, or before that, he became Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of International Cooperation. In those roles, he was able to visit other countries as a representative of his adopted country. His official visits took him to more than 100 different lands. He could tell stories about his adventures in practically every country in the world. Deepak was known for his support of immigrants in general and the Hindu community in particular. He may live in Calgary, but was known to every Canadian of Hindu or Indian descent. He was proud of his roots and proud of his adopted country and the opportunities it offered to immigrants like him. He understood that there are no limits to what may be accomplished by those who make Canada their home. In 2017, he ran for the leadership of the Conservative Party. His goal was to become the first Hindu Prime Minister of Canada. He dared to dream big, even knowing the odds were against him. That is the Hindu spirit. His presence enriched the campaign of the Conservative Party at that time. Deepak Obrai's story, as I have said, is but one of the so many success stories that can be told of Hindus in Canada. All too often, though, these stories are not well known outside a limited community. Setting aside November every year as Hindu Heritage Month will allow the Hindu community a platform to present their history, their culture, and the stories of their people to a wider audience. As Canadians, we like to celebrate our diversity. We are a nation of stories and storytellers, painting a rich tapestry of cultures that is envied by nations around the world. That tapestry has been made stronger by the contribution of the Hindu Canadians. Whether their origin in India, Fiji, Mauritius, South Africa, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Eastern Africa, like my friend Deepak Obrai, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan or Sri Lanka, their presence has enriched Canadian society. They have become an important part of the Canadian mosaic, and it is only fitting that we recognize that fact. I'm confident that all the members in this House will support the member from Nepean in his desire to see the establishment of Hindu Heritage Month. Let me, at the end, congratulate the honourable member of Nepean for bringing this bill before the House and thank him for his service to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Drummond.
Namaste, Madame la Présidente.
Namaste, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today in the House as the critic for my party to speak to M42, which would make November Hindu Heritage Month. I will read it for the benefit of my colleagues, that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Hindu Canadians have made to the socio-economic development of Canada and their services to the Canadian society, the richness of Hindu heritage and its vast contribution to the world of arts and science, astronomy to medicine, and its culture and traditions, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon it. Those are lovely words, and I'll come back to those, and reflecting upon them for our future generations in Canada and Quebec by declaring November every year Hindu Heritage Month. So, I wish to congratulate my colleague from the PM for moving this motion. And we see its relevance for many reasons. There are many of them. I won't go through all of them today, but I will say that we will be voting in favor of this motion. However, I would like to explain why the Bloc Québécois appreciates this type of initiative. It is because we're in an era of extremes, Madam Speaker. We are living at a time where we are so afraid of offending anyone that we are walking on eggs, where discourses around victimization monopolize public discourse to the point where people hesitate to speak out of fear of making an involuntary faux pas. And it's interesting to hear this type of voice rather than to hear voices that scream but do not listen. I am a white man who will be turning 54 tomorrow, could be described as someone who has no legitimacy to speaking about racism or defending the oppressed for the simple reason that I'm a white man in my 50s, 54 tomorrow. Some might say that I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk about groups who have been victims of prejudice and injustice. However, I define myself as progressive and someone who has actively opened ways forward, particularly with helping immigrants integrating into our society. Quebecers from every origin for 1 or 12 generations. My generation has contributed to the progress that we have made for groups that have experienced discrimination. There's a great deal of work left to be done for the inclusion and respect of all, of course. But things have swung so far in the other direction that there are people of my generation do not seem to have the right to participate in those efforts anymore. I would take umbrage from the rejection from this discourse, the rejection of people like myself. This is a divisive and polarizing discourse, which runs counter to integration and inclusion. The only reason that there is intolerance and racism in 22 is ignorance. The only way to fight ignorance is through education, which is what M42 seeks to do. And I am glad to see it. It's not just activism that is going to reestablish balance. A pendulum that can erase any kind of moderation. No, what we need is education. We need to allow everyone to express themselves, to talk, and to express themselves without taking offense. And if you will permit, I'm going to go back to the past a little bit, 1971 in Quebec. I was a child. My brothers and I were excited because we were going to welcome our little sister that my parents had just adopted from Jamaica, who was going to become part of our family and take it in a new direction. In 1971, there weren't many Black people in Quebec. In 1971, in Quebec, besides my sister, there were 1 or 2 African professors at Laval University and one guy who got lost on the way back to Montreal. But this made us aware of the issue of difference. I'm not talking about racism, because we did feel it in the following years. We felt the gazes of other people towards my sister, towards our family. We also were targeted. there were disrespectful words that demonstrated ignorance of what people did not know. I talk about ignorance because it doesn't always manifest its way in a mean way. Sometimes it can even be a little funny. My sister was 2 years old when a lady came up to my mother who asked, how are you going to understand her when she's going to start to talk? Did you learn the language of her country? And my mother looked at me, winked at me, and said, oh, yes, absolutely. I know exactly the language of her country. Throughout my youth, when I answered all the questions about my sister, questions like, how long is her hair when she unbraids it? Does she get sunburn? It was ignorance. It was naivete. But that ignorance, if we don't deal with it through discussion and education, can become fear of the other, intolerance, and racism. And I think I did a decent job of education in the case of my sister, in the case of my family, because at adolescence, the questions about my sister from my friends became different. Do you think she'd be cool if I called her? Is what my friends would ask me. It's important to open one's spirit and educate each other. In a diverse society, different origins, people of different origins need to be able to live together in the same society without renouncing their own culture. Cultural diversity, in my ideal world, enrich the backbone of Quebec society through customs, poems, traditions. I'm not talking about Canadian multiculturalism, which looks a lot more like the Tower of Babel than integration, but I'm talking about the society I dream of, where every society converges and integrates itself to a strong tree, which leads to respect for everyone. Just talking about Hindu Heritage Month made me understand that everything I knew or thought I knew about Hindu culture. I learned more about architectural treasures, such as a temple in Montreal, which is majestic at Delors des Armeaux, which is worth going to see because its architecture, its history, and its construction are exceptional. I also learned more about rituals that had to be adapted because in Quebec, it's not always possible to celebrate events outside, as would be done in India or elsewhere where the climate allows for outdoor celebrations. There are some festivals that had to change dates just to adapt to Quebec's climate. It's interesting that in so little time, while I did some brief research to prepare for my speech today, I found it interesting to discover so many things. With the little time I had allowed me to discover a few things. Imagine what a whole month would give us. And that brings me to my final point, is what we're going to do with this month. We are regularly asked to dedicate months to different cultures or themes. And the month of November, for Hindu heritage, I welcome it while wishing for one thing, that we make sure that we use it well, to communicate, to talk, to exchange knowledge, because I think that that's how these months will really become relevant. I will conclude quickly by offering greetings to Mr. Chandry, a person in my riding who made a lot of sacrifices to come and live here. I know that he's listening today, and I want to tell him that I truly appreciate his presence, the advice he gave me, especially for preparing for this morning's speech. And I want to assure him that we are going to help him once again throughout the entire process to make sure that his spouse and son can come join him from India, can come to Drummondville and enrich our society as people of every origin have come to enrich our society. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And today I'm proud to rise in support of what I believe to be another crucial and important opportunity for us and all Canadians to reflect on what this place, this land, and this territory really means. When I was young, growing up in the Fishing Lake Métis settlement, one of 8 Métis settlements in Canada, one of the things my cookum would always mention was that people come from all walks of life seeking refuge, peace, and safety. And that when our ancestors welcomed people into our community, onto these territories, we did so with open arms. We did so wanting to understand one another. We did so wanting to cherish one another. And we did so knowing that we could do that in peace. But today, Madam Speaker, we have to go much further than that. We have to recommit ourselves to understanding the impact that Hindu Canadians have had in our society and redouble our efforts in making sure that they are recognized, they are seen, and their achievements are truly noted. I also want to say a special thanks to my honourable colleague, the member for Nepean, for ensuring that we recognize each November as Hindu Heritage Month and that we continue on this very important and I would say sacred obligation to recognize each and every member of our community here in Canada and their unique contributions to building this place. As you recognize and celebrate the achievements of various dysphoria communities in Canada, New Democrats are proud to stand in support of this motion. To do the same for Hindu Canadians is truly what is right. They've built a better Canada for us. They've contributed to a Canada that we enjoy today, and we must ensure that their recognition stands the test of time. As one of the oldest living religions in the world, the Hindus' teachings of love, equality, and peace resonate here in Canada. In many ways, the very same values my people, the Métis and the Cree value, the values of love, the values of equality, and the values of Canada. I feel it's extremely important to remember the contributions of nearly 500,000 Hindus who came to Canada from all parts of the world and now call this great place home. From advancing science and technology to making their mark in our academia, politics, and overall Canadian society is truly something worth recognizing. Canadian Hindu communities deserve complete recognition because oftentimes throughout recognition we also have to recognize pain. And many communities have come to Canada, often fleeing, finding a way to escape this pain. We have to ensure that the next generation not only recognizes the hardships of their ancestors, maybe even their current generation, but they can project that into strength for the community. I want to take this moment to highlight and condemn many attacks of places of worship that we've seen with large Hindu communities. This is truly troubling in Canada. Burglaries and hate attacks are on the rise. And we must have the courage to stand and defend our fellow Canadians, our Hindu Canadians. Hindus possess, as the member from Nepean highlighted, a great cultural knowledge base, which has scientific roots, deep intellectual roots. There's been immense contributions, particularly to astronomy. We've seen, for example, the formation of the number 0, which had laid the foundation of advanced mathematics, the same mathematics we use here today. A contribution we must recognize, something that our children right now in schools across the country continue to learn. So we're truly blessed in a way that our country has the ability to bring these teachings to one place, to one foundation, for the betterment of all people. And I believe that's the spirit of Canada. That's the spirit of my ancestors. When we welcome Europeans here for the first time, it was our intent to create peace, mutual prosperity, but moreover, a place where each and every one of us can truly be ourselves. Canada has been a refuge and home to various communities. Particularly now, for example, we're welcoming many Ukrainians, Afghans, still today. Our commitment must not forget our existing commitments to the world, but this must show as an example that when we invite people into our community, when we invite people into our home, we are truly all the better for it, just as we welcome many more today. I also want to call on the federal government in relation to this motion to contribute funds, and resources to the Hindu community so that we can continue to see that impact in each and every one of our communities. Every one of us in every single one of our districts has been impacted by the Hindu community. They've contributed so much. It is the very least we can do to ensure that their recognition, their visibility, and their safety are paramount. To create a Canada that's safe for culturally diverse immigrants and many families who are still here today is a job that is ongoing. We know, people of color know, immigrant families know that in Canada today, we're still facing the ugly truths of racism, the barriers of having the wrong last name, the fear of not being able to pronounce something correctly, being a real barrier to how people succeed in this country. Hindu Heritage Month seeks to remedy that by demonstrating to all Canadians, businesses, not-for-profits, even the government, that Hindus, much like all communities seeking peace, deserve a place here and deserve recognition for their contributions. It means that we must take a principled position to support these communities and to have unique attention to the fact that hate crime is affecting them. This must be a motivation for us. This must be a stepping place for us to ensure we eliminate hate in all places. It also means providing unique support for languages. The Hindu community has a diverse language, diverse dialect that it requires Canadians to adapt, to ensure that we create space, to ensure that we create opportunity for those folks who would rather speak their mother tongue. In this House, we spoke about mother tongue recognition. We spoke about the importance of our cultures and our languages to this country. Recognizing the contributions along with the language is part of that. We cannot fully have the recognition of language without fully having the recognition of culture, peoplehood, nationhood, and religion. I am positive that this motion will celebrate diversity. That's its intent. I believe that celebrating our place here in Canada, celebrating our facts, that we are neighbors, we have the opportunity to learn from one another, and this is a place in the world where we can do that here in Canada in a way that many other countries can't. And I see that as a strength for us, a strength to be able to see our Hindu Canadians succeed, a strength to see Hindu Canadians succeed in our academics, our politics, and our cultural institutions, because I know Hindu Canadians will contribute greatly to our cultural mosaic and to the future of our country. New Democrats want to congratulate the member from Nepean for ensuring that this work is done and ensuring that Hindu Canadians see themselves this November. We've had a tough year. We've had a tough few years. All Canadians, including Hindu Canadians, have taken a leadership role throughout this time. And we want to recognize them through their contributions and their sacrifice to making sure the Hindu Canadian community continues to be resilient, continues to be prosperous. And when we get to a point where we can celebrate together again, I look forward to this November when we can celebrate the very first Hindu Heritage Month. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Namaste. Madam Speaker, you know, it's such a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to my colleague and friend's motion, recognizing the significant contributions that not only Hinduism has offered Canada, but the world. And it was very impressive in listening to his opening remarks as you kind of get that sense of pride of Canada's diversity. When you get a member of the House of Commons stand in his place with a great deal of pride, talk about the importance of Hinduism to every Canadian, no matter where you live. The many contributions people of Hindu faith have contributed over 100 years here in Canada of contributions in every virtual political, economic, social sector of our society today. Ultimately, I would suggest to you, it is a part of our Canadian identity. and one only needs to listen to what the member from Nepean had to say to get that appreciation of just how important it is to our society. Madam Speaker, you might recall yourself the issue of the swastika, and when it was being debated inside the chamber, it is often debated in a very negative sense. But it was our friend that brought to our attention in a very real and passionate way. Even sent myself a YouTube on the importance of that symbol to Hinduism. And that hasn't been lost on me, and I suspect on many others. I say that because in a good way, education is the best way for us to be able to combat issues like racism, Madam Speaker, and intolerance. I genuinely believe that to my core, that the way in which we evolve into a better society is through education. Motions like the member has presented us today is an opportunity for all of us to continue along that line. Declaring the month of November as Hindu Heritage Month provides each and every one of us the opportunity, if he or she chooses, to ultimately promote, encourage educational opportunities. I know, for example, as passionate as the member from Nepean is on this particular motion, I have seen the member participate in other types of Heritage Month celebrations. I think, for example, I can recall him standing on the lawns of the House of Commons here talking about and participating in Philippine Heritage Month. And I say that because what it does when you have a Heritage Month, Madam Speaker, it offers an opportunity, a broader opportunity, for all of us to become better acquainted and have a better understanding of whether it's faith or ethnicities that are there. Hinduism is the third largest religion, way of life in the world today. It's well over 1 billion people, Madam Speaker. As my colleague I pointed out, I think he said just over 600,000 here in Canada. What an amazing community, as the member made reference. And I suspect if we did a per capita based on communities, you would be very impressed with the level of education and expertise, the sense of professionalism that can be found in our people of Hindu faith. You know, while I was an MLA, I had a little bit more time to be able to go into a number of the different communities. And I'm very grateful for the Manitoba Hindu Senior Society. They would invite me quite often to their center, which is located on Ellis Avenue in Winnipeg. Just recently, I must say, a recipient of a grant from the Ottawa to assist in modernization in terms of accessibility. But I can tell you, when I attended the events that were there, every one of them provided some sort of an educational opportunity. Whether it was a celebration of the country of India's independence, or getting a better understanding of what Hinduism really is all about. When my colleague made reference to, I think he said, you know, there's a thread of life that unites Hinduism around the world. Hindus that can be united through that thread. The first time I heard something of that nature was with the Hindu Seniors Society, Madam Speaker. You want an appreciation of brilliant colors and the importance of colors to the world? You know, we already had one member make reference to the celebration of Holi and the many different colors one can really experience. And if you want to get a good sense of that, attend a Holi celebration sponsored by members of our Hindu community. And you will see joy and happiness and love in the hearts of people in a very real and tangible way. Thousands of Winnipeggers, non-Hindus, see that every year, with the exception of the last couple of years because of the pandemic, when they would attend a traditional summer festival known as Folkarama. In Folkarama, you can go to the Indian Pavilion, where you will see many religious symbols of the Hindu community, where you will see many of the different dances that originate from the Hindu faith, or people of followers of the Hindu faith, Madam Speaker. Very inspiring. I remember one of the dance instructors that I got to know for many, many years once talked about those that were in attendance, these young ladies. And it is an impressive art that the dance provides to the community. And she very much was boastful of her students. And she talked about, I think at the time it was somewhere around 80 students that had graduated from her school, of which 60, 70 of them were doctors, went on to become doctors. And I suspect that the discipline in learning the dance and the understandings and the meanings of the dance contributed to it. So that's why when the member made reference to the importance of preservation and encouragement of the many different aspects of the faith of Hinduism is so critically important, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, now. As we see that the contributions go far beyond the faith alone. It's rooted in the faith, a faith that has been in existence, and I've heard the terminology, of oldest religion. And I think they get that, Madam Speaker, because of script that was written literally thousands of years ago. It, in fact, might be the first script written of a religious nature. Now, don't quote me on that, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that that's where it comes from. You're talking about thousands of years ago. 4,000 would be my best guesstimate and beyond, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's attributed, I believe, often as being said, the oldest religion in the world. But it is a religion that has a great deal of tolerance. I've had the opportunity to participate in special engagements, to be at the temples, to see the shrines come to life, and the manner in which it is conducted, and the understanding and appreciation of other faiths. And I think that there's a lot to be learned by that. And that is why I think having a Heritage Month for Hinduism being in November is of great benefit to all Canadians, not just the Hindu community, but to all Canadians. And I look forward to future months of November where we will see extra celebrations because of the motion that will ultimately pass through the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now there's 3 minutes remaining. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is rare indeed when I find myself agreeing with the member for Winnipeg North. But from what I understand, what's on the agenda today, I'll have plenty of opportunity to disagree with him for many hours to come, Mr. Speaker. Today we are debating Motion 42, which is a motion to establish Hindu Heritage Month in Canada. Now, Canada's Parliament has by now an established tradition of discussing and generally unanimously passing bills or motions that designate a particular month for the purpose of recognizing and celebrating the contributions of a particular community. I think this practice originated with the recognition of Black History Month in February. Canada now has recognized many months to celebrate the Tamil community, the Jewish community, the Dutch community, the Mennonite community, the Irish community, the Asian community, the Italian community, the Filipino community, the Portuguese community, the German community, and the Sikh community. And maybe I've missed some. I know there were lots. I did my best to find, and I believe there have been some other months recognized at provincial levels that may be different from ones that are. There's lots of opportunities to celebrate in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's the point. Now, these initiatives might not reflect the #1 priority of the communities in question, but they do constitute a valuable opportunity for us to recognize and appreciate the substantive contributions of people of different ethnic and religious backgrounds, and thus contribute to a sense of national inclusion and pluralism. Now, I think it is noteworthy that we have shifted recently from previously only recognizing ethnocultural communities to now also recognizing religious communities through these months. I think this is important to reflect on because religious traditions and religious diversity, by their nature, bring something different to our national life than ethnocultural traditions and ethnocultural diversity by itself. One's membership in a particular ethnic group may be very important to one's identity and can be associated with a broad range of cultural practices. But religious identity reflects an individual's voluntary choice to believe in and associate with oneself with a community that believes in a particular system of thought that seeks to answer fundamental questions about the ends to which life should be directed. Many people embrace a religious identity as part of membership in a community and see a close tie to their ethnocultural identity, but these things are conceptually very different. And I see great value in recognizing the contribution of religious traditions specifically, as well as ethnocultural traditions. And Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm going to be cut off in a moment here in 20 seconds. Okay. What can I say profound in 20 seconds about this? Well, in 20 seconds, we can't pass the first hour of debate on this without recognizing the contributions of the great Deepak O'Brien, the first member of Parliament of Hindu origin elected to this House, a former Conservative leadership candidate. I believe if he was still alive today, he would be running again, and no doubt a juggernaut in this one. So I think important to recognize Deepak O'Brien. I'll have much more to say on the subject of Hinduism and its contribution to Canada in a subsequent time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the members for their interventions. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. I am now ready to rule on the points of order raised on April 28, 2022 by the Chief Opposition Whip and the House Leader of the Official Opposition concerning, respectively, the admissibility and division of Government Business Number 11. The Chief Opposition Whip challenged the admissibility of subparagraph B2 or BII of the motion, which will prohibit quorum calls after 6:30 p.m. on extended sitting days. The member argued that a 20-member quorum is a constitutional requirement explicitly stated in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867. To this, I would add that this quorum obligation is also found in Standing Order 29. The member alleged that the motion would render this requirement meaningless, as there would be no means for enforcing it. He also suggested that the House cannot, by motion alone, after a constitutional requirement in regard to the minimum presence of members. For his part, the House Leader of the Official Opposition maintained that Government Business Number 11 is an omnibus bill motion consisting of several parts, each capable of standing on its own. In his view, the motion could be divided into 7 separate questions, each debated and voted on individually, while noting that some parts could be grouped together for debate. Citing instances when this has happened, he asked the chair to exercise its authority and divide the motion as per his suggestion. The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader countered that the motion does not require any division, since the unifying theme is to organize the business of the House for the remaining weeks before the summer adjournment. He submitted that similar motions containing many provisions related to the business of the House have been adopted in the past without being divided. La présidence se penchera en...
The chair will begin by addressing the elements brought forward by the Chief Opposition Whip. While he is correct in stating that certain elements of our procedure are provided for in the Constitution and are not subject to amendment or suspension by motion alone, the chair does not believe that this is what the motion does. It instead prevents members from drawing the chair's attention to the absence of a quorum during a particular part of the sitting. As the chief opposition whip readily concedes, there is ample precedent for such motions, as they are regularly adopted by unanimous consent in relation to debates taking place in the House in the evenings. I find it difficult to conclude that such motions are constitutional when adopted by unanimous consent, but unconstitutional if proposed in a debatable government motion.
Members will recognize that there are already circumstances during which quorum calls are not permitted. For example, Standing Order 29.5 authorizes the Speaker to take the chair when the usher of the black rod is at the door, whether a quorum is present or not. Moreover, it's well-established practice that a quorum call is not permitted during oral questions, statements by members, adjournment proceedings, or the taking of a recorded division. Therefore, in the chair's view, this provision alone does not render government business number 11 inadmissible. En ce qui concerne la deuxième question,
as for the second matter concerning the division of the said motion, I would like to reiterate the ruling of one of my predecessors, cited by the House Leader of the Official Opposition, which can be found at page 65 of the debates of October 17, 2013. Quote, "In adjudicating cases of this kind, the chair must always be mindful to approach each new case with a fresh eye, taking into account the particular circumstances of the situation at hand. Often there is little in the way of guidance for the Speaker, and a strict compliance with precedent is not always appropriate." Unquote. I would suggest, like my predecessors, that the chair should exercise caution before intervening in the business of the House, and more precisely, before dividing a motion.
With this in mind, the chair has considered the arguments put forward and reviewed the provisions of government business number 11. There's indeed an overall theme to the motion relating to the management of the House's schedule and its business, and therefore the chair does not believe it meets the threshold required to be divided for the purposes of individual debates. However, the chair does agree that some provisions of the motion are sufficiently distinct to be subject of a separate vote. Therefore, I rule that the motion be divided in three parts for the purpose of voting, which are as follows. Part 1, consisting of paragraphs A, B, C, and D, relating to the business of the House for the remaining weeks until June 23rd. Part 2, consisting of paragraph E, which relates to the deadline set for the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, and la partie 3.
Part 3, consisting of the last paragraph that seeks to permanently amend Standing Order 28.1, listing the days on which the House shall not meet. I thank all members for their attention.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Monsieur le Président, relativement à l'étude.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the consideration of government business number 11, I move, seconded by the Minister of Veterans Affairs, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, moves that in relation to the consideration of government business number 11, I move, seconded by Minister of Veterans Affairs, that the debate be not further adjourned. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. And I'll recognize the Honourable the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I stand with profound disappointment for two reasons. Number one, that we're even in a position where motion number 11 is needed by the government. And the second position is the fact that they've invoked closure after just 2 hours of debate. And what this is, Madam Speaker, is an admission of failure by the government. And what makes it worse is the fact that I suspect that the MDP is complicit to the government's action. This is a mismanagement of the government's House time on the part of the government House leader and this government. There has been a decline, and this is a pattern that has existed with this government, a decline in democracy in this country. We saw it with Motion 6 in previous parliaments. In fact, when COVID first hit, Madam Speaker, there was an introduction of a bill that would have given the government complete taxing and power over Parliament. So this pattern of disdain, this pattern of contempt for this institution, this Parliament, is consistent with this government. And now that they've got the NDP in their hip pocket, this is outside the scope of the Supply and Confidence Agreement. I suspect that we're going to see this pass. So my question to the Minister is this: how can, given the circumstances in confidence that Canadians are having with respect to their public institutions, with respect to the way this place operates, how can he expect that this is going to create any greater confidence in the decline in our democracy when they're pulling stunts like this?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney
Thank you,
General.
Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil for his question. Yes, I too am disappointed, Madam Speaker, but I'm disappointed in the behaviour that's being shown by the Conservative Party in this House, obstructing at every single turn, every single piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, we are doing this in order to facilitate debate, in order to allow the honourable members the time in which to speak. Madam Speaker, we've spent 12 days debating Bill C-8. Amongst the things that would do would be to help farmers get their tax credit on the carbon tax, the price on pollution, Madam Speaker. Billions of dollars for rapid tests. Ventilation for our schools, Madam Speaker. We all know a lot of parents who are concerned because their kids are going to school in the pandemic context, and they want better ventilation for their schools. 12 days, Madam Speaker, debating a fall economic statement, which includes measures to aid the lives of human beings. Can you imagine what will happen when we get to the budget? We're doing this to facilitate debate because of the obstructionist tactics by the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a government here that is constantly undermining democracy, with the NDP in cahoots, and this must be embarrassing for the government. They've got this huge motion. It's a mammoth motion that runs roughshod over democracy. And then, in addition, they use closure to further undermine democracy. And why? Because of the weakness of their management of the legislative calendar. They're amateurs, Madam Speaker. We keep bringing out in these question periods how amateurish they are, but we can really see this now. And my question is simple. Aren't you embarrassed about this? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. And of course, he's going to stand with the Conservatives in obstructing the work of the House. What we're trying to do here, Madam Speaker, is precisely to give members the time to debate the issues they want to debate in due course. We are here to organize the time, the schedule. And why? Because we were elected by Canadians and Quebecers precisely to get things done. And we have an ambitious agenda. We want to move forward with our agenda. We want to work with members here in the House. But the obstruction from the Conservatives, supported by the Bloc, is starting to hinder the progress of that work. So we're getting rid of the obstacles, rid of the hindrances, so that we can move forward, so that there's more debate and more respect here in the House. And it's a surprise for me to see the Honourable Member for La Prairie not supporting us.
Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised at the Conservatives' attitude. They've been blocking bills that would actually provide support when we talk about C8, supports to teachers and farmers, supports around COVID. And the Conservatives have been blocking these bills for months without any explanation, except that they want to block everything that comes through the House. So the solution that's being offered is that we actually extend debate, Madam Speaker. We actually sit until midnight. Now, past Conservative governments did the same thing, except a notable exception. Conservatives never showed up. We can remember under the dismal decade of the Harper government, we saw these kinds of motions brought forward, and over 200 times, Conservatives that were scheduled to speak did not show up to work. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker, that they would let down Canadians in the way that they have. And so I just, for the life of me, can't understand why Conservatives object so strenuously to sitting till midnight, because that is the solution. Let's sit longer. Let's work harder. Let's get bills passed to help Canadians. So the question to my colleague is simply this: why do Conservatives object so strenuously to sitting till midnight?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby for his question. I share that frustration, Madam Speaker. I've seen it on my Bill C5, which was in the previous Parliament and now is being slowed down in this Parliament, again, by the Conservative Party for ideological reasons that have actually nothing to do with the empirical evidence behind the bill. Madam Speaker, like the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby, like Canadians, they want us to see work. They want us to see us get things done in this House. They want us to see us accomplish measures that better the lives of Canadians. And that's what we're doing, and that's what we're doing with this bill. As the honourable member has pointed out, we're here to extend hours. We're here to give every issue adequate time to be ventilated, adequate discussion to be had in order to move forward with a progressive, substantive agenda. Madam Speaker, that's why we're here. We're here to organize that. These are measures that have been taken in the past in this House. We're doing it again, and we're doing it to facilitate debate, to prolong debate, and I too share the surprise of the Conservative Party not wanting to stay for fulsome debate.
Well, for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that. And there's an example of the Liberal NDP marriage. The NDP in the corner carrying the water for the government when they should be actually debating and acting as opposition, fighting the government. But I would just say, Madam Speaker, we are prepared to work. We've been working. What this minister has set up is holding up debate on this, is actually debating, doing our jobs as a democracy, coming here speaking against bills when we think we should be against bills, like Canadians are expecting us to be against this terrible budget. And yet this government says that's obstructing justice or obstructing Parliament. It's called debate. That's our job. This from the Minister of Justice. It just baffles me that he would actually come in with that as the foundation of his argument. But I would ask him one simple question. You know, the effect of this is going to have major effects on our committees. How many committee meetings is he planning to stop with Motion 11?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I know that our House leadership has been careful to make sure that in proposing this motion and moving forward with this plan, that we will ensure that the various kinds of work that are being done in Parliament outside of this chamber are also done in a safe and secure and healthy fashion, Madam Speaker. And so I'm not worried about working harder, Madam Speaker. I know that the opposite side, they like to repeat the same arguments over and over again. That's what they call debate, but they don't add anything new. We're going to give them a chance to do that, Madam Speaker, for as long as they want, without impeding the work of this place. Madam Speaker, it's critically important that we get legislation through. We've seen, as I've said, 12 days on the fall economic statement that contains real measures to aid the lives of Canadians, including people that they claim to want to represent, like farmers, like parents. I mean, it's baffling to see the way they block and block and block. And Madam Speaker, we're taking measures to make this place work better.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, House Leader of the Opposition.
What's baffling Madam Speaker, is the Justice Minister actually standing in this place and talking in the way he is. C8, that wasn't introduced till December 16th, so he's playing around a little bit with the facts here. It went to committee February 1st, came back from committee on March 1st. Within that time, so picture this, Madam Speaker, December 16th, the House was not sitting for 6 weeks after that, so there's no obstruction going on. And look, everybody on this side of the House is not afraid to work. These are multi-billion-dollar bills, Madam Speaker, that this government, for some reason, expects the official opposition and the third party just to simply rubber stamp these bills without questioning, without proposing, without amending. How can they contribute to the further decline in this democracy when people in this country are looking at this place as its symbol, yet this government continues to contribute to the decline in democracy? I don't understand, Madam Speaker, how this Justice Minister can stand here and defend this action by his government.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I dispute his narrative of events, Madam Speaker. I've been here since 2015, and I've watched their systematic obstruction time and time again. I've seen it on my own bills, Madam Speaker, as Minister, and now we're seeing it again. Madam Speaker, I welcome the day when cameras, Madam Speaker, when cameras show all the members of the House of Commons at the same time so that Canadians can actually see the kinds of things that are happening when there's somebody speaking. Madam Speaker, it's critically important that we get our legislative agenda through. It's what the vast majority of Canadians elected us to do. And that's what we are going to do. We are using measures that have been used in the past by governments of all political stripes. They are going to allow for debate to happen, and they will, I think, incentivize members of Parliament to use their time better, and we will get our progressive agenda through, working with other members of Parliament in good faith.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We just had the official opposition House Leader admit to the Conservatives blocking these bills for 2 months. He just stood up, he went through the timeline and admitted to everybody that for 2 months, Conservatives, despite the fact that Canadian teachers have been writing to them, wanting to get the tax credit that is in C8, Canadian farmers have been writing to them, that Conservatives have thrown aside any sort of public input. They're just running rogue, Madam Speaker, renegades. And yet they reference democracy. This is the same party that had members of its caucus endorsing the so-called Freedom Convoy, whose vowed objective was the overthrow of constitutional government. And yet you have Conservatives, what a joke, standing up in this House and trying to say that somehow that they actually support democracy with that kind of track record. So my question to my colleague is, what happened to the Conservative Party? The Conservative Party that endorsed in December the ban on conversion therapy, that was productive and working well in this minority parliament. What's happened to them over the last few months? That they will even refuse to sit late, refuse to pass legislation that Canadians are asking for? What is it about the Conservative Party that has turned?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Indeed, he reminds me that Conservatives, whether inside the House or outside the House, seem to have fallen in love with blocking and blockades. Madam Speaker, we are here because we have many other pieces of legislation, including a budget, not just Bill C8, which we've mentioned, 12 days of debate and obstruction and concurrence motions and everything else that the Conservatives can throw up in order to delay it. But C7, we haven't debated yet. C9, we haven't debated yet. C18, C19, there are all kinds of things that we have yet to debate. And it's because it includes, as well as the budget, and it is because of the fact that the official opposition simply wants to run out the clock, delay, and use every tactic at their disposal to throw this government off its agenda. Madam Speaker, Canadians don't want that. They want us to work together.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I was here from 2011 to 2015. I think the most shocking thing I've seen today is the member for New Westminster Burnaby swallow himself whole. He routinely raged against any motion for closure, routinely raged against any motion for time allocation. It was as if the sky is falling. And now he's in the Liberals' back pocket saying this is a great thing. Growing up, Madam Speaker, my parents always told me, when someone shows you who you are, you should believe them. So let's look at some things. Who would bring forward this kind of a time allocation on this motion? Well, perhaps someone whose leader said, I admire China's basic dictatorship. And a justice minister who says, debate is obstruction. We kind of see where these people are going. My question to the minister is this. If this is all about debate, right? We want more time for debate. Why does the motion include the ability for a cabinet minister to move to adjourn the House for the summer? If it's about debate, why don't they take that out and prove it is about debate? But I can tell you, they won't.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I found the honourable member's intervention quite amusing, and I'm sure that he meant it that way. Madam Speaker, the House leadership and our government House leader has made it clear that that particular provision is a common motion that's used at the end of every parliamentary session. We've put it in now with the engagement to not use it until the very last week when it is commonly used, to have it there as part of this package in order to get more pieces of legislation through and get us through to the end of June. It is there to be used at the end of session when it is traditionally used on consent by all the parties working together, and that's how it will be used again.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
It's embarrassing to hear the debate going on right now. I listened to debates on M11. I listened to a very long speech from my colleague for Winnipeg North last week on M11. And now everything's happening on the NDP and Liberal side as though there's good Democrats on one side and then bad Democrats on this side of the House against M11. In M11, it's not just about extended time. There's many measures to muzzle the opposition. When I think of the Liberals and democracy, reforming the way we vote that the Prime Minister had promised hand over heart. When is the voting reform going to happen? Who prorogued Parliament in 2020? Who started an election when there were many bills that we were about to vote on that were important for Canada? We had an election. We had to restart everything on the Official Languages Act, for instance, the CRTC Reform Act. Everything went back to ground zero, and I question what's happening on the other side. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. Obviously, we should never forget that the Bloc has been participating in blocking what's happening in the House. We know that we have to work together in order to move bills forward, in order to make reforms that are supported throughout all of Canada. And so we want to make sure that we have enough time without obstruction to have real debate on real issues. And we are here to set up a framework around the process that will extend to the end of June and give every parliamentarian the ability to speak and to succeed in helping to pass good bills.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to give the Justice Minister an opportunity because I believe that he did misspeak, perhaps not understanding that there is a constitutional obligation for quorum to be held in this place. Now, he said that this has happened before, but it only happens in take-note debates, and it also happens in emergency debates where no votes on government legislation is held. So, in fact, this has never been held before, and I would give the Justice Minister an opportunity to correct himself, to not mislead this House. Thank you.
If I may, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil, it was the ruling of the Speaker, not the Minister of Justice. It was not the Minister of Justice who made the case.
The Minister of Justice, Madam Speaker, just said that this has happened before, when in fact it has not happened before, with the exception of emergency debates and take-note debates. So that's what I'm seeking clarification on.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his responding to his point of order. I thank him for his question to the extent that that was. The Speaker has just made a ruling on this. These kinds of proceedings happen routinely at the end of sessions.
The Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I haven't been in this House that long, since January 2019. Or that often, actually, because of the rules put forward by the Liberal government. But I would say one thing that's very different from where I grew up. See, when you have a job to do, generally it's your priority to get that job done. You don't have to blame someone else for not getting your work done. So right now, we're having this debate on Motion 11 because the Liberal government can't get their work done. And they're trying to blame Conservatives for standing up for people and debating. As the House Leader put forward, it's interesting that we're talking about billions of dollars going forward and going out to the people of Canada, and they don't want to debate about it. So where I grew up, if you had to get a job done, it was your responsibility to do that job. So how can this government be blaming the opposition for doing our job because they can't get their legislative agenda forward? It doesn't make any sense. And I'd ask the minister one last question. Will he give the opportunity to, when he does extend sitting hours, let the people who are doing the fine work and interpretation know, so that they'd have time to do their schedules, so that they'd have forewarning if they were going to extend the schedule to midnight? That would only be the proper thing to do, because we know the staff here is very overworked, and they should have some notice on if they're going to have to be here till 12 o'clock or not.
Minister of Justice.
I thank the honourable member for his two questions. I will answer the second one first. It is a critically important question, and I'm glad he asked it. Madam Speaker, the leadership in this place is going to make sure that interpreters and others have advance warning when sessions will be extended. We're very mindful of their rights and of their health and safety and their working environment, and that is an engagement that I know that my House Leader in this place has made, Madam Speaker. So I thank the honourable member for that question. Madam Speaker, we're here to work. Madam Speaker, we're here to work. We're proposing this precisely because obstruction is not work, Madam Speaker. Work is, as any person knows who's worked. I did it on construction sites. I know that my friend has probably worked a fair bit in his day too, and is proud of it, as am I. It's working together. It's rolling up your sleeves. It's getting the job done. If one person on that job site is obstructing, you have to help that person to move somewhere else. And this is what we're doing here, Madam Speaker. Obstruction is not work. Obstruction is not debate. Debate is about the exchange of ideas, and that's what we're facilitating here.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too came to this House to get something done for my constituents and to help them in any way, shape, or form that I could. And so I'm proud to be able to do that work here in this House. And before I became elected to this House, I worked for many members of Parliament during a Conservative majority government, where I watched the Honourable House Leader Peter Van Loan argue that they needed those long hours to sit till midnight, those extended hours. But that just wasn't on an as-needed basis. That was constant. That was night after night after night that I had to send my member in to get that work done, but under a majority. So I would like to hear from the Honourable Minister on why it's important to note in this debate, on this motion, that it's on an as-needed basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question, and I send my regards to the member for whom she worked. Madam Speaker, That's a critically important point that is being raised here, that this is as necessary. It is going to happen when we need it and only when we need it as necessary. And so it's not meant to be every night. It's not meant to be, it's only meant to be there for the amount of debate that's necessary for any particular bill. And it's there, again, precisely to eliminate the ability to simply obstruct for no good substantive reason, Madam Speaker.
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, it's just really interesting to hear members from both the NDP and the government side talk about how this is all about debate. This is all about making sure we get all the time that we need to discuss these bills so we can have extended hours, so we can work harder, we can work longer, but yet they put a provision in there that they don't actually have to show up after 6:30. They've made sure that they can do whatever they can to be away from here and not be here to participate. So based on the assertions that we're hearing from the Justice Minister, but also the member from New Westminster Burnaby, my question to them is to make sure that they're going to be true to their word. Will they be here till midnight in person every single time that they use this measure to have debate until midnight, so that way they would not be seen as not being true to their word?
Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. We are proposing this piece of legislation to facilitate debate, not to give other opportunities for silly kinds of motions, obstructionist motions that we have seen, frankly, Madam Speaker, in spades over the last number of weeks and months. Madam Speaker, we're here to give members on all sides the ability to say what they feel they need to say in the context of this House. And that's precisely why we're here, and that's precisely why we are proposing the motion that we're proposing.
Honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Madame la Présidente, il y a quelque chose qui est pas...
There's something that's not logical in the arguments being presented by my colleague. Why include in this motion that the minister can adjourn for this summer without the agreement of the other parties? We're being told that this is routine at the end of every season. But if that prevents people from approving the motion, why not simply withdraw this part of it? If this happens habitually with the agreement of all the parties, why not proceed as we normally do?
L'honorable ministre de la Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Je remercie l'honorable collègue.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from La Pointe-de-l'Île for his question. We added the possibility of adjourning the House because it's very common. It's usually done with this type of project. We have to vote on things before things adjourn, so there are safeguards included in the motion. We are here to promote debate, and this does not prevent honourable members of the opposition from having their word when the time comes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find the Conservative comments on this unbelievable, because I can remember back in 2014 when the Harper government, and during their dismal decade in power, put in place similar measures without any agreement from any other party. And Conservatives systematically, night after night after night, when it was their turn to speak, did not show up. We had a chalkboard in the lobby, Madam Speaker. 200 times Conservatives didn't show up to work. 200 times Conservative MPs were out doing, I don't know what, but they weren't in the House. They weren't standing up for their as members of Parliament for their constituents. 200 times, Madam Speaker. So when a Conservative MP says, well, you know, are New Democrats going to show up to work? Of course, the answer is yes, because we always do, Madam Speaker. We have the track record to prove it. The Conservatives don't. They have failed their constituents so many times in the past, and now, Madam Speaker, they are objecting to having us work harder and having us work longer and having us move around their systematic blocking of this House of Commons so that teachers can get their tax credit, farmers can get the supports they need, and all Canadians can get the supports that are in C8 that the Conservatives say they support, but are blocking now, as the official opposition House Leader has admitted to, for 2 months and running. So my question to my colleague is simply, why are the Conservatives doing this, and why don't they recognize the hypocrisy of trying to condemn the behavior that they participated in so willingly in the past?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Again, Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby for his question, as well as for his long view of these various kinds of questions. What I would add, in addition to, is that there, as he's mentioned, 24,000 farmers potentially waiting for a credit on the price on pollution that they've had to pay. 45,000 teachers waiting for that improvement of the supply credit that they're going to get, as well as other very proactive measures, Madam Speaker, that are contained in Bill C-8, as well as other pieces of legislation that are meant, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister, I have a point of order from the Honourable Prince George.
Sorry to interrupt this important debate, but I guess just for clarity to the Speaker, are we to be asking our questions to the member from the Liberal Party or from the NDP? Thank you.
I think that is a question. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister.
Speaker, that question just demonstrates exactly why we're here. We are here to help Canadians, Madam Speaker. We're here to work for Canadians, Madam Speaker, because that's what we're here to do. We're not here just to throw up every single objection, to participate in every single blockade anywhere where it exists in Canada. We're here to work for Canadians proactively, positively, and in good faith. And these provisions are here because one party has failed to do that, and we're here in order to give all parties an opportunity to do better.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan, moved that in relation to the consideration of government business number 11, the debate not be further adjourned.
The recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division. I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, move that in relation to the consideration of government business, number 11, the debate not be further adjourned. La période de 10
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. Debrusen.
Ms. Debrusen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Nader.
Pardon me. Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Lansman.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lew.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Correction. Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait until the end of the electronic voting period before resuming proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended.
We're not able to vote due to technical difficulties, and we now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur El Khoury.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am here in my office. I have the technical man. Trying to open my camera. Neither on my cellular nor on my laptop is working. On the laptop, they said the host stopped you. Can you ask the host to open the camera for me in order to be able to vote?
I'm just looking at the chair right now. Was the camera on there? I think it would just be best if the member could cast his vote right now. But we couldn't see him, so. Unfortunately, Mr. El Khoury, your camera does have to be on in order to recognize the vote. So we're going to have to move on.
Said you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Take him out. Just hold on a sec. We're having trouble making you out as well here in the chamber. Okay, sure. Wait a minute. We've had a breakthrough. The Honourable Mr. El Khoury.
I will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. El Khoury, pour.
There we go. See, sometimes just patience. The patience is a virtue. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Pour 182, 182. Nays, contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion carried. Now, resuming debate, I think is what we're doing, or orders of the day?
Orders of the day, order du jour, government orders, government business. Resuming debate on government business number 11, extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again gives me a pleasure to rise to speak about government motion number 11. But before I get into the specifics of it, Mr. Speaker, let me just address a couple of issues that came up during the closure debate earlier. It was a very vigorous debate, as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, and I want to address the issue of there were several claims, both from the government side and the NDP side, about members of the opposition not wanting or willing to work, which is the same side, actually, by the way, I was just reminded. Let me state unequivocally, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives are here to do the business of the nation. We want to work. I have no problem on extending the hours. I really don't. My profound concern, Madam Speaker, and I stated this in my interaction on Friday, was with the staff, Madam Speaker. We've seen over the course of the last couple of years, staff have been tested. The measure of the staff has been certainly tested around this place. We've heard, Madam Speaker, with the interpreters, the challenges, the health challenges that have gone on. We've seen an increase in occupational injury risk with the interpreters. We've certainly, Madam Speaker, are concerned again about that work-life balance. And for two parties who espouse and say that they are for working class, Madam Speaker, they're not showing any empathy or compassion to what families are going to have to deal with respect to this motion. In specifically, Madam Speaker, the timeline for extension of those sitting hours. It's causing me, as I said the other day, tremendous concern that with just 1 minute's notice, the government can come, with the NDP's help and say that we want to extend hours. What's that going to mean to the staffing around this place? What's that going to mean to committees, Madam Speaker, when we start transferring resources to deal with some of these late-night sittings? Now, my staff in the House Leader's office just informed me before I was to get up to speak, Madam Speaker, that there are 2 committees already today that are going to be cancelled. The Afghanistan Committee and the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee. The meetings that were scheduled for today are going to be cancelled because they're going to have to allocate or transfer resources from them to the extension of the House sitting hours. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, the government has said, and I heard the Justice Minister say that before, that this happens all the time. This happens actually once the agreed schedule is applied. All of the members of the House Leaders get together, we discuss. In fact, we're in the process of discussing the schedule for next year. And within those last 2 weeks, there are asterisks in the schedule, and those asterisks indicate that there will be an extension of hours. It's agreed to, it's understood. But what this does, Madam Speaker, is it basically gives the government last-minute appeal. They can impose late sittings when they want. Now, we heard some and we saw some news coverage over the weekend where the government said, well, no, that's not what we're going to do. We're going to give enough notice. If they're going to give enough notice, why would they put it specifically in this motion that they could do it up until 6:30 of any given day? And so I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that that's the intent of what the government is going to do. And you know, cynically, I can only think of one reason, and one reason only why that would happen: to keep the opposition parties, both the Conservative and the Bloc, on their toes, because that means that every day, every night, we are going to have to carry debate, Madam Speaker. And we're prepared to do that. You know what? This is not a rubber stamp factory, Madam Speaker, where multi-billions of dollars in pieces of legislation are debated and proposed, and where you know, amendments are proposed at committee, and the committee work, we're already seeing, as I said, the committee work being affected. But this is not a rubber stamp factory. You know, there's a constitutional obligation on the part of the opposition, Madam Speaker, to hold the government to account. That's our constitutional obligation. And with this motion, the Liberal Party and their Prime Minister is getting exactly what he's always wanted. With the help of the NDP, and I'll talk about them in a second, but with the help of the NDP, this government is going, and this Prime Minister is going to get an audience, not an opposition. That's what he's been hoping for 6.5 years. And now, with the NDP in their hip pocket, they've got it. And the NDP, and I heard, again, going back to the debate before, you know, I cannot believe the hypocrisy of the House Leader of the NDP. For 6.5 years, I've sat in this place. We've all sat in this place, those members that were elected in 2015. And how many times did the opposition House Leader to the NDP talk about the fact that this Prime Minister was worse than Stephen Harper when it came to time allocation? Was worse than, he said it many times, Madam Speaker, many times. And yet the hypocrisy, he stands up here today and he blames Conservatives for obstructing. Nothing can be further from the truth. And they talk about C8, Madam Speaker, as their benchmark piece of legislation that they look at. Madam Speaker, C8 was introduced on December 16th. The House rose shortly thereafter. We sat in our constituencies and worked there for 6 weeks. We didn't come back till January 29th. It received second reading on March 1st, went to committee, came back April 1st. There was a time allocation motion that was put in on April 4th, and the NDP refused to support the government on time allocation. So for them to sit here and blame Conservatives for obstructing that bill is disingenuous, and I would suggest, Madam Speaker, misleading the House, because maybe somebody should hold the NDP House Leader to account as to why he didn't agree to that. But, Madam Speaker, here's the problem. When you look at the motion, and you look at all the things that are in the motion, as I said earlier, it gives the Prime Minister exactly what he wants: an audience, not an opposition. We could have effectively, because there's no quorum call, and again, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the ruling of the Speaker this morning, but the reality is that in previous circumstances, the issue of quorum was let go for non-votable matters. It was agreed to by the House leaders. Anything to do with take-note debates or emergency debates, Madam Speaker, we would allow quorum not to be called as part of an agreement. But what the government is doing with this is they're basically imposing a sledgehammer to say that they're not even required to show up. The NDP is not even required to show up. So in theory, what we could have is opposition side members debating themselves on pieces of legislation that the government is proposing, asking ourselves questions and comments when they're not even required to be here. And as I said the other day in question period, they can effectively, Madam Speaker, be sitting at home in their PJs and their fuzzy slippers watching reruns of This Is Us and those socialist documentaries that they covet so much. That's what they could effectively be doing without the constitutional obligation of having a quorum call in this House, Madam Speaker. Now, who doesn't want to show up to work? Why are they putting that in this motion? Conservatives will be here, I can guarantee you that. But with this motion and no quorum call, Madam Speaker, it means that the government and the NDP don't even have to show up to debate their own legislation. How ridiculous is that? The other thing, Madam Speaker, is again, I talked about the without notice to adjourn the House. This is egregious, Madam Speaker, in the sense that what the government is proposing with this particular part of this motion is that they can prorogue Parliament without proroguing. Now, I'll take you back, as I said earlier, to the We Charity scandal. When the heat got really hot on the Prime Minister, he did the very thing that he said he wasn't going to do in 2015, Madam Speaker, and that was to prorogue Parliament. So picture this scenario. There's a situation where we've got a scandal brewing. We've got the RCMP potentially deciding to investigate the Prime Minister on whether he granted himself permission for that vacation to that luxurious island that cost over $200,000. What if the Winnipeg lab document scandal, and we're able to, through committee or some other means, have those documents produced, which shows that the government did something they can simply, in that regard, or what if we had another SNC Lavalin scandal or any other scandal where it gets too hot for the Prime Minister to handle, one minister, just one, of the Crown can decide to shut this place down. Shut it down. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker? We're talking like it's stunts like these that cause a further erosion in Canadians' respect for our democratic institutions and the faith they have for our democratic institutions. When a government of the day with a fourth party in their hip pocket can decide that they're going to seize control of this place and do whatever they want, how can Canadians not be cynical of the institutions? How can they not be cynical of our Parliament? How can they not be cynical when they're witnessing right in front of them, as we all are, Madam Speaker, a decline in our democracy? And there are measurements that are used that determine that decline. We've seen that over the course of the last 6.5 years, and we're further seeing an erosion in the decline of our democracy as a result of stunts like this by the government. They can shut it down with one minister of the Crown proposing it. Yes, it'll come to a vote. Surprise, surprise, Madam Speaker. I wonder what that vote will be when they've got the NDP in their hip pocket. So there's lots to be concerned about this. And what we're seeing, and perhaps Motion 11 is further evidence of this, the shady backroom sort of deals that are going on here. Madam Speaker, the government House Leader doesn't even give me the courtesy, nor does he give the courtesy to the Bloc Québécois House Leader, to actually tell him what's going on. You know what they do now? They don't come to the official opposition. They don't come to the third party in this place. They do an end around to the fourth party and says, this is what we're going to do. Will you support us? Shady backroom deals, exactly the thing that further diminishes, Madam Speaker, the confidence that Canadians have in our democracy. And as far as the standing order changes, Madam Speaker, I'm really appreciative of the ruling that you made earlier in separating and having a separate vote for that. Because what this government was doing with the help of their NDP partners, again, this cynicism, this further erosion. They were putting a poison pill in this to force the opposition to vote against it. And I stood up here the other day, Madam Speaker, and I said very clearly that we unequivocally support the call to action number 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to make sure that we have a standalone day for truth and reconciliation. So I was very glad, Madam Speaker, of your wisdom in that decision, and you saw right through what this government was trying to do, was put this poison pill, probably with this, under the suggestion of their partners in the NDP, to force the Conservative Party to vote against it as an omnibus procedural motion. So I'm glad that you did that, Madam Speaker, because we will be supporting that motion, when that particular part of the motion, when it's carved out of this omnibus motion, and voting in favor of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Now, Madam Speaker, of course, we all know the history of the Prime Minister on this one. Last year, what did he do? He didn't get involved. He went surfing in Tofino. And the only reason why people found out about it, they even on the schedule for the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, they even said he was having private meetings. They didn't give a true indication of what was happening. What was happening was, on a most important day in this nation, he went surfing in Tofino. And how dare they insert this poison pill to use it for political purposes, to further wedge, to further stigmatize, and to further divide Canadians, especially those Canadians who supported our Conservative Party in the last election, who understand the importance of truth and reconciliation, because it was our Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, that started that commission and from where those recommendations came from. So, Madam Speaker, I'm obviously, profoundly disappointed. I'm really concerned about where this place goes from here. I really am. The government got elected with a minority. The NDP was the fourth party in the last election, Madam Speaker, and now between the two of them, they're going to be able to control every aspect of this place. What about those voices, Madam Speaker, who elected a minority government? What about those people who said, we want this government to be held in check? We want this government to be held account. We want transparency from this government. We want to make sure that multi-billion-dollar bills that this government is proposing, these large money appropriation bills, deserve the level of scrutiny that they should. What about those voices, Madam Speaker? And that's not going to happen anymore because of this alliance, this coalition between the NDP and the Liberals. And Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, the impact that this is going to have on committee. So what about the Finance Committee? What about the Ethics Committee? What about other committees, important committees, Afghanistan? What about the Emergency Measures Act, the Emergency Invocation Act Committee? How are they going to be impacted, Madam Speaker? Because the resources of the House will now go towards evening sessions, and further putting in jeopardy the ability of not just those committees, but parliamentarians on the opposition side and Canadians in general to get to the bottom of what it is they're looking for. And when I go back to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, we've already seen that the government is going to allow any cabinet confidentiality. What other documents are not going to be available to the committee because the committee is not going to be able to sit, Madam Speaker? And so this is a government who ran in 2015 on the principle of being accountable and transparent by default. How times have fallen, Madam Speaker. How the hypocrisy of those words are now being shown by this government. This is a government that is anything but transparent and accountable. This is a government that is undermining the very role of this institution of Parliament, the constitutional obligation of the opposition parties to hold this government to account, to basically ram legislation through when they see fit. This is not a rubber stamp factory, Madam Speaker. This is a place for vigorous debate. It's a place where the government is held to account. It's not a place, Madam Speaker, where, as much as the Prime Minister wants it to be, it's not a place where he gets an audience This is a place where he gets an opposition. And Madam Speaker, Conservatives will work as long and as tirelessly as we need to in order to hold this government to account. We are going to expose this coalition, unholy alliance, these backroom shady deals that are being made by the NDP Liberal government. We're going to work as hard as we can to make sure that they're held to account, that there is transparency and there is accountability on behalf of every single Canadian that didn't vote for them but voted for a minority government in this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And so with the little time that I have left, the opposition party is proposing what we consider to be reasonable amendments. And Mr. Speaker, again, I thank you for your judicious and your intelligent ruling this morning to carve out those pieces that are poison pills that are meant to obstruct the opposition and in fact make the opposition vote against something that none of us would ever consider voting. But I do appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. But I am going to move the following amendments. And I propose that the motion be amended, A, in paragraph A, I, by replacing the words "a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party," with the words "a House Leader of a recognized party may, with the agreement of the House Leaders of two other recognized parties." 2, by replacing the words no later than 6:30 p.m. and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting, or with the words "request with at least 2 sitting days' notice that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for." 3, by adding after the words "a subsequent sitting" the words "other than a Friday," and 4, by adding after the words "a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53(1) is to take place," the words "or a day appointed for the consideration of business under Standing Order 81-4. B, in paragraph B, by deleting subparagraph 1, by deleting in subparagraph 2 the words "quorum calls," and 3, by deleting in subparagraph 3 all the words after the word "crowned," and C, in paragraph C, by replacing in subparagraph 2 the word 35th with the word 15th, and 2, by deleting subparagraph 4. I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that these reasonable amendments that I'm proposing, which takes into account not just how this place functions and how properly it should function, but also takes into account, as I said at the onset, the concern that we have for the lives and how they're going to be impacted for the people that work here, Madam Speaker. And I'm not specifically relating to members of Parliament. I'm referring to the work-life balance of the staff that make this place operate. Whether it's the clerks, whether it's the administration, the bus drivers, the security officers, whether it's the food services branch or any others, not the least of which are the translators, Mr. Speaker, which have seen tremendous injury and impact, and I'm not understanding why the government would want to expose them to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Brassard, seconded by Mr. Bertel, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended, A in paragraph A. May I dispense? No. I, by replacing the words "a minister of the Crown may" with the agreement of the House Leader or of a recognized party, with the words "a House Leader of a recognized party may" with the agreement of the House Leaders of two other recognized parties. I, by replacing the words, quote, "but no later than 6:30 p.m. and request that the ordinary hours of daily adjournment for the current sitting," or, quote, with the words, quote, "request," with at least 2 sitting days notice that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for, quote, I, by adding after the words "a subsequent sitting," the words "other than a Friday," and IV, by adding after the words "a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53, 52 or 53.1 is in place, the words "or a day appointed for the consideration of business under Standing Order 81.4a. B, in paragraph B, I, by deleting subparagraph I by deleting in subparagraph II the words "quorum calls," and or I by deleting in subparagraph III and all words after the word "Crown," and C, in paragraph C, by I replacing in subparagraph II the word "35th" with the word "15th," and I by deleting subparagraph IV. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the House Leader for the opposition by bringing forward this amendment, because by doing so, he's giving the member from Winnipeg North another opportunity to speak to this. I didn't have the opportunity to hear what the member from Winnipeg North said on Thursday, so I'm looking forward to hearing his thoughts on this when he speaks again for the second time to this. But my question for the opposition House Leader is quite simple. He seems to be quite concerned about the staff right now and the impacts that asking staff will stay till midnight will have on them, but I'm wondering where his empathy was a couple years ago when the Conservatives literally made this House vote for 30 straight hours, or a couple years after that when they made this House vote straight for 22 hours. They knew full well that it would produce absolutely nothing in terms of a tangible result of improving this country other than just for the purposes of being destructive. So can the member please justify the hypocrisy for me that I'm hearing from him when he talks about being so overly concerned about staff and the impacts on staff when that party will force staff to stay here for 30 hours straight just to appease their own desire to see this place move as slowly as possible?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is an important question, but I first would like to ask the member, how's my caller? Is it okay? Yeah, good. Nothing like an MP troll. I love that. Mr. Speaker, those were appropriation bills. And if you recall, Mr. Speaker, we were very close at one point to seeing the government fall. It was 4:30 in the morning, and they were very close to actually falling. But, Mr. Speaker, this is legislative bills. This is a failure on the part of the government to propose their legislative agenda, to actually have it. It's actually a massive failure on their part because you know they've taken time. If you look, we've only had 19 pieces of legislation, and within that time, only 8 have passed. So it's not our fault, nor is it the fault of the people that work here, of the government's inability or their failure to push through their legislative agenda, Mr. Speaker. And so there's no need to expand beyond the normal course of business. That's already addressed in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 weeks of June. It was agreed to by all parties. But most importantly, what this motion does, Mr. Speaker, is it gives a trap, an ability of the government to basically shut down this place if there is scandal or if and when it decides to do that. We're here to work, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians, and we'll continue to work despite the assertions of the other side. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he thinks or what he feels about this government hurrying things through while neglecting to address in depth certain issues such as medical assistance in dying. There is a lack of seriousness on the committee. And I don't mean to criticize my colleague's party, but I think that his side of the House has also caused some problems in this file. You can be for or against something, but I think either way, it's proper to address it with at-length study. And so with this gag order, we're going to lack time to address the issue and study it. I'd like to hear from him on that.
House Leader.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague. The 4 House leaders proposed that the committee sittings be extended to the 23rd of June.
Here's another example, and I hope the honourable member understands this, of another example of a failure of a legislative agenda. That committee was supposed to legislatively report back in May. It wasn't until the end of March when we actually started talking about it. So we didn't agree with the May deadline, or we agreed with the May deadline, but we proposed to extend it till June 23rd, which we did. Now the government is going to put that off until October 17th, and I understand there are very important issues around that. But we just heard, just in advance of my taking the floor today, that the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee is actually going to be canceled today because of the government plans to prolong or extend hours of debate. They can't manage anything, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we're in this situation that we're in. We're actually now having to deal with the government's failure to push forward a legislative agenda to manage the time of this House, and it's Canadians and all of us that are going to be paying a price for their mismanagement of their legislative agenda. Thank you.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his bringing to attention the incredible work that is done in this House by the staff in this House. They are with us through all of it, and I know that I am always so grateful for their support, for their professionalism, for their work. They do need additional resources, and so I agree with him that this is required, and I know that this will take conversations and agreements amongst the parties, so I'm asking if he would support that move and push on the government to ensure that the additional resources are provided to interpretation, to security, to the staff in this place, so that we can get the work done that we are elected here to do.
That's right, you're here.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Time and time again, what we've heard, Mr. Speaker, the problem specifically with the interpreters, and I would suspect that this affects other parts of the operation of the House of Commons, is the issue of hybrid parliament. You know, let's stop this. Let's stop hybrid parliament. Let's get back to normal. Let's do what other legislatures around the country are doing, and let's return to in-person, because the interpreters have paid a dear price for this hybrid parliament. Anybody who understands, who's read those reports, understand that. And we can't just manufacture interpreters. There is a shortage, a pool of resources that are unavailable to us, Mr. Speaker. So my suggestion is that we get rid of hybrid parliament, we come back, we deal with this, we make it easier on the interpreters, we make it easy on all the staff that work so hard to support this place. Let's do what other legislatures are doing. Let's get back to normal and not hide behind the masks like the other parties are doing.
Let's just do a quick one. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask the Honourable Leader of the House Leader of Official Opposition if he would reflect that the dysfunctionality of this place cannot be blamed on one recognized party. When the House doesn't work well, it's because we've brought the partisanship of election campaigning into the daily work of the House, which is not how it should be. It's not how it always was in the past. And I think it would go away if we changed proportional representation as our voting system to increase cooperation in this place. Since the Conservatives actually got more votes in the last 2 elections, are they ready to consider perhaps changing our voting system?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
We can respectfully disagree on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for that. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, when Vladimir Putin senselessly invaded Ukraine, he not only attacked the people of Ukraine, but Ukrainians everywhere, including those here in Canada. I was recently joined by the Minister of Public Safety as we met with the Durham Ukrainian-Canadian Congress. We heard truly inspiring stories from people with family and friends on the ground, fleeing violence or staying to fight and defend their country. We heard the stories of the members of the Ukrainian community in the Durham region who wake up each day focused on helping those who have been affected. The Durham chapter of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress is coordinating an extensive support system and has even set up separate committees to help with housing, food, clothing, and much more. And as they prepare to support over 2,000 refugees, including hundreds they're already helping. I would encourage everyone who wants to provide support to visit supportukrainians.ca/Durham to find out how they can assist. The dedication, level of organization, and perseverance exhibited by the Durham UCC is nothing short of amazing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has put a number of projects on hold in my riding. A number of festivals and other events have been postponed or cancelled. Today, life is slowly getting back to normal, and a play is going to be put on May 27th and 28th in La Pocatière. Actors have been preparing for almost 3 years to put this play on, Georges Jodin, or Le Mari Confondu, which is a Molière comedy. And I'm sure that everyone will be smiling when this play is put on, and I would encourage everyone to attend. Mr. Speaker, let's encourage our friends who are artists and support our culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Halifax West. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a pillar of the community, His Excellency Wadia M. Ferris. Mr. Ferris is an engineer, entrepreneur, innovator, community builder who has put his time, talent, and treasure into a multitude of local, national, and international boards and committees. His unwavering support and commitment to society has earned him numerous awards, accolades, and honors, including the Order of Canada. For the past 26 years, he has served as the Honorary Consul of Lebanon for the Maritime Provinces. At the end of May, under the patronage of Ambassador Fadi Ziadi, the community will gather in the Silver Jubilee celebration, where the Order of Merit, Lebanon's highest order for civilians, will be bestowed upon him as a token of gratitude for his service to Lebanon and the Lebanese community in the Atlantic provinces. I ask all parliamentarians to join me in thanking and congratulating His Excellency Wadia Ferris. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, May 1st is International Workers' Day. It's an opportunity to highlight the many struggles that have led to better working and living conditions in our societies. If we have 8-hour workdays nowadays and labor standards, it's because workers have made many sacrifices and defended their rights and those of future generations. In the face of repression and injustice, they have chosen solidarity to push back the limits of what can be done. Yesterday, under the banner of Let's Get Past the Health and Safety Crisis, thousands of Quebec workers marched in the streets to remind us of all this. I salute these women and men who fought and are still fighting today. Happy May 1st. The honourable member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to wish Eid Mubarak to the entire Muslim community in my riding and all across Canada. At the end of this sacred month of Ramadan, I think in particular of the Moroccan community and especially one of our leading lights, Abdelghani Dades. My friend Dades, you are the guiding light of the Moroccan community in Canada, and we share a common mission, and that is to foster ties, closer ties between the Jewish and Muslim communities here and elsewhere. And people wonder why if people are wondering why I'm singing his praises today, it's because we are celebrating 60 years of diplomatic relations between Canada and Morocco today. and I love to hear the sound of your name here in this House. I'd love for you to know how much the Government of Canada recognizes and acknowledges the contribution you've made, and I hope that friendship lasts forever.
Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, if you build it, they will come. I'm certain that many, if not all, parliamentarians have recognized this quote from the Field of Dreams. For almost 75 years, Amherst, Nova Scotia has been the home of many incredible baseball players and volunteers, which has allowed this community to enjoy many championships and banners. Given their incredible community spirit and desire to move to evening programming, the enrollment for Little League baseball soared. The community needed another T-ball field. The Amherst Little League Baseball Association applied to the Jays Care Foundation's program Field of Dreams, and this year they are the recipients of a much-needed grant of $70,000. This, of course, is a testimony to the strength of their volunteers and players and history of baseball over the past 75 years. Congratulations to the Amherst Little League Baseball Association and to the many young people who will benefit from their involvement in Little League Baseball over the many seasons to come. Let's play ball.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, to all my Muslim brothers and sisters, Eid Mubarak. I would like to congratulate Senator Salma Ataullah Jan on her being honored by the President of Pakistan with one of the highest civilian honors, the Sitare Pakistan, in recognition of her humanitarian work. She is the chair of the Senate Human Rights Committee and is working hard to help Afghan families desperately trying to come to Canada. I would also like to recognize Dr. Anisur Rahman, Sadaf Ibrahim, Dr. Syed Aziz, Syed Kashif Alamdar of the Canada-Pakistan Association. I also appreciate Fahim Afan, Iftikhar Mirza, Mashuda Lubna Said, Mobeen Kaja, Moinuddin Siddiqui, Muhammad Zulfikar Bangash, Kamar Masood, Tahawar Rana, and Uzma Khan. All these community leaders are working hard for the Pakistani Canadian community and beyond in Ottawa. I would also like to recognize the important contributions that the Pakistani community has made for the socio-economic development of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Summer Job Program provides youth with great opportunities to develop their skills and gain valuable experience. This year, the CSJ program has over 140,000 federally funded summer jobs across Canada. In Brampton East, there will be more than 400 summer jobs available with organizations such as the City of Brampton, TRCA, Wet and Wild Water Park, and many other organizations. During the early days of COVID-19, youth were hard hit by pandemic-related job losses, and our government has stepped up with more support through increased investments across our youth programs, which will provide young Canadians with additional opportunities. Youth will be able to build upon their confidence, leadership skills, and gain from positive work experiences through the CSJ program. Our government understands young people are the future of tomorrow. If you are between the ages of 15 and 30, check out the Government of Canada job website. There are thousands of amazing opportunities for young Canadians now posted at www.jobbank.gc.ca/youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Imagine a place where everyone is included, regardless of gender, religion, political, or socioeconomic status. Imagine a place where children learn the value of teamwork, where children hopefully learn tough losses are often the best lessons. Imagine a place where communities are strengthened and relationships are built, where fundraisers happen and important stories are shared. If you haven't guessed yet, this place does exist. It's called a community centre. I grew up in Douro, Ontario, home to one of the best community centres in this country. They were recently named one of 4 finalists in Kraft Hockeyville, where $250,000 is up for grabs. Douro Minor Hockey is hoping to use the money to meet the needs of their growing and diverse community. This is how inclusion and empathy starts, at the grassroots level, where a community centre says, we invite and include everyone. I'm very proud of my progressive community of Douro Dummer. Voting happens only one day, May 6th, so log on to crafthockeyville.ca and vote as many times as you can. Ready? D-O-U-R-O. Let's go, Douro. Let's go.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
The member has provided a translation of this statement, which the interpreter will now read. May is Gaelic Awareness Month in Nova Scotia. This is a good time to celebrate the Gaelic language and culture. Since the 18th century, thousands of Gaels from the Highlands and Islands of Scotland came to North America. Among early settlers, they did not come with much, but built many communities in Canada. When I was young, I heard Gaelic in Cape Breton, Glengarry, and the Gaelic Society of Toronto. Children learn Gaelic from their parents. They learn stories, songs, piping, and Highland dancing. Today, Canadians are learning Gaelic in Nova Scotia, Toronto, and across Canada, joining 1 million learners from around the world. Up with Gaelic.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
I'm over here. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and recognize a constituent, Angela, who lives in my riding. Angela's son, Luca, was diagnosed with autism at the age of 4. The mental health stress on Angela's family, as well as many other families across our country, is compounded by many challenges. Navigating the many disconnected services, long wait lists for much-needed care for her child, and the very expensive therapy treatments are taking a toll on Canadian families. Parents of children with special needs often have to work a second job in order to pay for the services and the care they require. Mr. Speaker, families in Canada are struggling, and with the increased inflationary pressures, the federal government needs to acknowledge the challenges they face. It is our responsibility to assist Canadians who are struggling to balance family obligation with personal mental health difficulties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise loss of Grace McSweeney, a 12-year-old girl from my riding who passed away last month by suicide after a long battle with depression. While her mother Lauren and stepfather Jeremy were well aware of her struggles, they felt helpless. Her age and the price tag of services were persistent barriers when it came to accessing professional help. They also raised concern over the devastating effects that over-the-counter medication can have. Now they are fighting for stronger label warnings and child-proof caps on all acetaminophen products. I commend Grace's parents for channeling their grief into advocacy, and I'm honored to bring their voices to the House today. As today marks the first day of Mental Health Week, I encourage all members of the House to do more in providing mental health resources to kids who are struggling. We must work together to prevent tragedies such as the passing of Grace. May she rest in peace.
Order. Just remind folks to try to keep the conversations low so we can hear the rest of these statements by members. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
As the mother of 2 serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, I stand today heartbroken at the news of last Friday's tragic death of 4 officer cadets at the Royal Military College in Kingston. This senseless accident has shaken our community to the core. Officer Cadet Jack Hogarth, Officer Cadet Andrea Hansju, Officer Cadet Broden Murphy, Officer Cadet Andreas Salik.
These 4th-year RMC cadets were to graduate in 3 weeks and begin their careers as military officers. They served their country with dignity and pride, and I call on their classmates to carry on their legacy.
To the families of Officer Cadets Hogarth, Hansju, Murphy, and Salik, know that your military family and all Canadians mourn the loss of your sons. I also ask my fellow members of Parliament to join me in honoring their service to Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians mark the start of National Mental Health Week. In recognition of this important week, the Canadian Mental Health Association acknowledges the importance of empathy. I quote, "It's the capacity we share as human beings to step into each other's shoes, to understand where they're coming from and what they're feeling, to listen hard and refuse to judge." I couldn't agree more. Through these challenging times, we need to walk together with empathy and kindness. Today and every day, we need to recommit to destigmatizing mental illness and to do all that is required to make sure mental health supports are accessible to all, so that no one is left to suffer in silence. New Democrats will continue to fight for barrier-free, culturally appropriate, and accessible mental health supports. To the countless heroes who have been working tirelessly across the country and in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith to provide mental health supports at a time when we need it most, I thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, our Great Lady of Quebec song, Jeanette Renaud, was named a Knight of the Legion of Honour, the highest distinction in France. This singer, with a voice that's recognized by all, both powerful and tender, may sing that she is qu'une chanson, just a song. In Quebec, everyone knows she's much more than that. She has always taken her work un peu plus haut, un peu plus loin, a bit higher, a bit further, showing that l'essentiel is quand on se donne, when we give ourselves to the fullest. Mr. Speaker, to give you an idea of the extent of her talent, when she sings O Canada at a Canadians game, she even gives sovereignists the shivers. A warm and genuine woman who radiates as much through her endearing personality as with her talent. She is an incomparable ambassador of Quebec and a living treasure of French culture. We salute this touching initiative of our French cousins who offered her sunshine croissant for lunch. Thank you, France, and bravo, Jeanette.
I'll once again remind people to keep the conversations down. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, early Friday morning, 4 cadets of the Royal Military College died in a tragic accident when the vehicle they were in entered the water off Point Frederick. Fourth-year officer cadets Jack Hogarth, Andre Honchu, Broden Murphy, and Andre Solak all voluntarily joined the Canadian Armed Forces, understanding they may be required to make the ultimate sacrifice in the service of Canada. Losing a member of the Canadian Armed Forces is never easy to accept for family and friends, but losing someone in an accident just a few short weeks before graduation is even that much harder. Mr. Speaker, I don't know the personal details of all the families. However, Officer Cadet Broden Murphy was the son of a fellow class of ¡97 classmate of mine, Major Dave Murphy, and his wife Stephanie. I can't imagine the pain and loss they and all the families are currently feeling. On behalf of all the members of the House, I offer Dave, Stephanie, and all the families and friends of Jack, Andre, Broden, and Andre my deepest condolences and sympathy. I ask all members and all Canadians to keep them all in their thoughts and prayers. Truth, duty, valor, lest we forget.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 20th anniversary of Asian Heritage Month in Canada, a time to recognize the achievements and contributions of Asian Canadians. This weekend, I attended an event honoring Dr. Vivian Poy, the first Canadian of Asian descent appointed to the Senate. Dr. Poy's story is one of passion, creativity, and achievement. She originally moved to designate May as Asian Heritage Month. This year's theme, Continuing the Legacy of Greatness, reminds us of the generations of Asian Canadians who helped build this country in the face of adversity and discrimination. Anti-Asian racism has seen a sharp rise recently. To help combat it, I encourage Canadians from coast to coast to coast to learn about multi-Asian diversity, which includes Canadians who trace their roots to over 40 countries, challenge stereotypes, call out acts of racism and unconscious bias, and support local Asian businesses and organizations. Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale, l'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement libéral...
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government bought itself a majority to protect its leader until 2025. The NDP sold its soul to ensure the survival of the Liberal government. And now the NDP today is ready to leave its heart on the table, officially renouncing its role as an opposition party. There's still time for NDP MPs to keep a little dignity and say no to the Liberal whip by voting no on Motion 11. Will the Liberal whip allow the NDP MPs a free vote?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion 11 is all about extending the hours to enable members of Parliament to debate more. That's an open invitation for all members, whether you're a New Democrat, Conservative, or member of the Bloc, or even a member of the government. It provides each member an opportunity to be able to speak past 6:30 in the evening, like millions of other Canadians do, Mr. Speaker. They work past 6:30 too.
All right, so far, question one. L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Premier ministre a été le premier chef en exercice d'un gouvernement.
The Prime Minister was the first sitting head of a federal government to be found guilty of not following the law. The Prime Minister fired his Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, for not listening to his instructions on the SNC-Lavalin file. He bought himself some NDP MPs so that he wouldn't be held accountable for his actions in the Winnipeg lab scandal. The RCMP documents show that he came within a hair's breadth of a fraud charge for an illegal gift. Who in this government is going to stand up and say enough is enough?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has changed in the last 6 years where we have seen the Conservative Party, the official opposition, take personal attacks against whether it's the Prime Minister or other ministers. While the Conservative Party remains focused on personal attacks, I can assure the House that the ministries of this government will continue to work day in and day out for the betterment of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
C'est une excuse pathétique qui ne tient pas la route, Monsieur le Président.
That's a lame excuse that doesn't hold water. We're dealing with a specific situation where the Prime Minister admitted neither he nor anyone else authorized him to receive an illegal gift. Time doesn't erase the past. Just think of victims of crime who wait years to report their attackers. Is the Deputy Leader telling them to keep quiet and not say anything about these criminal acts? Why has the Minister of Justice already asked the RCMP to reopen the investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that the government remain focused on the job at hand. As the Conservatives, as I say, want to continue to have personal attacks against the different ministers of this government, we will continue to remain focused on the economy, on making life better for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary can sit here and be part of a government cover-up, and that's why this morning I again wrote to the RCMP Commissioner regarding the RCMP's criminal brief on the investigation into the Prime Minister's $215,000 private island vacation. The criminal brief says the RCMP deferred to the Ethics Commissioner's interpretation of the Prime Minister's actions were not criminal in nature. However, we now know from the news the former Commissioner, Mary Dawson, was unfamiliar with the criminal code offense of fraud against the government. She had no interpretation to give. So has the Prime Minister spoken to the RCMP in the last week about his criminal behavior?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize, even before the Prime Minister was the Prime Minister, even before he was the leader of the Liberal Party, Conservative members always had personal attacks against the Prime Minister. Ever since we've been in government, their focus has been character assassination. While they want to focus on that, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to focus on programs that matter. And an excellent example of that is the National Child Care Program, Mr. Speaker, a program that is serving Canadians in every region of our nation today.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The Prime Minister should really answer these questions. He can run, but he can't hide from the law. The RCMP deference to the retired Commissioner Dawson was asserted as one of the justifications for why it was not in the public interest to pursue a criminal investigation. But now, all of the public interest arguments by the RCMP for not pursuing charges have been undone in the past week. It is in the public interest for Canadians to know the Prime Minister is not above the law. So will the Prime Minister and his staff cooperate with the RCMP in this investigation of fraud on the government by the Prime Minister?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we're witnessing is an ongoing continuation of political theatrics from the Conservative Party. You know, 3 leaders ago they were talking about this, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, as I've pointed out in the previous questions, is that they can continue. They can do what they want with their focus. What I can assure Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is that this government, whether it's the Prime Minister, other cabinet ministers, or the Liberal caucus as a whole, will continue to focus our attention on making life better for all Canadians in every region of this nation.
L'honorable député de la Prairie.
Président, fin de semaine, c'était le retour du convoi.
This weekend was the return of the anti-public health measures convoy. This time, the Ottawa Police, OPP, and Parliamentary Security worked together from the very beginning. When people tried to move their vehicles into the security perimeter to reoccupy the downtown area, they were immediately arrested. No disturbances, shops remained open. In short, 3 days later, it's already over because everyone did their jobs well. And all this without the Emergency Measures Act. So, I have a $1,000 question. What was the Emergency Measures Act for this winter? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président, premièrement, je veux exprimer.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to express how relieved we are to see the good work done by police services, including the RCMP, that provided additional resources, and to maintain public security. To respond to my colleague, we invoked the Emergency Measures Act at the time because we needed it.
Monsieur le Président, c'est la preuve qu'on n'a jamais eu besoin de mesures d'urgence.
That's the proof we never needed emergency measures. We just needed to coordinate the work of all levels of government and the police. This is the same good work that ended the siege this winter. And that's exactly what this government refused to do during the occupation. Remember, it spent days blaming the city of Ottawa and calling the occupiers just a bunch of malcontents, and then weeks before creating any kind of coordinating body. It was the Pontius Pilate festival. He washed his hands of it until it hurt. All we needed was for him to do his job. So why the emergency measures? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, avec beaucoup de respect.
Mr. Speaker, with all the respect I have for my colleague, January and February required a great deal of contributions at the border in BC, in Manitoba, in Ontario, at the Ambassador Bridge. Many people were there. It was a threat to public safety. After calling upon the police forces, we invoked the Emergency Measures Act to protect the public, and that's always the priority of this government.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Deux importantes prestations qui permettent aux parents de rester à la maison avec leurs jeunes enfants et au travers de rester à la maison lorsqu'ils sont malades vont expirer ce samedi, qui s'en vient, le 7 mai.
There's an interpretation problem? There's an interpretation problem?
It's working. C'est bien. Okay.
It's good.
L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby peut recommencer.
Please restart your question.
Deux importantes prestations qui permettent aux parents.
Two important benefits that allow parents to stay home with their young children and parents to stay home when they're sick are going to expire this Saturday. This is coming up. And in the meantime, the reform for EI that would have set up paid sick leave are still pending. As Canada goes through the 6th wave of the pandemic, will the Minister of Finance explain why it's letting workers down again? Will she renew these all-important measures? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect and deserve an EI system that is responsive to their needs. EI sickness benefits are an important support for Canadians who need to leave work because of illness or injury. Workers receiving important treatments or requiring a longer period to recover from an illness or injury face a stressful income gap between the time they exhaust their benefits and when they are healthy enough to return to work. That's why we extended EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks, providing approximately 169,000 Canadians every year with additional time and flexibility to recover and return to work. There's more work to do, to be sure, and we'll keep working so that EI is there for Canadians when they need it most.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister's right. Canadians do deserve an employment insurance system that's there for them and that works. And in fact, they should have had that in place before the Liberals ended pandemic benefits that allowed them to stay home with their children when they're sick, that allowed them to stay home from work when they're sick to not put their colleagues in danger. But instead, what we have is a situation where the government is allowing these benefits to end without having put the 10 paid sick days in place, without having put the employment insurance reforms in place. So will the government either present these reforms immediately or extend the benefits until they reform EI and put the 10 paid sick days in place?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable colleague knows, we have brought forward legislation that has passed through this place with regards to 10 paid sick days. We've also worked hard to modernize the EI program so it responds to the needs of all Canadians and is fair and is equal. That includes giving parents the choice of taking either 12 or 18 months for parental leave and introducing the new parental sharing benefit so they can share the joy and work of raising their children more equally. We are following through on our promise to modernize the system with targeted consultations with Canadians that will bring forward a vision for a new and modern EI system. We know there's more work to do, and we're getting to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my prosecutorial career, I worked on hundreds of cases that took years to complete. Notwithstanding many unknowns, procedural delays, and complicated evidence, the truth always prevailed. Criminals must always be punished. Now Canadians demand answers from our Attorney General. If new evidence comes to light in relation to the member of Papineau's illegal vacation, even after 6 years, will the minister follow his oath of office and ensure that that member of Papineau will not be left off the hook?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, from all his long experience as a prosecutor, both the police and the prosecution services are independent in our Canadian system.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, as a former Crown prosecutor and somebody who taught at a law school, I note that an investigation can be reopened years after if new evidence surfaces. In the case of a fraud in hundreds of thousands of dollars, Mr. Speaker, this may result in a penitentiary sentence on conviction. So my question for the Minister of Justice, or pardon me, for the Attorney General, is this. Would he support the reopening of an investigation into a serious criminal fraud if new evidence surfaced 6 years later?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I had indicated earlier, as the Conservatives want to be able to continue to get into personal attacks, we will continue to focus our attention on what's important to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the reasons in which we have seen the type of response in different types of pandemic support programs, whether the packages such as the CERB, the wage losses program. There's so many things that as a government we've done in order to support Canadians because we remain focused on them as opposed to what the Conservatives are remaining focused on, personal character assassination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député Bellechasse des Chemins-Lévis.
Bon après-midi, Monsieur le Président. Quand on le questionne sur son...
When we ask a question about the very luxurious and illegal vacation taken, the Prime Minister responds that it was 6 years ago and it doesn't need to be pursued. It seems that the Prime Minister believes that he's above the law. Is the Minister of Justice comfortable with this situation? Doesn't he believe that the file should be reopened, given this new information?
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
If you ask the question 4 times, 5 times, whatever number of times you ask the question, the answer is really not going to say, not you, Mr. Speaker, but the...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to give some advice to the Conservative opposition. No matter how many times in which you might want to, as an opposition party, rephrase or phrase a particular question, I understand that your focus is more on character assassination, whether it's the Prime Minister or other ministers. My suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is no matter how persistent they are at that, we will be equally, or if not more persistent, on serving Canadians by developing good legislation and good budgetary measures that are going to help Canadians every day of their life.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Speaker, for 3 weeks, MPs, staff, members of the public, we all walked through that protest in downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks.
That's right.
Meanwhile, this government is claiming that the national security threat was so serious, so dangerous, that it couldn't be addressed using any other law. But if that's the case, how are we all permitted to walk through that protest every day? Either, Mr. Speaker, there wasn't a real threat and they were just overcompensating for their incompetent management of the protest, or, Mr. Speaker, or they were knowingly putting us all in danger, Mr. Speaker. Which one was it?
Yeah, which was it? The Honourable Minister of Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect to my colleague, she knows full well that the Rideau Centre was completely shut down, that small businesses were shut down. She knows full well that Ottawa residents were unable to get to work, unable to drop their children off at daycare. And if she doesn't take my word for it, listen to the Canadian Association of Chiefs Police, who said, and I quote, "The Emergencies Act is critical to assisting law enforcement in addressing the mass national and international organization of the Freedom Convoy 2022. Close quote, Mr. Speaker. We invoked it because it was necessary, and it worked.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, to adequately justify the use of the Emergency Act, the government must demonstrate that there is not an already existing law in place that could deal with the so-called emergency. Since the Prime Minister invoked the Act on February 14th in response to the Ottawa protesters, I have to assume that there is in fact good evidence that procedure was followed. But to know for certain, we need access to certain documents that are held by Cabinet right now. The Prime Minister is hiding behind secrecy. Now, this is strange for a Prime Minister who is committed to openness and transparency. So the question really is, why the cover-up?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we've been transparent all along about the reasons why we needed to invoke the Emergencies Act. We debated that motion right here in this chamber, and it's very discouraging to hear the members of the Conservative Party continue to diminish and downplay the severity of the national emergency which beset this community, multiple ports of entry. And again, if they don't want to take it from the government, listen to what the President and CEO of the Surrey Board of Trade said in British Columbia. Quote, "An unacceptable sabotage of the economy." Quote, "The impact of these blockades is choking already impacted supply chains." Mr. Speaker, I would encourage and urge my Conservative colleagues to speak to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that's not the evidence this government's hoping to rely on. During the appointment process for the Emergency Act inquiry, which led to the selection of Justice Rouleau, can the Minister of Public Safety confirm, did any minister or members of their political staff speak with the judge before his appointment? And if so, did they discuss what kind of evidence the inquiry would or would not seek, including documents covered by cabinet confidentiality or solicitor-client privilege?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, with regards to my colleague's original comment about him not wanting the Commissioner and the Parliamentary Committee to consider the testimonials, the lived experiences of Canadians, including the President of business improvement areas, small business leaders, ordinary Ottawans who live outside of this chamber, I would encourage him to revisit his position. We are listening to Canadians about the impacts of the illegal blockades, Mr. Speaker, and of course, Judge Rouleau will carry out his inquiry independently, transparently, to ensure there's accountability on this decision. Thank you.
People want to ask questions and get on the list. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, vendredi, le Premier ministre a...
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Prime Minister refused to cede any immigration powers to the Premier of Quebec. It would be less insulting if the federal government were at least a little bit competent, but everything it touches is a disaster. The backlog for Quebecers applying for permanent residence is now 31 months. There's 29,000 backlogged files. The government is being sued by people who've been waiting for 13 years. 13 years! Does the Prime Minister realize that not only should he give Quebec the powers it's asking for, but should also say thank you? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Immigration is essential to our economy, and the member on the other side knows that last year we welcomed over 50,000 new permanent residents in Quebec. Also, immigration targets have increased considerably, which should reduce backlogs. We will always work very closely with the Government of Quebec to make sure that the immigration system continues to operate for Quebecers and Canadians. They refuse to even name the problem, which makes it really hard to solve. There are court cases for files that have been dragging on for 13 years, and these are people, not files. That's what the Prime Minister is forgetting in his conflict with Quebec. The federal government is proving that either it's incapable of handling the workload or doesn't consider them important enough to make improvements. Why not just transfer power to Quebec so that it can take care of its own immigration? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Monsieur le Président, encore une fois, je remercie.
Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the member for his question, but he knows full well that Quebec determines selection criteria for immigrants to Quebec, including language skills. Immigration is essential for our economy. We've already welcomed 50,000 new permanent residents in Quebec, and Quebec and Canada work together to welcome more immigrants here in Canada.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Monsieur le Président, Ottawa doit aussi.
Mr. Speaker, Ottawa should also transfer the management of temporary foreign workers to Quebec. Every year, the federal government causes delays for our businesses by forcing them to produce market studies that already exist. In fact, Quebec produces them for all of the sectors of its economy. Quebec could simply apply them to temporary foreign workers by integrating them into its labor strategy. It's that easy. When will the federal government stop burdening our businesses and transfer the management of temporary foreign workers to Quebec?
L'honorable ministre du Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Quebec selects 74% of its immigrants and permanent residents. They have their own selection criteria, including knowledge of French. They select students that come in as well. In 2021, we have been working together. Even though the Bloc Québécois just wants to create conflict, I will say that we are working well together.
Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
You just can't trust these Liberals, Mr. Speaker. They tell hopeful millennials who make good wages and are stuck in their parents' basement time after time they will act on housing affordability. Take blind bidding. These Liberals promised that they would ban it. Outside of making it a criminal offense, it is clearly an area that's under the exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces. Will the minister admit today that their election promise to ban blind bidding in the last election was false right from the start? Or are they planning to start criminalizing real estate agents who take blind bids on behalf of their clients?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le membre pour sa.
I thank the member for his question. On this side of the House, we know full well that the dream of Canadians to buy property is becoming more and more difficult. One of the measures in our budget is to work on a charter of buyer's rights in collaboration with provinces and territories, because on this side of the House, housing is a right, and that's what we're going to work on. And I invite the member and his colleagues to vote in favour of the measures in the 2022 budget. That's leadership.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, le Canada est rendu.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has ended up with the third highest inflation in the G7, 6.7%. That means, in real terms, for Canadians that they didn't get a 6.7% wage increase, they got poorer. The price of groceries has increased by 8.7% in the last year. That's the second highest rate in the G7. We'd say, or that it seems, that the minister is wearing rose-colored glasses with the budgetary forecast. I don't know what the minister's doing, but it's not working. And when will she change the plan to work for Canadians? The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I am glad that finally the Conservatives admit that inflation is a worldwide phenomenon. Canadians know that. The last inflation number was 6.7% for inflation in Canada. In the United States, it's 8.5%. OECD, 7.7%. And the Eurozone, 7.3%. It's Putin and COVID that are to blame for inflation.
Of Quinty.
Mr. Speaker, housing affordability in Canada is so bad, it's now affecting our military families. It's so bad in CFB Trenton, Canada's largest Air Force base in my riding, there are currently 360 families on a waiting list for housing on the base. Military families who cannot afford homes in the community now do not have anywhere to live, and is it affecting our ability to retain and attract military personnel? Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister of Defence is, how much of the $15 billion in the budget in the military is going to create housing for our Canadian military families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister on Zoom.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are making critical major investments in personnel, equipment, and infrastructure that will support continental defense, will support military families, will support equipment and resources for the Canadian Armed Forces. We agree that the lives of military families as well as CAF personnel themselves is of the utmost importance. That's why Budget 2022 committed $8 billion towards increased defense spending in the budget. And that's why that is on top of 70% of increase under strong, secure, engaged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, a scathing report from the Environment Commissioner showed that Infrastructure Canada is no longer accurately tracking emissions for the projects it funds. Local communities depend on this data. They are on the front lines of climate change and are committed to meeting climate targets. They need the federal government to provide reliable information, as well as the stable funding they've been requesting. How can this Liberal government claim to support local communities when they are not even tracking the climate impacts of the infrastructure they fund?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. We welcome the findings of the Commissioner's report. We believe, like him, that Canada should always do better when it comes to fighting climate change, and specifically on infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. We are doing things that have never been seen before in Canada, such as using infrastructure dollar to invest in nature-based solutions all across the country, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the best ways not only to fight climate change, but to mitigate the impacts of climate change and adapt to those impacts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kawadinagaski.
Mr. Speaker, Peguis First Nation is once again facing devastating flooding, unprecedented water levels, 900 people evacuated, over 600 homes impacted. In 2009 and 11, the Manitoba NDP government and the federal government supported Peguis. Today, the situation is worse. This is a climate emergency. Peguis needs support now, including from the military that have stepped up for First Nations during emergencies. Will the federal government work with Peguis and the province to ensure they get all the help they need, including urgent military support now?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. I am very concerned, Mr. Speaker, that Peguis First Nation is experiencing flooding events again this year. They have been impacted significantly, Mr. Speaker, by previous flooding, and their communities have been working to rebuild their homes and their community. The Canadian Red Cross, Indigenous Services Canada are working with Chief Hudson to evacuate residents as required, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work with the community to ensure that they have the resources and supports that they need as this is an active event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, Francophones outside Quebec need strong institutions to help their communities grow and prosper. In Sudbury and Northern Ontario, Francophones are hoping that the University of Sudbury can get back to its Francophone roots. As an independent French language university, according to the by and for governance principle. Can the Minister of Official Languages tell this House how this government is making this dream a reality? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. Our government understands that we need to invest in institutions supporting our official language minority communities, specifically the French language education system. On Friday, I joined my colleagues, the members for Sudbury and Nickel Belt, to announce that our government will invest nearly $2 million in the University of Sudbury. That money will strengthen the university's capacity and help it train the next generation of Francophone leaders. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, around the world there is consensus that we're moving into the endemic phase of COVID-19. Unfortunately, federal employees continue to be left behind. In Canada, federal mandates persist and many employees are losing their jobs because of their personal choice. This would include approximately 1,000 members of the Canadian Armed Forces, who now we know can't find housing, at a time when recruitment and retention is already at an alarming low rate. On which date is this government going to give Canadians a federal plan to lift these mandates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Honourable colleague for his question. You know, having a vaccine workforce makes our workforce and our communities safer. We asked employees of the Federal Public Service to attest to their vaccination status, and they stepped up. 99% of public service have attested to being fully vaccinated. We are currently reviewing this policy, and we will be back to Parliament to share our decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Order. It's hard to hear the answers. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, in Health Committee, Dr. Isaac Bogosh stated this complicated science that the Minister of Health keeps referring to with respect to mandates could be summarized in one page. We've also heard again that there's going to be a regular review of these mandates. Where is it? When is the Prime Minister going to be transparent and make us all aware of the scientific benchmarks and government reviews and release Canadians from those who disagreed with him from these vindictive and overly punitive mandates, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his collaboration on the Health Committee, and I'd also like to acknowledge that he served many years not just in the Canadian Armed Forces, but also as a family doctor. And he knows that today we know more about COVID-19 than ever before, and we're in a very, very different place than we were 2 years ago. We have a safe, effective vaccines, a highly vaccinated population. We also have new treatments that can help patients from getting seriously ill. Our government will keep making decisions as we have been over the past couple of weeks, and it would be nice if they could acknowledge that things have been changing over those last couple of weeks. We'll continue to adjust our advice and public health measures based on the evolution of this virus. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are in a different place, but there's nearly 4 million Canadians that are having their charter rights violated still. They can't leave or enter the country, and they can't even travel domestically, even though all the provinces have lifted their vaccine mandates. They're being prevented from visiting relatives who are in some cases dying. And so will the Transport Minister admit that vaccinated and unvaccinated people can both get and transmit COVID, and there is no longer any justification for violating the charter rights of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, the last 2 years have been very difficult on Canadians. We've had lockdowns, we've had public health measures, people lost their jobs because of the uncertainty of the pandemic. Governments around the world provincial governments, municipal government, we're all grappling with doing the right things to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Many decisions included vaccination mandate, included other public health measures. We are seeing that our government and other governments are slowly adjusting these measures. We will continue to consult our experts as we review those decisions, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
2 years in, and testing for incoming international travelers is creating significant bottlenecks at Canadian airports. Many Canadians still can't travel, and public servants who can be working from home, clearing this government's backlog on just about every single service they offer, they've been cast aside. This ideological crusade of this government is having an impact on our reputation. When will they admit that they've got it wrong and lift the ineffective and now obviously vindictive federal mandates?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I understand that the Conservative Party does not agree with our government's decision when it comes to public health measures. However, talking down vaccine, talking down public health measures is not a wise thing to bring Canadians along. We can debate the need and the necessity for those measures, but calling them vindictive is unwise, and I call my honourable colleague to realize that we are doing everything we can to protect the health and safety of Canadians. If they disagree with us, they can argue that with health experts, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, every spring it's the same, just as predictable as the return of warmer weather. Every year we see federal delays when it comes to the temporary foreign worker program. The same farmers need to pay for the same labour market assessments every year. And once again, we're seeing delays in worker arrival. Farmers are worried about missing the harvest. Mr. Speaker, as Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. When will Ottawa end this tradition of failure and transfer the program to Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that immigration is essential to fight the labour shortage. We are prioritizing processing files in key areas, such as agriculture and food processing. In the first quarter of 2022, we processed nearly 100,000 work permits, nearly double what was processed in the same period last year. We will continue to work hard, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Canadian employers have access to the employees they need to help support Canada and Quebec's economic recovery. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is proposing many possible solutions. At the very least, the federal government could stop requiring the same labour market impact assessments every year, at a time when everyone knows we are suffering a labour shortage. It could do more to speed up workers' arrival to Canada by having their biometric tests done here. It could manage their work permits once they've arrived in Canada. There are many things that the government could do, but it is refusing to improve. So if it doesn't want to deal with the situation, why not let Quebec do so? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, or rather, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that the temporary foreign workers program is vital for the Canadian economy. Employers should be able to get decisions on the matter at a time when they can hire these workers. That's why, as part of our solutions for the labour market, we are taking additional measures.
On low-wage positions for employers in seasonal industries, we are extending LMIA validity from 9 to 18 months, and we are expanding flexibility for LMIA applications in low-wage occupations. We are also increasing the maximum employment duration for high-wage and global talent streams from 2 to 3 years. We will continue collaborating with employers to ensure...
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this government has managed a hat-trick. It has managed to bring down 3 different services: immigration, EI, and now passports. It's the same mess everywhere. People in my riding have had enough. They're waiting on the phone. They're waiting for weeks or months to get answers. We've had 2 years without people traveling. Didn't this government foresee that there would be an issue with passport renewals? This government is always reacting to things. When will it act proactively and reduce delays for passport renewals? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. As I have said before in this House, we have seen a remarkable increase in passport renewals requests, but Passport Canada is working very, very hard to ensure that Canadians get their passports before traveling. This week, we opened 12 passport centers on Saturdays to help with processing passports. Employees are working evenings and weekends to ensure that more Canadians get their passports on time. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not looking to pick fights because I'm not a member of the Bloc Québécois, but at a time when most Canadians are getting back to in-person work after 2 years of pandemic, some workplaces are still closed in the federal government. For example, at Passports Canada, you have to make an appointment. But in order to make an appointment, you've got to spend hours waiting on the telephone. Canadians deserve better. How is it that we're back here in person, but that employees at Passport Canada are not? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have good news on this. Service Canada and passport offices will be reopening their kiosks in almost all locations. We have spoken with unions and employees who have been working from home and who were working long hours to serve Canadians. But we know that this is an important issue. Many people want to travel at this time, and so the services will be offered at offices throughout the country.
Liberal Kawartha.
Poor planning has resulted in unacceptable wait times for Canadians to get a passport. The Liberal government is profiting from Canadians' desire to travel, yet offering less service. They knew this need was coming, yet they clearly are not prepared, and now Canadians are paying the price. Passport Canada is charging a $45 transfer fee plus an additional $110 fast processing fee. All these unnecessary processing fees are making a 10-year adult passport $315 instead of $160. Wow. Why are Canadians paying for the Liberals' inability to plan?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, and as I have said numerous times in this House, we are experiencing an incredible increase in demand. For the past 2 years, many Canadians followed the advice of government and did not travel. Now they're looking forward to traveling again, and so therefore there is a big increase in terms of demand. That being said, Service Canada and Passport Canada are doing everything they can to meet this unprecedented surge in demand. Just this past weekend, we opened 12 centers on Saturday to assist. Passport officers are working day, night, and on the weekends to meet the demand, and will continue to provide the best service possible that we can to Canadians, understanding
the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Eliminating all remaining long-term drinking water advisories on reserve is a priority for this government. To accomplish this long-awaited aspiration, it is indispensable that First Nations communities need to access reliable funding for their water and wastewater services over long periods of time. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of Indigenous Services Canada inform this House how this government is working in partnership with First Nations at every step of the way to ensure sustainable access to clean drinking water in First Nations communities, specifically in Atlantic Canada, a territory governed by the Peace and Friendship Treaties?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Fredericton for this very important question. Access to clean drinking water is fundamental, Mr. Speaker. That is why Budget 2022 will provide $173.2 million to support the transfer of services in 17 communities to Atlantic First Nations Water Authority. Recently, Chief Ross Purley stated this gives us self-determination on drinking water. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with all communities to find and support Indigenous-led solutions to strengthen water management on reserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, this year's budget raises more questions for Canada's wine industry than it answers. Last year's budget dedicated $101 million over 2 years in support of a trade legal excise exemption replacement program, an amount the industry says falls way short of what they need. This year's budget now forecasts the government generating $135 million over that same 2-year period. Where is that extra $34 million in forecasted revenue going? Will it be given back to the wine industry to support their needs? Which is it? You promised to make them whole. Will you do so?
Just remind the member on the usage of you. L'honorable ministre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. As we announced in last year's budget, we will be providing more than $100 million to support wineries in adapting to ongoing and emerging challenges. The program is expected to open for application intake this summer. And as I'm sure the honourable member knows, Canada had a WTO dispute with Australia. We settled that dispute in July of 2020. And our settlement required the repeal of our exemption by June 30th of 2022.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians followed public health measures and made tremendous sacrifices during the COVID-19 pandemic. Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. Provincial health officials have followed the science to remove vaccine and mask mandates. With all the provinces and most countries moving on from the pandemic restrictions, why won't the Prime Minister follow the science and immediately end all federal vaccine mandates and restrictions on Canadians?
Great question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Edmonton Manning for the question. As he's well aware, Canada's a really big country, and public health advice can vary across the country due to local epidemiological situations in various provinces and territories. I'd also like to say that all of the other countries that have been named in this House lately, we've got a lower death rate than all of them, and we should acknowledge that our very low death rate is due to the very high vaccination rate and the strict adherence to public health guidelines and the ongoing pandemic that we're all experiencing. Mr. Speaker, we all want this pandemic to be over, and following the public health restrictions, we'll make sure that it is over soon.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Record inflation under this government doesn't only affect Canadian seniors, but their children too. With 2 children in university and all too familiar Alzheimer's diagnosis, forced a family in my riding to dip into their meager retirement savings to support their loving father in his time of need. This is a reality that far too many Canadian families are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, informal caregivers are the backbone of this care economy, so what specific measures will this government be introducing to help young families care for their aging parents?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for the question. When it comes to supporting Canada's seniors, Budget 2022 provided great news, including, Mr. Speaker, $5.3 billion over 5 years for the dental care, engaging with experts on creating a career extension tax credit, creating an expert panel to study the idea of aging at home benefit, doubling the qualifying expense limit of the home accessibility tax credit, $1.5 billion to extend the rapid housing initiative, creating at least 6,000 new affordable housing units, and Mr. Speaker, finally $475 million to provide a one-time $500 payment to those, including seniors, facing housing affordability challenges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, bias, obstacles, and discrimination are a daily reality for too many Canadians, including Black Canadians, racialized Canadians, and Indigenous peoples. As the biggest employer in the country, the federal government is responsible for setting an example. Can the President of the Treasury Board tell us about the concrete measures taken to strengthen diversity and inclusion in the public service? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his hard work and for his question. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to take concrete measures to eliminate discrimination in our institutions. We have created the Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, launched programs to eliminate obstacles to recruitment and promotion. We have published disaggregated data, and we have amended the Public Service Employment Act. Mr. Speaker, discrimination has taken root over a long time. Therefore, eradicating it will take unrelenting effort.
Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, Mohamedou Slahi spent 14 years imprisoned in Guantanamo Bay despite being innocent. During his wrongful detention, he faced extreme conditions, including torture. He has filed a lawsuit with federal court alleging that while living in Canada, Canadian authorities shared false information which led to his unjust arrest. CSIS monitored him and passed along incorrect information about Mr. Slahi. Will the Public Safety Minister admit that once again our national security agencies were complicit in the detention and torture of an innocent person?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in line with our values which are enshrined in the Charter, Canada, of course, condemns all forms of torture. Canada has a duty to uphold fundamental rights and freedoms in all instances. And, of course, it would be inappropriate for the government or any member of this chamber to comment on matters which are before the courts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is, how is the government ensuring that with new publicly funded plutonium technologies in so-called SMR reactors, we are not increasing the risk of nuclear proliferation of weapons, undermining global treaties? The experimental molten salt reactor in New Brunswick, being built by a company that's never done it before, of course, because no one has, British company Moltex, has admitted through its CEO that there is a risk, and he goes on to say, quote, "We will ensure we've got the risk of nuclear weapons proliferation managed and sufficiently low." What on earth is sufficiently low in an era where Putin is saber-rattling nuclear weapons?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small modular reactors are under development in several countries around the world, not simply Canada. Look to the United States, look to the United Kingdom. As the Honourable Member knows, nuclear energy plays an important role in Canada's current energy mix. In the recent budget, we provided resources for the independent Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission to focus on readiness to regulate SMRs. Going forward, Canada is committed to ensuring its nuclear industry continues to comply with all existing international obligations.
Well, that's all the time we have for question period today. So, to talk on out,
That's all the time we have for question period.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find the unanimous consent of the House for the following: that this House mourn the tragic loss of 4 officer cadets on Friday, April 29th, 2022, and express its deepest condolences to their families, friends, and the Royal Military College community during this very difficult time.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. So, following discussions among representatives of all parties of the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the 4 officer cadets who lost their lives in Kingston. I will now invite the honourable members to please rise. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
It being 3:14, pursuant to order made Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motions at report stage of Bill C-8. Call in the members. Just have to check. The question is on motion 1. Le vote sur...
A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 to 10.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltel, move that Bill C-8 be amended by deleting Clause 2. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Chong. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Ms. Findley. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nater. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McLean. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lobb. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Ms. Lanceman. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Lake. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Tucker. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Gould. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Madame Vien. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldinelli. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Richards. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abu Tayyif. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Shields. Mrs. Thomas. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Motts. Monsieur Lehoux. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Epp. Mr. Currick. Mr. Morantz. Pardon me. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Morantz. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Brock. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Muse. Mr. Ruff. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Williams.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Ms. Bennett. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Rodriguez. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Tassi. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Monsieur Boissonneau. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Carr. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Thériault.
Terrien.
Pardon. Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And seeing no hands up, one last try. Bon. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas for 118, 118. Nays contre 210, 210.
I declare the motion defeated. Mr. Lametti for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures, is amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to please rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote? Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Culkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Caputo.
Pardon me. Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Davidson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Morant. Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I would like to inform the House that the House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
des députés n'a pas.
If members were unable to vote due to technical problems, I now invite them to raise their hands, and the Speaker will recognize them.
Essayons ça pour une deuxième fois, Monsieur le Président. Je vote en.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Quelqu'un d'autre? Anybody else with problems? No. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 183, 183. Nays contre 148, 148.
I declare the motion carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Now, daily routine of business. Affaire courante ordinaire. And I'll give it 30 seconds for people to clear out of the House and get their conversations outside. Order. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36-8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition, and this return will be tabled in an electronic format.
The introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities entitled The Canada Infrastructure Bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's tabled. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Collection and Use of Mobility Data by the Government of Canada and Related Issues.
Tabled. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for, I should have had that ready, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the second report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Monday, April 25th, 2022, be modified to substitute the name of the organization, First Nations Finance Authority, with First Nations Financial Management Board on page 16 of the report in English and page 20 in French.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. The honourable member for hold on. There you go. I should know this by now. Mr. Keurig, seconded by Ms. Goodrich, moves that Madame Kuzi moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, presented on Thursday, March 31st, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and enter into debate on such important subjects. So, Mr. Speaker, let me first start by sharing that I will be splitting my time with the member from Selkirk Interlakes Eastwood. Eastman. My apologies. Madam Speaker, once again, we find ourselves in this place debating the what has become the trend of this Liberal government. That trend of corruption, lack of ethics, and failure on the front of integrity time and time again. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk not about ancient history, as the Liberals would like to often suggest that Conservatives want to talk about. Madam Speaker, I rise today not to talk about something that doesn't have direct impact on Canadians. Madam Speaker, I rise not to simply have character assassinations, as in question period we heard the Liberals suggest that's all Conservatives were worried about. Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about the integrity and the trust that Canadians need to be able to have in their institutions. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the report and the amendment that's been brought forward by my honourable colleague, we have an opportunity as parliamentarians to once again discuss the fact that there has been a significant erosion of trust in our public institutions within this country. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest, and the reason I make this suggestion is because I hear it each and every day from constituents. There has been a significant erosion of trust in our democracy within this country. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to what is known as the question of conflict of interest in lobbying in relation to pandemic spending. Madam Speaker, something that most Canadians would know as the We Charity Scandal report, where this Prime Minister awarded a massive contract to his friends. And, Madam Speaker, we saw throughout the course, and I had the honour during the first session of the last Parliament, to sit on the Ethics Committee, that in the midst of what was an unprecedented time in Canadian history, certainly, and in the world, facing a pandemic, and the fact that supports were needed, and Conservatives did support, contrary to what the Liberals would like to suggest, did support some of those supports that Canadians needed so much. But, Madam Speaker, what we saw transpire over the year of 2020 was that there was an unprecedented level of obviously lobbying, and that resulted in a massive contract being awarded to an organization with very close ties to the Prime Minister and his family and other central members of this government. So, Madam Speaker, this, what was supposed to be, $800 million to go towards students finding summer employment during what was a very, very challenging year for all Canadians, ended up being bogged down in scandal. So not only was the question of ethics and integrity, and certainly I would suggest certainly meeting the definition of corruption, that this government certainly met that end, and I would suggest today in this place, Madam Speaker, that they did show themselves to have an unprecedented level of corruptions, whether in this program or the many other scandals that we have seen from them. Madam Speaker, we saw that Canadians suffered. Students not getting the supports and resources that they need. We saw the fact that, like I mentioned before, questions being called, more Canadians questioning each and every day the fact that they don't know if they can trust our institutions. They don't know if we can trust our democracy. And then on it went. There was a prorogation. Now, although that Prime Minister, that Liberal Prime Minister, promised to never prorogue Parliament, well, he broke that promise, Madam Speaker. Now, we all know what that means he did. He broke that promise. The timeline for breaking that promise, I might add, and I know this authoritatively because I was on the committee, was within the number of days when documents that very well may have been very, very revealing of the Prime Minister's relationship with this organization were supposed to have been submitted. But, Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister participated in a hundreds of millions of dollars in cover-up. So their defense, the Liberals' defense quite often was, well, it wasn't $800 million. It would have only been about a $400 million scandal. Well, Madam Speaker, $400 million is beyond the imagination of most people. The amount of dollars that again have been wasted by this government in terms of corruption. Madam Speaker, we have within this report let me first thank the committee, because my involvement in the first session of that Parliament, it did get back to work. Because something that this Liberal government certainly doesn't like is the fact that they don't have a majority, although they seem to have bought one here more recently. But they were faced with the fact that a committee did decide to do good work. And although the Liberals filibustered that committee for countless hours, and I know I participated in many of those hours of filibusters where from trying to teach committee members Latin and a whole litany of excuses, Madam Speaker, that will go down in history as one of the most unprecedented cover-ups in Canadian history. But, Madam Speaker, we saw that the committee did do good work and brought forward 23 recommendations. So when I moved the motion in the Ethics Committee, which I now have the honor of sitting in again in this Parliament, when I moved this motion to see retabled a number of months ago, the report, the good work that committee did, along with those 23 recommendations, the significant research and testimony, and even the admissions of contempt. Now, in a parliamentary democracy, Madam Speaker, contempt is a significant allegation, but there was admissions of contempt on the part of the Prime Minister. But we saw at the end of summer of last year, 2021, we saw something that unfortunately is not that uncommon. We saw, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister flip-flopped. He misled Canadians on a whole host of issues, but specifically he promised, so stood in this place with his integrity being shown, and then a few months later, Madam Speaker, called an election. Now, he promised not to do that. Now, Madam Speaker, the definition of the word that is not allowed to be said in this place. But Canadians know what it is. And it is an absolute shame that we find ourselves in this place once again. And now we see over this past couple of weeks, once again, the integrity of our Prime Minister being shown. Now, this time it's not simply a contract being given to a friends of the Prime Minister's, but, Madam Speaker, the possibility of criminal charge. Now, I don't know if the Prime Minister simply goofed up when he admitted to the fact that he didn't give himself permission to absolve himself of criminal charges, but, Madam Speaker, that's a big deal. The fact that we have a Prime Minister that, in this place, seemed to admit to criminality. Now, when it comes to the Canadians that I hear from, in the last couple minutes of my speech, Madam Speaker, I hear from Canadians often that ask the question as how can he get away with this? How can we have a government that the litany of scandals that litter the path of our Prime Minister as he jet sets from coast to coast, whether it be for surfing, whether it be for vacations, whether it be for friends getting lucrative government contracts, or the fact that during a pandemic there is significant evidence of sole source contracts for ventilators, as one example, that were never delivered. Madam Speaker, the serious questions that Canadians need answers to. And the reason why they need answers to these questions is because there has been a significant erosion of trust, not to mention all of the political and policy differences, which certainly coming from a rural East Central Alberta riding, there's a lot of policy differences in the attacks, and I could go on and on about those things. But, Madam Speaker, at the heart of it, it shouldn't be about politics when it comes to the integrity of our democracy. And the fact that now, over the course of what I hope will be the next number of hours, we get to, once again, seek clarity so that Canadians, not political interests, not so-called character assassinations as the Liberals simply like to pivot to when they're afraid to answer questions. But, Madam Speaker, simply ask the questions that all of us have the responsibility to do so when it comes to ensuring that our elected officials, and in this case our government and the head of the Prime Minister as the leader of that government, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the tough questions are asked, that the answers are given, and that accountability can be brought back to this country, because, Madam Speaker, I am fearful that the damage that is being done to our democracy is putting it in great peril. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, to say that I'm disappointed, I would say yes. To say I'm surprised, I would say no. It's unfortunate that the Conservative Party continues to demonstrate to Canadians its willingness to play games. We're actually supposed to be debating the motion 11, to ultimately see parliamentarians be able to sit longer for debates in order to accommodate more debates. Now they take yet another tactical report, something that focuses on their interests, not the interests of Canadians, and that's what it is that they want to debate, as opposed to be debating other more substantive issues, such as the motion number 11, C8, and so forth. My question to the member is, does he not see the hypocrisy which is oozing from the Conservative caucus on the whole issue of credibility and standing and addressing the issues that Canadians are facing today? It's shameful.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, what's shameful is the fact that that member is complicit in a government that is so corrupt that they refuse to even allow the conversation of accountability within this place. Madam Speaker, specifically when it comes to this government's legislative agenda, it is nothing short of incompetence to the extreme that they cannot seem to manage anything, government, their ethical conduct, let alone their legislative agenda. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to debating Motion 11. Unfortunately, that government, in what is the height of hypocrisy, moved closer to limit debate on what is a motion that would limit the ability for MPs within this place to have their say and give, Madam Speaker, get this, this is incredible. This Motion 11 that he just referred to would give the Prime Minister unilateral ability to shut this place down on his whim. Madam Speaker, that's not democracy, that is tyranny, and certainly lends pretty close to the allegations that I hear often from constituents that suggest that this is not a Prime Minister, but rather a dictator.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Those are huge words that being hurled around in the House by the Conservatives yet again. This is the party that, of course, was many of the Conservative MPs, not all, fortunately, were very supportive of the so-called Freedom Convoy that sought the overthrow of democratic government in this country. Just thought ripping away all of the democratic values and traditions that we know in Canada. Now, the member says that this is an important issue, but he has to answer a very simple question, and that is that the Conservatives are now presenting the same concurrence report this week that they presented last week. Now, the House dealt with it last week. They're coming right back and presenting the same motion this week. And what they're saying is that the House's time, the time that needs to be spent to ensure that we actually get in place legislation that will help teachers, that will help farmers. I know the member, as everyone else in this House, has been hearing from teachers in his riding because of the delays that the Conservative have caused around C8. Yeah, I know that he's heard from farmers in his riding that have said the same thing, that the Conservatives went blocking all pieces of legislation, and now they're doing it, running a rerun, running a re-debate of what was already debated last week and will be debated in an evening session once all parties come to agreement. So my question is very simple. Why is he presenting exactly the same thing, exactly the same debate, when the House already considered that last week?
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a little bit of revisionist history from the member, so let me just correct the record. We had indeed endeavored to move this last week, but the government simply moved to orders of the day, which restricted the ability for members of this place to actually enter into discussions on this incredibly important matter. Now, when it comes to the coalition or confidence in supply, or the fact that Trudeau, my apologies, the Prime Minister, bought his majority, Madam Speaker, my simple response is this. All NDP members of this place, I encourage them to go to their constituents and be honest with them when they try to explain and justify the fact that they are involved in a cover-up of unbelievable proportions each and every day, that they are enabling the incompetence of a government that cannot only not manage its legislative agenda, but government itself. And, Madam Speaker, the fact that they seem to be more than happy to play games as—
the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Battle River Crowfoot for splitting this time with me and for his great intervention. And you know, it was just raised that, yeah, we brought forward this concurrence motion last week, but because the government does not want to discuss the WE scandal in any more detail, they moved the motion to orders of the day that essentially shut down the debate on this concurrence motion. I want to thank both the committee, the Ethics Committee from the last Parliament, from the 43rd Parliament second session, that tabled a report on the questions of conflict of interest and lobbying in relation to pandemic spending in June of 2021. And I also want to thank our current Ethics Committee in this Parliament, who have now tabled this on March the 31st. So it is important that we have a chance to revisit what happened in the We Charity scandal and why this is important and why we need to continue to look at how we improve upon our officers of Parliament, like the Lobbying Commissioner, like the Ethics Commissioner, like the Privacy Commissioner, and ensure that we have better oversight of government officials who are being lobbied and entered into certain contracts that put oftentimes ministers of this government, of this Liberal government, into conflict of interest, as we've seen in multiple reports that have been done now by the Ethics Commissioner. The previous Ethics Commissioner, Mary Dawson, and the current Ethics Commissioner, Mr. Dion. Now, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time in reminding everybody on the unethical behavior of this Prime Minister. And again, in today's question period, I asked the Prime Minister about the criminal investigation that the RCMP started based upon the luxury vacation gift that he got on a tropical island, and that he was not only found in violation of the Conflict of Interest Act by the former Ethics Commissioner Mary Dawson, and we're talking about that he contravened sections 5, 11, 12, and 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act, but we also know that the RCMP investigated the Prime Minister under section 121(1)(c) of the Criminal Code for fraud on the government. Now, we also know that the Prime Minister was found guilty of contravening Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest Act over the issue of SNC-Lavalin and the prosecution that was going on there in trying to, I guess, influence. He essentially had a concerted campaign against Jody Wilson-Raybould, our former Attorney General, who refused, of course, to offer a plea deal to SNC-Lavalin, what we call a deferred prosecution agreement. And she stood on her principles as the Attorney General of Canada to ensure that they faced the music. But she lost her job because she stood up to the Prime Minister and she stood up on the principles of justice. And also we know that the Treasury Board President of the day, Jane Philpott, who sided with Jody Wilson-Raybould, was also fired from cabinet, and then ultimately the two of them were kicked out of the Liberal caucus. Now, we know that that scandal in itself had huge overarching impacts on the Liberal Party of Canada. We know that the principal secretary to the Prime Minister at the time, Gerald Butts, had to resign. We know that the clerk of the Privy Council at that time, Michael Wernick, also resigned, so both of them resigned in disgrace. But, you know, that isn't the only person. It's just not the Prime Minister who has acted unethically. And I'm going to get to Minister Bill Marneau right away. First of all, we know that the current Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities, when he was the Minister of Fisheries in the last Parliament and the MP for Beausejour, he was caught up in the lucrative clam scam, which he practiced nepotism, made sure that family members received lucrative $24 million contracts for clams. And then we come to Mr. Bill Marneau, you know, our former finance minister, and he was found guilty of violating the Conflict of Interest Act when he failed to disclose to the Ethics Commissioner that he had a luxurious villa in the French Riviera. And it took him 2 years to disclose this property, which all of us as members of Parliament, and especially public office holders, whether they are members of Cabinet or their parliamentary secretaries, are required to submit all our financial information to the Ethics Commissioner so that they can go through it, as well as publicly disclose it so that people know if there is any way that members of this House, and public office holders in particular, can be influenced. Now, as I mentioned already, the Prime Minister was found guilty on 4 different charges on the luxurious vacation that he took on a private island, and he's being investigated for fraud. But, you know, it's important to point out that both the Prime Minister and Bill Marneau failed to recuse themselves from discussions around the WE charity. And we know that the WE charity was offered a chance here to develop a program for summer students and for supporting students during the pandemic that was over $500 million. And both Bill Marneau and the Prime Minister had relations with the Kielburger family as well as with the WE charity, because Bill Marneau's daughter worked for them. Bill Marneau and the Prime Minister had received benefits directly from the WE charity. They were both close personal friends of the Kielburgers. And because they failed to recuse themselves from the discussions happening at the cabinet table, awarding a sole source contract to the WE charity, that is what was found in contravention under the Conflict of Interest Act. Now, we know that because of it, Mr. Marneau was removed from cabinet and resigned as a member of Parliament. We also know that the WE charity produced 10 videos of the Prime Minister, which were essentially campaign-styled videos, Madam Speaker. And they were valued at over $217,000. And to make the point, in one of the videos, the Prime Minister says, "I pledge to work hard for all Canadians," something that we hear all the while he answers in question period. And then he went on to say, and he's going to invest in our youngest leaders, you. This is a promise, a campaign-style promise by the Prime Minister to these future voters. And it clearly was a political message. Now, we also know that the Prime Minister's wife had received a $20,000 getaway vacation to speak at a WE charity in London, England. And that was just a week or two after the fact that the Liberal government had awarded the Kielburgers and the WE charity the $500 million sole source contract. And then as you dive into this report, Madam Speaker, you'll find out that, you know, there was multiple people in Bill Marneau's office, in the Prime Minister's office, and the member of Waterloo were working directly with the Kielburgers on how to design the program. And why did they have to work with the WE charity to design a program? Because the WE charity had never done a program like this ever. They didn't have the capabilities to actually offer this program, and it was designed specifically for them to orchestrate this program. And because of that, of this hand-holding that took place, we know, and as the member from Battle River Crowfoot just said, public trust in our democratic institutions was eroded. Now, on Thursday, March 25th, 2021, some of those staffers that work in the Prime Minister's office and Minister Marneau's office were asked to appear at that committee by a House order. Ben Chin, Rick Theus, Amital Singh were all ordered to appear. Ben Chin is senior advisor to the PM. He directly messaged with Craig Kielburger of WE. We know that Rick Theus, who worked in the Prime Minister's office as the Director of Policy and Cabinet Affairs, met with the Kielburger brothers from WE as well. And then Amital Singh, who worked for Bill Marneau, also worked directly to make the tailor-made program, Madam Speaker, for the WE charity. And all these members failed to comply with the order from the House. They are in contempt of Parliament. And because we've had an election, because we're in a new Parliament, that does not purge them of their contempt of Parliament. And then we need to also dive in more, Madam Speaker, into the role of the MP for Waterloo. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to move an amendment to the motion, and that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics presented on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, providing that A, the committee be instructed, 1, to make every effort possible to receive evidence from Ben Chin, Rick Theus, and Amital Singh, the witnesses who did not comply with this House's order of Thursday, March 25th, 2021, to appear before the House. 2, to consider further the concerns expressed in the report about the member for Waterloo's failure in her obligation to be accurate with the committee. And 3, to report back by Monday, October 17th, 2022. And B, the committee be empowered to order the attendance of the member for Waterloo from time to time as it sees fit.
I'd like to ask the honourable member for Selkirk, Selkirk Interlake Eastman, if you can clarify that you did mention that the attendance would be before the House, but it's more before the committee. If in the first part, you say that the witnesses should be attending in front of the House or not? It's in front of the committee. Thank you. So Mr. Bazan, seconded by Mr. Brock, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all... Can I suspend? No. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, presented on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, be now not concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, provided that A, the committee be instructed, 1, to make every effort possible to receive evidence from Ben Chin, Rick Theus, and Amital Singh, the witnesses who did not comply with this House's order of Thursday, March 25th, 2021, to appear before the committee. 2, to consider further the concerns expressed in the report about the member for Waterloo's failure in her obligation to be accurate with the committee. And 3, to report back by Monday, October 17, 2022, and B, the committee be empowered to order the attendance of the member for Waterloo from time to time as it sees fit. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Government's House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member sees any hypocrisy when you have the official opposition on the one hand saying that they would like to be able to have more debate on issues, and then they bring in filibuster concurrence reports to prevent debate from happening. And they're voting against the government through Motion 11 being able to actually extend debate time. So that members would even have more time to debate. So on the one hand, the government is providing the opportunity to debate, and on the other, the opposition is saying that we want to be able to debate, but you're denying any opportunity for yourself. It's almost as if you want the chamber to self-destruct in terms of debate.
Yep. Just a reminder, I do not want to self-destruct. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think we all sit here and witness every day the member from Winnipeg North self-destruct on an ongoing basis. You know, when you really want to get down to it, Madam Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg North stands in here every day to help with the cover-up of government corruption and unethical behaviour. And we know that you know, we already just voted on the closure motion to ensure that there is a vote on Motion 11. So Motion 11 is going to be coming into force whether we like it or not. The government, with their unholy alliance with the NDP, will get their Motion 11 through, and we don't feel like it's necessary to sit there and debate this in a long, drawn-out process. What's important is that we have committees that have been doing important work here on the ethical behavior of this government, and that we need to refer this back to the committee so that we can dig in deeper, and the committee can do its work and report back to this House on those that actually held this place in contempt, Madam Speaker, by refusing to appear before committee, and that the member from Waterloo herself perjured herself in committee by refusing to share information with the committee and lying about it, so are misleading us, Madam Chair. And so we have this opportunity to bring those people back and get down to the bottom of what actually happened in the WE scandal.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like the member. He's very experienced in the House and get along with him well, but I do not understand the Conservative strategy. The official opposition House leader just a few hours ago was saying the Conservatives don't want to delay things. They said they understood that the fact that teachers and farmers are trying desperately to get access to the tax credits that the Conservatives have held up by refusing to in any way allow consideration of C8. But it's also the disinformation of Conservatives that concerns me. I mean, our standing orders are very clear. Standing Order 66 means that the motion that they brought up last week, the concurrence debate that they brought up last week, as the member well knows, is subject to a debate next week. That's in the standing orders. It's obligatory. And so the fact that they're doing their summer reruns, reintroducing a motion, reintroducing the same amendment that they did last week, doesn't allow the House time to actually get the legislation through that teachers and farmers and so many others are looking for. So I just don't understand the Conservative strategy when they seem to be blocking all legislation of all types at all times, and then they introduce a rerun when they know, and the member knows, that next week all of this will be considered because the standing orders require it. So why are they taking time from the House now when they know very well that this debate will be held next week and they can reintroduce for a third time the same amendment?
Honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of that member who used to stand in here and rail against the government on the WE scandal itself, because the Prime Minister and the former Minister of Finance, Bill Marneau, refused to recuse themselves from this decision process. This is the member who always wanted to make sure that we didn't do closure on debate. And now, since he's become, I guess, the deputy leader of the NDP Liberal Coalition, the deputy House leader, that they are now standing in here defending the government on moving things like closure on debate, of trying to limit the ability of committees to do their work on things. Like he wants to kick the can down the road another week or two before we actually do it. We have a chance to get this done today, put it to a vote, and let the committee get to work immediately on making sure that those that created or that committed contempt on this Parliament are actually held to account.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, I think it's clear from the answers to the last question, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives have absolutely no response to the great question that the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman was just asked, because had he actually conjured up an answer to the question, he would have been able to provide some substance to the member's question. But I think it's in the best interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker, that we get back to the business of this House rather than the political games that the Conservatives are continuing to play. Therefore, I will move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Here, here. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member of a recognized party in the House wishes to ask for a recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, they need to stand and so indicate to the chair.
Eastman?
Yes. No.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Well, in the...
Good. The question is the following. Mr. Garretson, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute electronic voting period will begin now, and we will now proceed to votes for those here in person. All those in favor will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mrs. Sudds.
Mrs. Sudds.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Oh, pardon me, correction. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Brassard.
Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Camp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. There you go. We got through today. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
What's going to happen?
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion carried.
There is no justice.
Okay. And just call orders of the day? Yep. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government businesses. Resuming debate on motion 11 concerning extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings, as well as on the amendment of Mr. Brassard.
Last, the member for Barrie Innisfil, the House Leader for the official opposition, had 2 minutes. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
2 minutes of questions.
2 minutes of questions.
Yes.
So, do you want me to ask myself a question?
Well, you can get in. We can ask someone to ask a question. It would be great.
Mr. Speaker, why is this government?
There you go.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is actually very straightforward. When you take a look at the essence of motion 11, all it wants to do is allow for more debate time so that members of the Conservative Party and others would be able to address and talk about legislation more. Why does the Conservative Party oppose additional debate time?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, I've said this numerous times. This government has failed miserably in dealing with their legislative agenda. Now they're going to make everybody around this place pay a price. Conservatives are prepared to work 24 hours a day if we have to, and we will. We will, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
To the honourable leader of the official opposition in the House, I'm torn about the debate because we've clearly, over the years, and this happens to be, by the way, for everybody else who was elected May 2nd, 2011. Anyone else out there? This is our 11th anniversary. So we've had a lot of late nights in June. This is the first time we've faced the prospect of sitting till midnight in May and into June. We do good work that way, but it's not the best. And I wonder if the honourable colleague from the Conservative Party would agree with me that it'd be far preferable if we adopted the rules we have, which prohibit members from reading speeches, and then we'd have fewer people prepared to keep debating forever and ever on a point.
I have to give the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil the time to answer. 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have an already agreed to schedule that all of the parties agreed to last year. The last 2 weeks are proposed for extended sittings. And the honourable member is quite right. This has never happened before. So what Canadians need to ask themselves, and certainly what the NDP needs to ask themselves, is why? Why are we doing this at the beginning of May? It's because the government has failed in its legislative agenda, and the second reason is they've got the NDP in their hip pocket so they can do whatever they want now, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I do not have unlimited time like the official opposition, and I will have only a few minutes to make my speech, I would like to read that speech, but I rise in this House. Madam Speaker, I would like there to be some decorum, please, because I'm speaking.
Can I ask the honourable members to take conversations outside of the chamber, please? May I ask the honourable members to take their conversations outside of the chamber, please? Thank you. Honourable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I said that I was rising in the House, very disappointed by the kind of parliamentary democracy that this government is promoting. Just wasted time and energy. And since it has won the support of the NDP, this government has been acting like an arrogant majority government, some would say. Is it really a surprise? Madam Speaker, I got involved in politics because first and foremost, I refused being cynical about it. I heard the parliamentary secretary for the government House leader say last Thursday, without any embarrassment, that tabling this kind of motion was commonplace, routine, in fact. And in fact, I noted, looking back, that this happens all too often in this parliament. And it's not rare. And I'm told it's not serious because the Conservatives did it before they did. But it's not because the Conservatives did it first when they were in power that it should be considered justified, Madam Speaker. We mustn't accept parliamentary mediocrity and the inability to manage parliamentary business. The complacency shown by this government, its nonchalance even in managing a legislative agenda, particularly with regard to medical assistance in dying. We had 3 sittings before the election. We had a committee, and the committee was called back only at the end of March, and the first meeting was April 8th, Madam Speaker. It's completely unacceptable. This motion is something that I think is unworthy of a democratic parliament. I think that this motion is despicable. It is the result of either a malicious, twisted, cunning mind or a rare insensitivity to people who are suffering. Today, with this motion, not only is the power of the opposition parties being limited, but they're using it for partisan purposes. They're reducing it to end-of-session games. And we're talking here about questions of life and death. They're using the dilemma of end-of-life care and the suffering of those at the end of their lives. People who are subject to intolerable suffering, who want to have access to support as they die in a death that's worthy of an individual with full respect for their free choice, a choice that was made freely and it was an enlightened choice. These people trusted us last year during the passage of C7. They thought that we would take the year that we had before of us at that time to undertake a rigorous and careful analysis with a transpartisan approach in order to produce a credible report on this review, this legislative review. The strategy used by the Liberals is, in our minds, the height of cynicism. We're seeing that they're going to trample on the rights or powers of the opposition with the complicity of the NDP when back in 2017, 2018, and 2019, the NDP voted against this very kind of motion. The opposition is being muzzled. They are imposing a gag order, but in the same motion, we could include the will of the Bloc Québécois to extend the work of the mixed joint committee until October 17th. So they're cutting time on the one, and then there's the extension on the other. Knowing that the motion cannot be split or divided, the chair was able to allow us to split the vote nonetheless, but the Bloc was put in a position where it had to vote against its wish to see a review of the Medical Assistance in Dying Act to ensure it was credible and rigorous, to allow the standing committee, the Joint Standing Committee, to table a report that was worthy of expectations or denying its principles related to parliamentary democracy. In fact, Madam Speaker, with this motion, the government, which has dragged its feet since we came back from the election in creating this special joint committee, came forward with one motion a motion within a gag order to gag the opposition parties. What a great initiative. Since the start of the 44th Parliament, the Bloc, through my voice and the voice of my excellent parliamentary leader, indicated to the government that there wasn't enough time and that we had to move forward by consensus in order to extend the date for the report of the Joint Committee. And a first compromise was made for June 23rd. Unfortunately, we would have had to sit intensively from the very first meeting more than once a week in order to be able to do that. The process is as important to ensure the credibility of the conclusions drawn. This part of Motion 11, at the very least, should have been tabled separately. Discussions could have continued with the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party to date has claimed that June 23rd was reasonable and sufficient. And we see how at the end of a session can be upset in terms of the timetable, the agenda. We know that the hybrid parliament makes it difficult to optimize the resources to work more, even to midnight. We see that this limits the organization of work. So saying that we could do it, that we could call witnesses and ensure
Honourable members to please take conversations to the lobbies. Thank you.
the Honourable Member for Montcalm call in witnesses and ensure that these witnesses could speak to us and table briefs of longer than 1,000 words, because they're limited to 1,000 words, to talk to us only for 5 minutes. And so when I look at what Quebec has done, experts were invited. They got an hour for questions and answers, 15 minutes in order to be able to speak about their research. And how can we consider that this process could have been credible, Madam Speaker, with such a short deadline, when we could have had a report that was more than 10 pages? It's indecent. I'd like to talk about the main reports that were done with regard to medical assistance in dying. And I would like to talk to you about these, Madam Speaker, to show you how the October 17th date was a completely achievable date, a realistic date. Let me just tell you a little bit about this. In 2012, there was a report from the National Assembly, Dying with Dignity, the Special Commission on Dying with Dignity, 143 pages, medical assistance in dying, patient-centered approach, a special joint committee in 2016, 67 pages, the report of the Canadian academics, December 2018, first report, there were 3. The expert committee on medical assistance in dying, and for minors, the expert committee on medical assistance in dying, the state of the affair of requests for medical assistance in dying, 243 pages, the expert committee on medical assistance in dying, where there are mental health issues, December 12th, 2018, 200 plus pages, medical assistance dying for people with mental health issues. There was the Fillion-McClure report in 2019, 157 pages, and this report was developed after 17 meetings of 8 hours long. The report by the Special Commission on the Evolution of the Act on End-of-Life Care from December 2021 at the National Assembly, 90 pages, 39 meetings with witnesses, 46 steering committees, and we have to do this in 8 weeks, once a week, with witnesses that can't table reports of more than 1,000 words. Madam Speaker, with a report, and we were told, well, Perhaps it can't be more than 10 pages. No, that's not serious. And this is an motion inside of a gag order motion. And you think we're going to be happy with that? The Conservatives cannot agree at all with what I'm saying about this issue. I don't have an issue with that. But the work is not being done properly. It's being done in a partisan manner, and it's turning into end-of-session games when we're talking about such a serious issue, and I can't accept that, and it's this government that's doing it. Madam Speaker, the motion that we are debating today is an eloquent example that with the support of the NDP, the Liberals can decide how to behave and can behave as a majority government with arrogance. And the message for Canadians and Quebecers from the last September elections have gone by the wayside. This government, this minority government, I must remind the House, can start to push people around and cut the debate when it wants to, and that's unacceptable. The motion before us today, although it will extend the debate until midnight from Monday to Friday, seeks above all to put a gag order on the opposition, and I want to add to my examples that I've given of this an additional consideration that shows some deference to the employees of the House. I think it's important to consider the impact that the extension of our sittings till midnight will have and the ability of interpreters to do their work safely, those that work in the House and in committees. We have seen throughout the pandemic how the extra hours have had an impact on interpreters, particularly with the virtual meetings. The Liberals should have shown more consideration. Should we be at all surprised? With this extra work for the interpreters, we fear that the time slots available for committees will be reduced. Madam Speaker, I want to read the first part of the motion. A, the day that this order is adopted, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be midnight. We want to sit and debate, and with regard to medical assistance and dying, we wanted to do that before April 8th of last year. And that until Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his or her seat at any time during a sitting but no later than 6:30 p.m. and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting or a subsequent sitting be 12 a.m., provided that it be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53(1) is to take place, and that such a request shall be deemed adopted. When I read this with the support or agreement of another recognized party, I understand that this is to be the NDP, and we have to understand that it is indeed the NDP. And yet, the NDP has not typically done this. It's not the first time that a government has tabled a similar motion, and we can see what the new Democratic Party's Democratic position was. So if we look at what happened between 2011 and 2015 during a Liberal majority government, obviously we see that the Liberals and the Conservatives are throwing the ball back and forth, and they're saying that it's just commonplace. And on May 30th, 2013, motion number 14, extension of the hours of sitting and the extended sittings. The opposition voted 34 against, including 34 NDP. May 29, 2018, motion number 22, extension of the hours of sitting and extended sittings. The opposition voted, including 30 NDP. May 28, 2019, motion number 30, extension of the hours of sitting. The opposition voted against, including 30 NDP. Between 2011 and 2015, a majority Conservative government. 11th of June 2012, motion number 15, extension of the hours of sitting in June. So 27 on the extended hours between the 11th and 22nd of June, except for the Friday. 96 NDP voted against. 20 May 2013, motion number 17, extension of the hours of sitting. The opposition voted against, including 82 NDP. 27th of May 2014, motion number 10, extension of the hours. NDP voted against. The last time, Madam Speaker, that a minority government tabled this kind of a motion, it was beaten by the opposition in 2009. It was a minority government, and normally we see that there is no ability to do this. And now we see that government is acting like a majority. 9th of June 2009, majority Conservative government. 9th of June 2002, motion number 5, extension of the sitting hours in June. For 134, against 138, the opposition voted against, including 27 NDP. However, we know that the Liberals and the NDP have an agreement on this motion. NDP is always opposed the motion to this, oppose this kind of maneuver in past years, and now has decided to accept it. There will be an extension of the hours of debate till midnight from Monday to Friday, as long as the leader of the government gets the approval of the leader of the NDP, and that it happens before 6:30 p.m. If there is an emergency debate or a take-note debate on the agenda, the extension will be till 10 p.m. The minority government will become the absolute master of the agenda in the evenings without allowing the opposition, whether the opposition is in agreement or not with what's happening in the House. That's the first part.
Mais là, vraiment.
Now, it's Section C that is really going to limit the opposition's power. The leader of the official opposition spoke of this and demonstrated this with all of the examples which showed how the opposition's powers could be taken away. So I'm not going to go through that again. He did work. I have 2 minutes left, Madam Speaker, so I will continue. By saying that where this motion is truly troubling is when we come to point E, which introduces an extension for medical assistance in dying. Whether we agree with that or not, it took work to get to a vote, and thankfully we will have a split vote on this issue. And Madam Speaker, and I know I only have about 1 minute left. All right, yes, I do indeed just have 1 minute left. So I'd like to say that I ask all parties in this House to have a transpartisan approach in this. And I know that I hope that people will vote in favor of this part of the motion. However, I have a sub-amendment to table, Madam Speaker, which reads as follows, that the amendment by modified at A2 by substitution of the words 2 sitting days with the words 1 sitting day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We'll wait. It's not a big sub-amendment. It's doing my
Monsieur
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended at A2 by substituting for the words 2 sitting days, the words 1 sitting day. The sub-amendment is receivable. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I heard the member speak at length about his accusations that the government is unable to fulfill its responsibilities in terms of delivering on its agenda. But I'm wondering if the member has ever taken the opportunity to talk to some of the folks in the Conservative Party. They share a lobby together, perhaps to go to them and say, hey, maybe you're going a little bit overboard with respect to the way you're trying to stall on pieces of legislation such as C8. Conservatives have had 51 speakers speak to it in report stage alone, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can comment on whether or not he's taken his criticism to the party that he shares a lobby with to share his frustration over how slow things are moving given their tactics.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, once again, my colleague is unable to rise and go beyond base partisanship. However, that having been said, I was very clear in my criticism of the government on the fact that they introduced within a closure motion, within a motion to limit debate, a file that they have very badly managed, a file for which they have been laxist, and a file which, unless without the split vote that we have called for on medical assistance in dying, we would have been forced to vote against something that we would have liked to have seen gone ahead. So, Madam Speaker, I'll stop there because this member always shows that he's ready to be partisan. He's criticizing the official opposition, which he says has done even worse than his government, and he says that this justifies what they're doing right now, but they're the ones in power, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Montcalm has looked at a number of problems that he has with paragraphs in the motion, but I'd like to hear him speak more on paragraph D, subparagraph 4. I have the English in front of me, so I'll just read that quickly. If a member of the House tables a motion to adjourn the House until September 19th, without any debate, without amendment, it could be considered by the House. Well, that seems to me to be an on-demand prorogation. If at any time things are going badly for the government, they could essentially prorogue the House. It's something they promised not to do in 2015, and which the NDP also promised to never support. So what does the Honourable Member for Montcalm think of that? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. It's a great question. My colleague is absolutely right. When I said that this would limit the powers of the opposition parties and that it would limit debate in Parliament, well, this is a very clear example of how a government can become arrogant, especially with the support of another party, that they've given themselves the powers of a majority government. Voters voted for a minority government, and in that context, Madam Speaker, I think that the government is going to have to pay the price of what they are doing right now. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague, and I've worked with him for a number of years now, but I have to say that he is just looking at one side of this debate, and he's forgotten all of the times that the NDP has voted to move things forward, because we are here to move things forward, on issues that are important to everyday Canadians. The Honourable Member knows that. And now we're in a situation where the Conservatives systematically are blocking everything. They don't want anything. They don't want to see anything pass through the House of Commons. Even when farmers and teachers in Quebec are asking that these bills be passed, the Conservatives are saying, no, we don't want these things to move forward. The NDP has pushed and forced the government to put in place dental care, to put in place also for the first time an affordable housing program. So my question is very simple. Why is the Bloc just a spectator in all this? Why are they watching the Conservatives block everything for months and months? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Madam Speaker, I have a hard time understanding what the House Leader of the NDP has been saying. If the NDP one day were to take power, would they be doing the same thing as the Liberals right now? Is that what he's saying? Well, this is a good example of them supporting something they've criticized in previous parliaments, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for... Sorry... The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was a very strong speech that we heard, Madam Speaker. There were some very harsh words about the government. Mediocre, laxist, unable to move things forward. And I would say that he forgot some other similar words. But I was wondering at some points if he was talking about the Liberals or the NDP with all of those harsh criticisms. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, Madam Speaker, I think I was pretty clear. And I think that it will be up to the NDP to answer to why, and again, after I listed all of their previous votes since 2011 on similar issues, how is it that they've always voted against this kind of measure which would restrict the power of parliamentarians, and now all of a sudden, because they have a little deal with the government, now, they're enticed by the scent of power, and so now they're saying, no, we don't need to respect the rights of parliamentarians. And I guess that's what it means to be a new Democratic Party. Questions and comments?
Madam Speaker, the members made reference to the fact that it's a minority government, and that's what Canadians had elected. Part of an elected minority government means that you have to get some onus of responsibilities as an opposition party. That means at times you have to work with the governing party in order to get things through the House of Commons. Now, the Bloc, I understand the Conservatives. The Conservatives, they just want to frustrate the legislative process. Yep. They don't want things to pass. Correct. The Bloc, on the other hand, seem to have bought into the Conservative Party. So as much as the Bloc and the Conservatives come together and criticize us for working with the NDP, what about the unholy alliance between the double blue, the Bloc and the Conservatives, who want to prevent things from going through the House? Is that not a reality also?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, once again, Madam Speaker, we see the partisanship from my colleague across the way. It seemed that my speech was very clear, Madam Speaker. I said that it was odious to put in a motion for closure, a part of the motion that deals with medical assistance in dying, when for months and months we have been asking the government to extend the work of the committee, to call the committee back, to reform the committee as quickly as possible. I said that the day after the election. They've dragged their feet, and now all of a sudden, because time is running out, they've decided that it's time to put that into a closure motion, Madam Speaker. And here, once again today, we're seeing that they haven't heard the message. They haven't understood my speech. There are things that aren't being done. If they had done this separately, if they had decided to do the work of parliamentarians, and if the Conservatives again had said no, we could have had this same debate on a single point, and then maybe the cat would have been out of the bag. But that's not the case right now. There are people who would want to vote against this motion for reasons other than I've mentioned. Time for a brief question.
Member for St. James. Sorry. Oh, I had it just a second ago. Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I want to ask my honourable colleague about is the part of the motion that prevents us from making quorum calls. This is not just a matter of suspending a standing rule. This is a constitutionally entrenched right. The rules of this House call for the ability of members to make a quorum call. In other words, you could have literally one or two members in this House introducing motions or bills. I wonder if the member could comment on why it is the government would think that this is important to do.
A brief answer, please. The Honourable. Parliamentary Secretary knows that it's not his turn. The Honourable Member for Montcalm, a brief answer, please. Madam Speaker, my colleague is absolutely right, and I would say that it's even harder when we're in the House to make sure that quorum is respected, but because there are people participating who we don't see. They're participating virtually. And I know that I can't speak of who is present or not in this House, but in recent days, I might have wanted to make a quorum call, but I've been told that, oh no, maybe there are people who are participating virtually. But that having been said, Madam Speaker, it's essential that we be very careful with this, and one day or another, we're going to have to get rid of the virtual parliament because we have work to do, and we have to do it differently than with simple closure motions.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with the excellent and eloquent member for Elmwood Transcona, who will speak after me. And I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that, what I've just heard from the Bloc Québécois, it really saddens me, because here the Bloc Québécois has seen for months now how the Conservatives have blocked absolutely everything. And instead of intervening to help people in Quebec who need to see these bills move forward, well, the Bloc has said, no, we are spectators here. We're not going to intervene. We're just going to let things go. And they want to let things go, and they've done that for months and months, and they want to see that continue for months to come. And I'm sad, Madam Speaker, to see that, because Quebec didn't elect them just to let Parliament turn in circles, to let one party to decide to block everything. The Bloc is here, I think, to really move things forward. And yet they have refused to do that. I find that very sad. But I'm happy to see that they will vote in part in favor of some elements of Motion 11. That's at least one positive point. So, Madam Speaker, I will be voting in favor of this motion, and I will explain why I'm voting for this motion. When I look, and to do that, I'll look at the story of this Parliament.
Came out of this unnecessary election last fall that Canadians didn't want, and the Canadians rightfully said we're going to have the same Parliament that we had in 2019. They basically adopted the same numbers. But the message that they were sending to all of us was to work together. And Madam Speaker, as you well know, we did have a moment when, I think a shining moment in parliamentary history, and that is when we adopted unanimously, every single member working together, adopted unanimously the ban on conversion therapy. And at that point, yes, I think it's worth applauding. This was a shining moment in this Parliament. Conservatives actually proposed the adoption unanimously of that important bill. And members from all parties voted together. And then we know what happened after that. Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservatives at the time was deposed. The Conservatives have broken into various factions. And subsequent to that, we have seen a rogue element within the Conservative Party decide that they are going to block every piece of legislation coming forward. Every single piece. Nothing will pass is the motto of the Conservative Party today. And I know that there are Conservative members that are uncomfortable and, in fact, do not believe that that is appropriate, particularly in a time of pandemic, particularly at a time when we need to get legislation through the House. But that is not where the interim leadership has decided to go. They've decided to block absolutely everything. And that is why we have this motion before us. C8, which was put forward last year and has provisions that every single member of Parliament is aware has a profound impact on teachers and farmers, has an impact on how we can, as Canadians, respond to the continuing pandemic. That C8, for no other reason than this radicalization of the Conservative leadership, has been blocked systematically now for months. I'm saddened by this, Madam Speaker. And there are good members of Parliament in the Conservative Party that understand that this is the wrong thing to do. But the leadership that is in place in the Conservative Party wants to block everything. And come hell or high water, it doesn't matter if teachers are suffering as a result, or farmers, or Canadians generally. They simply refuse any legislation. And that is why we have to take extraordinary measures. And what the NDP has proposed and pushed the government on, and the government, I think, has accepted that condition, that we now increase our working time in order to get legislation through. And so we'll be sitting to midnight when it is appropriate to do so. That is extremely important because it allows us to move legislation through the House. And, Madam Speaker, I think it's right. The official opposition House Leader has raised that point. So is the House Leader for the Bloc Québécois, that we need to ensure and enhance our translation services over this period. I certainly agree. The NDP agrees. And we have been pushing for more resources to be provided to translation. Our translators, our interpreters, have not had the resources allocated to them that need to be allocated. And I sincerely hope, Madam Speaker, that we will have all parties coming together in order to achieve that. So we sit longer. Madam Speaker, we'll be sitting evenings. That's important. And the question then is, what are the results of that if we can eliminate this impasse and start getting legislation through the House? Well, immediately, of course, C8 and those provisions, and I know that will make a difference. The teachers and farmers and healthcare professionals that I've mentioned that have been waiting now for months to get a simple bill through. It comes out of the fall economic update. I know my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona is going to speak to the issue of what many people are calling the NDP budget, the Budget Implementation Act, that puts in place for the first time in Canadian history national dental care that started first for children and will move over the course of the next year to people with disabilities and seniors and teenagers. Canadians that have never had access to dental care right across this country will finally have access to it. And the most significant investments in housing that we have seen in decades. Madam Speaker, you know that the NDP has been very critical of the former Liberal government under Paul Martin that destroyed, gutted, ended the National Housing Program, and we've seen how housing has been in a crisis ever since. We need supply. We need to have affordable housing built. That's cooperative housing, social housing. That's Indigenous-led housing projects. And so these components of what is coming forward need to be adopted swiftly, with the appropriate scrutiny, of course, but not held up, as we've seen with the fall economic legislation coming out of the fall economic budget statement, not held up for months and months and months, purely at the whim of a Conservative Party that is fractured now into so many different factions that none of them know which way they're going. And their only reaction is, well, let's hold up everything. That is simply not appropriate in a time of pandemic when so many Canadians are suffering. And so we need to have these extended hours so we can get through the important components of what the NDP pushed and the member from Burnaby South, our national leader, pushed the government to put into place for this budget. It's the first time that under this Liberal government that I can actually see a budget that Canadians can have some hope for, with national dental care, with a national housing investment that actually seeks to meet the gravity of the affordable housing crisis that we're seeing right across the length and breadth of this country, including in my communities of New Westminster and Burnaby. And so to do the scrutiny, it means that all parties should be working together, but that has not been the case. We've seen over the last few months that the Conservatives have blocked everything they can at all times, without explanation, without really trying to even justify their actions. And we saw today where they presented the same motion they presented last week, even though the standing orders required that discussion next week, they just wanted to hold up the House for the purposes of holding up the House. Who suffers, Madam Speaker? It's Canadian families that suffer. It's Canadians that are waiting for those affordable housing investments that the NDP has pushed for, that will suffer. It's Canadians that they can't afford the dental care for their children that will suffer if we continue to allow the Conservatives to block everything in this House at all times. So, Madam Speaker, what this is a common sense approach when it is obviously not working, where everything is being blocked by the Conservative opposition for reasons that, internal reasons, I guess, that only they can explain, and they haven't really attempted to explain it either. We need to put in place extended hours, work harder and longer, but make sure that we get those tax credits in the hands of teachers, in the hands of farmers immediately. Make sure that we actually provide healthcare professionals with those COVID supports, and make sure that we start to put in place that national dental program that the member for Burnaby South has been such a strong advocate for, and put in place that national housing strategy that will finally produce affordable housing from coast to coast to coast. And that's why I'm voting yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Westminster Burnaby for his intervention today. He spoke earlier on in his speech about C8 in particular, and what we know is that there's a lot of measures in C8 that were literally stalled on getting out to people. I can think of teachers specifically. Various different measures related to the supports that we're delivering for Canadians right now. And we really want to get those out to Canadians because, quite frankly, they've been waiting long enough. I'm wondering if he can comment on how important he sees this, in particular for constituents in his riding.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
I thank the member for his question. And of course, I've had constituents raise this with me. Why is this being blocked? In the same way that all members of Parliament had these issues raised. Why is this being blocked? And the Conservatives have never explained why it is that they're blocking systematically everything. And Madam Speaker, in a minority parliament, of course, there's negotiations and discussions. You would think, well, the Conservatives would say, well, okay, there's some benefit for teachers, but we want that benefit extended for somebody else. But there has never been any explanation. There has never been anything in the House to justify what has been a systematic blocking of everything. And so you simply have to ask the question, blocking everything that would help Canadians, why would they do that when we know that Canadians need those supports?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know there's been a lot of discussion on Bill C8 and the accusations of obstruction, obfuscation of the bill. On April 4th, Madam Speaker, the government put a notice of time allocation on Bill C8. And when I asked the government House Leader why he didn't move that notice of time allocation, it's because he said that the NDP House Leader said no, because they were waiting to see what was in the budget. And the budget, of course, happened April 7th, and then we all went home 2 weeks later. So I'm wondering if the NDP House Leader can explain to Canadians why he decided not to use time allocation or agree with the government at the time when they wanted to use it, when they could have moved this bill much further, much faster down the line. Maybe he can explain to Canadians why he said no to the government House Leader in a telephone conversation, and maybe he can explain to teachers and farmers why they're delaying this bill or why they delayed this bill.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a valid question, and I appreciate the Official Opposition House Leader raising it. And the answer is, I have faith in this institution. Like New Democrats do, we have faith in this institution. We believed in giving a last chance to the Conservatives. We believed that they would understand the importance. As the teachers contacted them, as the farmers contacted them, they would understand the dramatic impact of their refusal to adopt anything. And Madam Speaker, in faith that all members of Parliament are motivated by that higher calling, I really believe the Conservatives would come along. And they haven't. They've done the opposite. They've hardened their positions. They've refused anything. passing anything that would actually help Canadians, and that's why this motion is before us today.
Le temps pour une brève question, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a few things to say. I'm vaccinated, and I don't understand who exactly is speaking. And here's my question for the colleagues, Madam Speaker. Who's speaking here? Is it the new majority Liberal NDP government, or is it the Liberal minority government? This is unbelievable. Here's what I wonder. Here's what I'd like my colleague to speak to. How's it possible to deny this much? What the NDP, for example, is just denying fundamental human rights and democratic rights. So what is this all about, Madam Speaker? Well, I can't explain it, but I'll give someone else the chance to try to do so. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, a brief reply. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it would be my pleasure to explain this. The Bloc Québécois here in this House, rather than helping Quebecers, rather than deciding to help Canadians because they are the ones impacted by C8 not being passed. Québécois families are impacted by the fact that this bill hasn't passed. And now affordable housing, dental care, this has a real impact on Canadians. So it's absolutely unreal that the Bloc Québécois is not bending over backwards to do everything to make sure it will pass.
The débat, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to rise and have the occasion to address this motion. I've always taken an interest and do today in parliamentary procedure. And I think whenever we're talking about the rules of debate, members rightly have an interest in what exactly is going on and what those details are. And there is a legitimate tension. It's why these kinds of debates tend to happen frequently in parliaments between a government that needs to get its business done, not just for its own sake, but presumably for the sake of the nation and the people who elected them, and an opposition who has a job to do in terms of scrutinizing the government's work, trying to make it better where they can, and oppose it when they can. And I've often said that I think there are reasons for supporting the rights of the opposition within Parliament that have to do with the rights of parliamentarians, but there are also reasons for supporting the rights of the opposition within Parliament that have to do with the time it takes for word to get out about what government intends to do, and to have a civil society response, and to organize around initiatives by the government that they may not like. And I think that's one of our responsibilities as parliamentarians always, is to look at the need for things to get done in the nation's capital, in Parliament and in government, as well as the obligations that we have to foster a healthy culture of opposition. And so these are certainly the issues that are at stake. I think sometimes in this place it's hard to get at the particular circumstances because we often tend to address these issues with a hyperbolic tone. Sometimes that's warranted, and I've seen occasions in this House where I felt that it was warranted and have participated in that spirit. I think that's especially true when you have majority governments that aren't forced to negotiate with other parties in Parliament in order to advance their agenda. And so when you see members of all the same party getting up and dictating the rules of debate and there's been no meaningful interplay between parties in the House, that's one thing. I do think it's another thing when the government has to negotiate with another party in order to get its business done. And what we're seeing is a government that has undertaken a number of initiatives in order to get support from the NDP to move a budget forward, for instance. And that's okay. That's actually how this place is supposed to work. And I think it's how it works when it's working at its best. So then the question is, in order to be able to get some of those things done, how do you conduct the business of the chamber? I want to use C8 as an example of a case of opposition that does bleed into obstructionism. And I'm both trying to speak and also listen to the conversation that's happening at the same time.
Oui, alors je vais rappeler aux
I'd like to remind the members that if they'd like to have conversations, they might consider going to the antechamber to do so while someone else has the floor.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when you look at Bill C8, what I will say is that despite C8 being disappointing in some regards, and I'm on the record in terms of the ways in which I think C8 is disappointing. I think, you know, for instance, there's a foreign home buyers tax. It's got a lot of loopholes. I think you can say it's a step in the right direction, but it's certainly not going to solve the housing crisis that we see in Canada. I think, you know, we actually need to take some action on domestic investors that are helping pump up prices in the housing market. And unless we do that, a lot of the other things that government has been contemplating simply are not going to be effective. So I certainly have my criticisms of the bill. Happy to talk about those, have talked about those in other places. What I would say is that we haven't seen like a burgeoning kind of civil movement against Bill C8. I don't think anyone's particularly animated about it outside this place. But you wouldn't know that by looking at the proportion of time that this place has spent on that bill. So we've got people calling for real climate action that are really upset at a government that has not done enough and isn't doing enough and isn't even planning to do enough in order to fight the climate crisis. We're hearing from people about health funding and the state of healthcare in Canada, the need for more money to be transferred from the federal government to the provinces for health funding, but also the absurdly high cost of prescription drugs and the ways in which a national pharmacare plan could help with that. We've heard from people who have never in their family been able to access dental services, who want to be able to access dental services and are excited at the prospect of finally having a mechanism to be able to go to the dentist and have that visit paid for. These are the issues that we're hearing about. But in this place, despite none of those issues really being addressed in Bill C8, we've spent already over 28 hours of debate on Bill C8. And when you compare that to other bills and other business, that's a lot of time on a particular bill that doesn't seem to be at the center of what Canadians are worried about and what they're thinking about. I don't get a lot of mail on Bill C8. I get mail on many issues, but not Bill C8. And so I do think there is a legitimate question as to why it is that certain opposition parties are spending that much time on that particular bill and that we can't seem to find a way to move it along. Even those who don't particularly like it, I think would say, I would certainly say that the issue is that it just doesn't have the right solutions for the problems, but it's not that any of those solutions are particularly offensive. And it's true, time allocation is a tool that can be used, has been used. Many parties in this place have supported time allocation at one time or another. But the fact of the matter is, and I think what this motion speaks to, and I think, you know, people have said, well, why are we talking about extended sittings in May as opposed to June, as is the custom? Well, part of that is because we don't have a majority government that can just use time allocation on its own. What you have is them having to work with an opposition party that has said, look, if other opposition parties want more time to debate things, we endorse that. So let's create more opportunities to speak to bills while recognizing that we still have an obligation to pass bills in this place, or at the very least, to vote on them. Maybe they won't pass. But that's a decision we can only find out the answer to, or a question we can, literally calling the question, we can only get the answer to the question if members in this place allow us to proceed to the vote. And so, yes, we're supporting a motion that involves more midnight sittings than ever. It also has a mechanism where we don't necessarily have to sit till midnight, partly to try and introduce some discretion, to recognize that we normally only go till midnight in June. But because we don't have a majority government that's just going to time allocate, we're going to try and create more time for debate in the hopes that opposition politicians who say they want more time to debate government bills are being sincere and that that's a desire that could be satisfied. If we know in advance that desire can't be satisfied because opposition parties are committed in principle simply to talking out bills, creating dysfunction so that they can accuse the government of being incompetent when it comes to its legislative agenda, and there may be some independent reasons for making that accusation that I'm very sympathetic with, but it conflates the issue when you see opposition parties systematically trying to obstruct government business, and it gets harder to tell where the blame lies. And so here, we are trying to propose a path forward that allows for more opportunity for debate and discussion, exactly in the spirit of taking other opposition members at their word in saying that what they want is more time to debate these things. But we need to get to some decisions. And the situation of teachers in respect of C8 is an excellent example as to why this place can't just talk and talk and talk and talk, but that we do need to decide matters, because there are teachers who have filed their tax returns and are being told that the reason those tax returns aren't being processed is because there's a pending change to their tax entitlements in Bill C8, a bill that the CRA expected would have been decided upon one way or the other well in advance of the tax year, because C8 is the bill to implement the announcements that came in the fall economic statement some time ago. That's implied by the name. And so here we are. We haven't begun debate on the Budget Implementation Act. That's the budget that was tabled about 4 weeks ago, because we've done over 28 hours of debate on the act to implement the fall economic statement. We've got teachers that are waiting on the CRA that's waiting on this place to make a decision so that they know actually what teachers are entitled to, because if C8 passes, then those teachers that have spent money to buy supplies for the children in their class will get more back on their taxes than they otherwise would, and we need to reach a decision. So this actually is a motion unlike other motions we've seen for June, when we've had majority governments that have unilaterally extended midnight sittings in June only and otherwise used the hammer of time allocation on its own. So there is an attempt at compromise here. I think it would be more helpful to get some good faith input from opposition parties about how we find that right balance between advancing government business and doing the proper job of an opposition party. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, what we know is that in particular when it comes to bills like Bill C8, the Conservative Party, they want to talk a lot. They have a lot to say. Hear, and they're clapping. So my question to the member is, can he possibly understand why the Conservative Party would be against this when this just gives them even more opportunity to speak to very important pieces of legislation? Would he not think, given the amount of speeches that they've given and the interest and passion that they have in debating in this place, that they would not welcome this opportunity to debate even longer with open arms?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the things that really impressed me when I had the opportunity to tour the Scottish Parliament was that they said, you can speak any language that you want in the Scottish Parliament. It doesn't have to be a language of Scotland. You can speak any language from anywhere in the world in the Parliament of Scotland. And part of the reason why they're able to do that is because they decide, as a Parliament, months in advance, what bill they're going to be debating on what day. They get together, the parties talk about how many people from their respective caucuses want to address a bill, and then they develop a schedule that allows members to speak to the things they want to speak to and allows for decisions to happen. We are so far away from a culture where you could sit down in good faith between parties that disagree on things and come up with a professional way of doing business on the floor of the House of Commons, that we're going to continue to be in these kind of debates again and again and again. And what we need to see is a little more goodwill, I think, on all sides so that we can develop an appropriate and professional culture of decision-making in this place.
Kamata, the Honourable Member for Kildone and St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg for his speech. He's an excellent public speaker. However, I have a number of concerns with Motion 11. First and foremost, this is a scandal-prone government. We've seen the We Charity scandal, SNC, Aga Khan's Island that's reemerged. We've also seen a government that avoids accountability. In the 2.5 years I've been elected, they've prorogued Parliament, and then a year later they called a snap election. So my major concern with Motion 11 is the part that allows the provision for a minister to move adjournment of the House until September without notice at any time. In essence, they can shut down Parliament anytime there's any reason they think that they should, to avoid a scandal or there's another ethical lapse from the Prime Minister. I would ask my honourable colleague if he's at all concerned that in voting in favour of Motion 11, he's providing the government this kind of power to avoid accountability, which he said his job, opposition has a job to do to hold the government accountable. Is he not concerned he's giving away that power?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I think the member will know that that particular provision allows a minister to call for a vote to have an adjournment. and we're in a minority parliament, and that allows every member to weigh in on whether or not the House ought to adjourn. So I think that the fact that it's to precipitate a vote, I mean, we do this at committee. Sometimes people call for adjournment of a committee. We proceed immediately to a vote on whether or not that will happen. Certainly in a minority context on committee, I've seen proposals by the government to adjourn refused by the opposition parties together, and I can imagine that happening in an instance where the government makes an egregious move to adjourn Parliament early, and that's why the vote is a really important component of the motion.
A
brief question, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the question will be brief, and it'll be rather a comment. The NDP sold its soul. It sold it last June by reaching an agreement with the Liberals to ensure that the net zero law be as neutral as possible. And then they just resold their souls so that there is the least amount of democracy possible.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona has 1 minute to respond.
I remember a situation in December where the Bloc Québécois decided to support a bill, C2, and to move it forward to the committee. Even faster, because they negotiated this with the government. We could have said that they sold their soul, but we understood that even if we weren't in agreement with their position on C2, that they were negotiating for things that they thought were important, and we have done the same thing. We have negotiated to ensure our priorities. We weren't able to get the government to adopt all our priorities. It was a negotiation, and we wanted to do something. So I don't know why they have to say sold their soul. I don't know how that adds anything. The Bloc is prepared to do the same thing when it can. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'll start by picking up where the member from Elmwood-Transcona left off, and that was with respect to answering this question about the NDP selling their soul. You know, I've heard this talk on a number of occasions from the Bloc and the NDP as though they're jealous, as though they weren't the party that was chosen to work with the government. But you know, you hear this kind of language come from across the way repeatedly, that the NDP has sold themselves out, that this isn't what Canadians voted for. We operate under the Westminster parliamentary system. The entire system is built on political parties working together. Look around the world. Open your eyes to other Westminster parliamentary systems to see that what you see here between working together with another political party is exactly what our system is designed to do. So this notion that somehow it's wrong for parties to be working together, I think if anything, only underscores the disdain that the Conservative Party and now apparently the Bloc have for this place and the very institution that we use to exercise our democracy. In any event, let's talk about government motion number 11, because that's what we're here to talk about today, Madam Speaker. And I think it's clear from the outset just to say exactly what this motion is about. You know, the core of this motion, in terms of at least what's being debated today, is with respect to extending sitting hours. And this motion sets out our government's proposal for the proceedings of the House of Commons until June the 23rd of this year. And it specifically will allow for extended sitting hours to debate bills into the evenings when the government of one party, which represents a majority in the House, requests it. So, Madam Speaker, what we're trying to do here is empower this House to be more democratic, to have more opportunity to speak. You know, I heard the member from Montcalm not that long ago talk about how this motion is restricting Parliament, quote unquote. Explain to me, Madam Speaker, how extending sitting hours to give people more opportunity to speak is somehow restricting Parliament. It's the exact opposite. It's increasing the availability and the opportunity for members to get up and to speak. I've heard members from the Conservatives earlier today talk about, and I know they said this on Thursday as well, talk about and they raise a point of order on this specifically about putting into this motion that no quorum calls can be made. Suddenly, this is a constitutional issue for Conservatives. It's absolutely remarkable. We passed unanimous consent motions waiving the requirement for quorum calls routinely. The number of times that I've stood up and passed and moved unanimous consent motions to waive the requirement for quorum calls when we have evening debates, I've done it at least 15 to 20 times, and everybody always votes in favor of it. It's something that's been negotiated in advance. So to somehow suggest that it's unconstitutional to move this goes against the practice of this House that is so incredibly well established and entrenched into the daily operations of this place that it is ludicrous to suggest that it is somehow unconstitutional, despite the fact that the Conservatives are bringing up that point, which makes me think, why are the Conservatives bringing this? Is this the best they got? Is this the best they have, Madam Speaker, to say it's unconstitutional to waive the requirement for quorum calls? That's what it would appear to be, because they're scraping literally at the bottom of the barrel here, Madam Speaker, by trying to suggest that that is somehow a constitutional issue. But nonetheless, why is this so important, Madam Speaker? Let me talk about this for a second. You know, there are a number of very important pieces of legislation, and it has become very clear that the Conservatives and now the Bloc, for some reason, and you know, I'm not going to lie, Madam Speaker, ever since the member from Durham was removed as the leader of the official opposition, the Bloc Québécois has had this cozy relationship with the Conservatives, and I just can't wrap my head around it. It's a complete change in their posture. They used to be a progressive party that fought for Quebec primarily, that was progressive and pushed forward ideas and saw past the games that Conservatives played, but suddenly they've taken a completely different approach. And I can't help but think, Madam Speaker, that it's all based on the fact that they see the cluster of activity going on in the Conservative Party right now. They see the implosion literally happening before our eyes with these far-right candidates and the progressives, and they might see an opportunity to pick up a couple members or something. Who knows what happens after this leadership in September? Who knows?
Order. It's starting to, I'm hearing a lot of noise on this side, and I would just say that it's not time for questions and comments yet, but the members will be very happy to know that there will be 10 minutes of questions and comments. And so I would just say, to make sure you don't forget anything, maybe jot it down so that when it's time you'll be able to ask. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Just give you a breather, Mark. I think I hit a nerve, Madam Speaker. I think I had a nerve, and the truth hurts. The truth hurts, I know it does, but I guess they can call me out on it come September after the results of their leadership, and we'll see what happens if Jean Charest wins, or if the member from Carleton wins. We'll see what happens, but back to my point, I think the Bloc is banking on it, Madam Speaker, and they're hedging their bets right now on who they can pick off from the Conservatives when that time comes. That's just my hypothesis. Perhaps you can accuse me of being a conspiracy theorist, but that's what I think's happening. But Madam Speaker, back to the core issue here. What bills, see, they keep heckling me. I think I really hit a nerve. The member from Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan literally won't stop heckling me right now. I have a feeling I hit a nerve there, okay? And I understand I think we all know which side of the conservative spectrum he's on, but in any event, I think I hit a nerve there, and he's clapping. He likes being part of the alt-right side, that's fine, okay? But there are some of the more progressives, and see, this is my concern.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't mind a bit of friendly teasing, but for that member to call someone whose grandmother was a Holocaust survivor a member of the alt-right is deeply offensive and insulting, and he should apologize for that. He should at least know the difference between alt-right and conservative, and if he doesn't, he should do some reading, and he should apologize to the House for that comment.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wish to respond?
No, I'm going to continue with my speech.
I would just say that, in hindsight as to what's going on right now, I would ask the member to continue with the speech as opposed to always focusing on a specific party at this point. So, you know, the motion is before the House, and it's just that it's becoming a little bit. Well, I mean, there's discussions, and there is.
You can't.
So I would just say that I would ask members to tone it down a little bit, because it's getting a little bit rowdy in here. And I would also again ask the official opposition to hold on to their thoughts so that they can ask questions and comments. And I would just say, you know, just be mindful about the words that you're using in order to ensure that no one is being. No one takes something out of context, okay? So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, if I'm saying something that is unparliamentary or inappropriate, I would expect the Speaker to call me out on that and to ask me to discontinue doing that. I didn't hear that in what you said. I understood that you're personally concerned about some of the things that I was saying, but I don't think that I did that. Nonetheless, I think that it is, you know, I think I'm only feeding back what we get. This is the Conservative Party that literally stands there and has called the Prime Minister a trust fund baby in this House. So for me to be critical, and if they can't take it, well, I'm sorry, but this is the reality of the situation. They better learn how to do that. I will get back to this motion, Madam Speaker, and this is, you know, this motion is about making sure that we have the proper the proper tools in place to make sure that legislation can get through. We're talking about the budget. We're talking about C11, the Modernization of the Broadcasting Act, C13, update to the Official Languages Act, C14, electoral representatives, C18, enhanced fairness in the Canadian online news marketplace. This is legislation that this government has deemed to be a priority and wants to move forward with. What we're seeing from the other side, Madam Speaker, is we're seeing Conservatives not want to let the legislation go through. I'm sorry if me saying that is offensive to anybody, but the reality is, Madam Speaker, on Bill C-8 alone, this is on Bill C-8 alone, this has had 12 days of debate since report stage was introduced. 2 Green members have spoken to it, 2 NDP members have spoken to it, 3 Liberals have spoken to it, 5 Bloc members have spoken to it. Do you want to know how many Conservatives have spoken to it, Madam Speaker? 4. Any, 5. I guess? More than 4 or 5.
7.
10 more. 20 more. 30 more. 40 more.
No
51 Conservatives have spoken to Bill C-8 since report stage was introduced of that bill. So tell me that this is not a political game for the Conservatives to just be obstructionary. That's exactly what they're doing, and they do it day in and day out. And the NDP has just finally seen beyond it, and they don't want to have anything to do with it, and they want to actually work on behalf of Canadians. And then they get criticized for not following along with the games that the Conservatives are playing. And that's literally what happens. You know, it's interesting, because when the member from Selkirk was talking about the closure motion to this, he said something very interesting. I want to read it back. He said, quote, "We already just voted on a closure motion to ensure that there is a vote on motion 11. So motion 11 is going to come into force whether we like it or not. The government, with their unholy alliance with the NDP, will get motion 11 through. And we don't feel it's necessary to sit there and debate this long drawn-out process. Then why are they going to put us through this? They will make us let every single second of debate go on until they will not let this collapse." The member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman just said himself that he doesn't believe that that he knows that this is going to pass, and that debating it is absolutely pointless. But yet he wants to see it go on. Why? Because he wants to push this as long as possible, along with the rest of the Conservatives and the Bloc, so that we cannot get legislation debated and ultimately passed. That's not our job here. Our job here is to work on behalf of Canadians. The Conservatives' job is to criticize the legislation, to try to improve the legislation, not to literally put up roadblock after roadblock after roadblock at every single opportunity they have, which is what they're doing. You know, we also talk about I find it interesting because the Conservatives have on a number of occasions talked about how this government doesn't want to work. This is not a new motion. The timing of it is slightly earlier than normal, but we always have a motion like this to extend sitting hours. Now let me read you some quotes from the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, who said on May the 28th of 2019 to a similar motion, he said, quote, "We are not opposed to working late every evening. We want to work and make progress on files." He said on a similar debate 2 years earlier on May 30th, he said, quote, "We want to work late and we are prepared to do that to collaborate with the government," end quote. The member from Lethbridge on May the 1st of 2017 said, quote, "The Liberals would like to stop sitting in the House of Commons on Fridays. They would like to move us to a 4-day work week, and the Liberals want Fridays off. They want to have a 4-day work week and enough and more, and that's more than enough." The Leader of the Opposition on May the 29th of 2017 said, quote, we know they want Fridays off, and we know that this is a big deal to them. They do not want to be working on Fridays. They do not realize that Canadians work 5 days a week, and many times they work more than 5 days a week. All we're asking, Madam Speaker, is that we work more than 5 days a week. Exactly what the Leader of the Opposition said in May of 2017. And that's the interesting part about all of this, Madam Speaker, is you can't help but wonder if they want to speak to all this legislation at great length, if they want to put up 51 speakers plus at every piece of legislation, why wouldn't they be interested in sitting into the evenings to do that? We certainly are. They accused us of not wanting to do it. I'm being heckled by the member from Peterborough. Are you? Of course we are. That's why we're putting the legislation forward. That's why we have this motion here. This motion is asking us to be able to do that. So, Madam Speaker, I find it very fascinating that the same party that accuses this side of the House of not wanting to work for their own political grandstanding purposes is now suddenly against this motion that will give us the ability to sit and work throughout the evenings when necessary so that we can get the legislation passed. And I'll hand it to the NDP. At least their interest is doing things on behalf of Canadians. They don't agree with us on everything. You can see from the questions that they asked during question period, there are things that they have an issue with. There are policy issues that they have issue with, and they bring those up and they voice those. But they're still able to work together with the government for the greater good. That's what the Westminster parliamentary system is about. That's what working with political parties and working together when we get here is all about. We did just have an election 6 months ago, and you would think that the Conservatives had no idea that that election happened. They literally walked back into this room and picked up right where they left off. Accusatory remarks towards the government, picking at individual people, pointing at the Prime Minister, calling him names, making everything a scandal and about corruption. They're trying to manufacture these. They're trying to manufacture stories so that they can somehow hope that they win the next election based on knocking the other guy down instead of actually trying to tell people about what their policies and what their ideas are. I'm all in favor of working till midnight if that's what it takes to get these pieces of legislation through that I mentioned, Madam Speaker. And I expect that any member who passionately cares about Canadians and making sure that the policies are put in place that will benefit them the most would do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always enjoy my colleague opposite. He's such a great orator.
That's not true.
And we just love hearing what he's got to say. But earlier I heard you chastise him because he was getting a little out of line. I heard him talking about how we're trying to impede things and we're negative. But if I was trying to sell a motion, I'd stand up and I'd talk about the merits of the motion. He didn't say one good thing about that motion, except that we're over here opposing it. So I think there's a few things on the go. There might be a little bit of heat on the Prime Minister. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why they want the ability to shut Parliament down just like that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm flabbergasted. What does he mean by shut Parliament down, Madam Speaker? This does the complete opposite. This keeps Parliament open longer. This gives the ability for Conservatives who want to put up 51 speakers and more on each piece of legislation, the ability to do that. This is the same comment that the bloc member from Montcalm made earlier, talking about restricting Parliament. This does nothing to restrict Parliament. This is about giving more opportunity to discuss the issues that are clearly important to the Conservatives. That is, of course, if it's really the issues they care about. I would argue what they care about is stopping absolutely everything at every cost. As the member from Westminster Burnaby said, quote, nothing will pass. That's their objective, Madam Speaker, that absolutely nothing passes, and it's very clear from where I'm sitting.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'd like to try to raise the tone of the debate here in this House to get us out of irony and accusations. I did hear the criticisms that my Liberal colleague raised against our Conservative colleagues, but I'd like to discuss something else. Does this motion, and I'd like to ask him to give his impressions on these 3 points, does this motion not rather deal with the laxism of his government and their mismanagement of the orders of the day, where we have months and months where nothing happens? It takes months and months, Madam Speaker, before the Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, which is an essential issue that it's in this motion. That's not acceptable. They say that they're trying to gain time, but at the same time, and it's been raised, I will explain this to the Honourable Member, the possibility of this motion, well, it lets them raise the House, and I'll predict what will happen, and I'd like my colleague to recognize this. At the end of the session, they are going to shut things down probably before June 23rd by putting a whole bunch of bills into a closure motion without any debate. Now, that's not what I call democracy, Madam Speaker. And the time that we spend in the House up until midnight, everybody wants to work. We're all here to work, and I find that we're not moving very quickly most of the time. But we're taking resources away from committees. Already today, a committee was cancelled. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I asked the question, Madam Speaker, about the government and its not being able to bring forward the important pieces of legislation. Well, why can't we bring them forward, Madam Speaker? Because we've been debating C8 for 12 days. 51 Conservatives have spoken to it, 5 bloc members, 2 Green, 2 NDP, and 3 Liberal. The Conservatives are clearly stopping at nothing to make sure that legislation cannot get through. That's why this is important. I would encourage that member who shares an opposition lobby with the Conservatives to walk over to his colleagues and say, why are you guys holding up the fall economic statement? It is May of 2022, and this is the economic statement that provides supports for Canadians from the fall of last year.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I have to say that nobody does indignance in this House quite like the Honourable Member who has just given his speech, and I appreciate him for that because I share some of it. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, in committees, there's been lots of opportunities where the opposition parties have worked hard to hold this government to account, yet it seems that every time we're in this House, the political impotence of the Conservatives in the bloc, who've been missing in action, quite frankly, for the last 3 years, rears its ugly head, and they try to grind this process to a halt. So through you to the Honourable Member, can he please elaborate and expand upon just what's at stake in these upcoming weeks for Canadians and Quebecers in order for us to deliver with them in a time of a COVID recovery?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, what's at stake immediately, Madam Speaker, in Bill C8? Think of the teachers who have supports that are in Bill C8 that should have been passed months ago so that they could realize those supports, and they can't because the Conservatives are literally holding this piece of legislation as long as they possibly can, and they'll go on and on and on. What's at stake are some of the other pieces of legislation that we need to move forward on, like modernizing the criminal justice system, to remove mandatory minimums. I realize that's something the Conservatives are against, but the point is that this government has an interest in debating that. They will will have their time to do that. Modernizing the Broadcasting Act, the Official Languages Act. These are all very important pieces of legislation that we know we want to discuss and get passed in some form or another by the end of this session, by June. And now we're just saying, okay, fine. If the Conservatives want to talk endlessly, let's give them more opportunity to do that. And that's what this is all about.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this motion, Section E is talking about the final report for the special committee on MAID, and I was curious if the parliamentary secretary would share some of his thinking on why this extension is required. Thank you.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why the extension is required. I would assume that the committee would have a better understanding of that. I don't know exactly why the extension is required, so I don't want to give the member an answer without, properly being able to consult on it.
Questions and comments? The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I really enjoyed the member from Kingston and the Islands speech because he highlighted a lot of the hypocrisy that we've seen in this House. But maybe my question to him is about the fact that the Conservatives claim they want more time. They complain about closure motions. They say they want more time to speak. Yet here is a motion that we're debating that would actually allow them to put up as many speakers as they need on any given issue. So perhaps the member from Kingston and the Islands can comment about the fact that this motion provides more opportunities in this place for democratic debate to happen, and why he thinks the Conservatives are so afraid of that.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, this gives me a good opportunity to bring up a couple more quotes, Madam Speaker. On March the 28th, I asked the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, I said, when does he think that the Conservatives will finally let us vote on this important piece of legislation and will to provide Canadian supports? And his response was, this is our job. We're legislators. We're supposed to be criticizing. We're supposed to be talking about how we can improve pieces of legislation. And to answer the member's question, that's exactly what this motion is about. It's about giving the member from Halliburton to Kawartha Lakes, Brock, and other members more time so that they can debate and discuss the motions and pieces of legislation, just as he indicated that they want to do.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, there's not another member in this House who loves healthy debate more than my honourable colleague. He's on his feet every chance he gets. He absolutely relishes it. So I asked my honourable colleague, does he want to take healthy debate out of democracy?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I'm going to use the first quote that he made, Madam Speaker, in my next householder, just so my folks back in my riding know that the Conservatives appreciate how much I love debating. But in all seriousness, I appreciate the comment. I'm just that last bit was in jest. But of course, we don't want to restrict or prevent debate. That's what this is about. I don't understand where the member is getting this notion from, because the previous question he asked me was very similar to this, about restricting debate or somehow preventing debate from happening. Somebody has to explain to me where they're getting this notion. This motion is about extending the opportunity, working later into the evening, giving more opportunity to speak. More people can get up. More people can ask questions. So I don't understand where the member is getting this from. I appreciate his comment about my love for healthy debate. I certainly do enjoy it. And I also enjoy hearing what members from across the way say. That's what this is about. That's what this entire process is about. I enjoy being part of it. And, to his question specifically, I don't think that this is limiting debate. I think this is providing more.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands has a point of order.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair, I wanted to draw the attention of all members in this House to the 4th anniversary of the passing of my predecessor, an honourable member of this place, the late Gord Brown. Gord Brown served as the MP for Leeds Grenville and Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes from November from November of 2004 to 2018. And he was the husband of Claudine, the father of Chance and Tristan. He was a friend to all members of this place. And Madam Speaker, I just thank you for giving me the opportunity to mark his passing 4 years ago today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and rest in peace, Gord. We miss you here. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose Government Motion 11, and it's not because we don't want to have more debate here. It's just that, as my colleague who just spoke across the way, who doesn't understand what the contents of his own motion are because he couldn't even answer a simple question from the Green Party MP about why there's an extension for the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee. He doesn't understand his own motion here either. The issue before us, Madam Speaker, and Conservatives, well, we're ready, we'll debate, but it's the wording of the motion. And the wording of the motion in several places. One of the most egregious things that's in the motion so far is the ability for the government, a minister or the Prime Minister, at any point in time after Motion 11 is passed, if it is passed unamended, they can simply adjourn the House. That is something that is reserved for the Speaker only, as we saw with that one day where the Speaker adjourned the House during the convoy when the police had moved in. There was supposed to be a debate on the Emergencies Act that day, but the House was adjourned, so we had a reason. The Speaker took that particular prerogative. But normally, when a Prime Minister wants to adjourn the House, he has to go, or she has to go, through the process of prorogation and reset the political agenda. That would be the only reason. We've already agreed as political parties here what days we're going to sit. We have the parliamentary sitting calendar, so it's actually simply not true that Conservatives don't want to have the debate. We've already got the parliamentary calendar set up. What's actually true is that the government, who is blaming Conservatives for being obstructionist when we're simply doing our job debating legislation, they've already been able to pass 8 of the 18 bills that they've already introduced in this particular parliament. They've already passed 8 of them. Yes, C8 is taking some time, but it's billions of dollars in spending. But here's what the Liberals are not saying about Bill C8. First of all, their Prime Minister called an unnecessary election back in August of last year, which meant that all of the sitting days that would have been available in September and October, all the way up till November 22nd, which by my calculation is at least 7 sitting weeks, so that's 35 days of Parliament that would have otherwise sat, where we could have debated and discussed this legislation. But even more cynically, they actually tabled Bill C8 on the very last day of the fall sitting, which was December 15th or December 16th, I believe, which means that they basically had not one day. They tabled the bill one day before the House adjourned in the fall. So that means that the fall economic statement had 0 days of debate in the fall. So fast forward, after weeks and weeks of Parliament being adjourned over the Christmas break, their mismanagement and name-calling of Canadian citizens, which resulted in a protest, which sidetracked this place, and we find ourselves, lo and behold, the Conservatives have only been speaking to Bill C8 for a handful of days, and the bill has got through committee. It's passed its second reading. It's now at report stage, and it's moving its way through third reading. All they had to do was simply ask their coalition dance partners in the NDP if they wanted to move this along. We have legitimate concerns about the legislation. There are some things in there that we may agree with on this side of the House, but there's also some things in there that we disagree with on this side of the House, and it's our job to bring those matters to debate before this House of Commons. And if, like I said, they now have a supply and confidence motion, otherwise known as a coalition with the NDP, they simply had to ask their dance partners for approval to do this. For whatever reason, they didn't get it. So I don't know how much confidence the Liberals can have in what the NDP is supplying them, but I'll leave that for the dance partners to talk about. But my point is, Madam Speaker, is that the mismanagement of the time of this House by the Liberal government is what's actually the problem here. They've been able to get bills passed, but we have a right, and we actually have a constitutional responsibility, Madam Speaker, to oppose legislation that we actually don't agree with. Even if we agree with bits and pieces of it, our job is to challenge the legislation that's before the House. The whole notion of how a democracy is supposed to work is we're supposed to, through the cut and thrust of debate, the to and fro of debate, have the best ideas from all sides of the House, all sides of the chamber, and all the people that voted in the last election have their ideas come together and bubble to the top. The problem with the motion is the tone of the motion, Madam Speaker. And this is what the Liberal and NDP members are trying to do. So if you're a citizen at home watching this and you're wondering what's actually going on, well, let me spell it out to you. Normally, like we have right now in a normal sitting of this House, there is this thing called quorum. The House must have at least 20 MPs here. Normally, the governing party, the party that's responsible for the legislation that's being discussed, has to be present to carry the debate. That would require, in addition to the Speaker, at least 19 Liberal members of Parliament or Liberal NDP members of Parliament, if they're working in cahoots together, to be present for the debate. In the motion 11, if you read it, it actually says, there's a clause in there that says, we will remove any ability to call quorum or to move a dilatory motion. Well, what's a dilatory motion if you're listening at home? That's like a motion to adjourn the House, or that it's about ending the debate, it's about ending what we're talking about, that we're going to stop what we're doing at this particular point in time, like we're going to adjourn the meeting of the House of Commons. But it's the quorum part that matters. See, as Conservatives, we're willing to be here and debate. That's not a problem. But on behalf of the millions of people who voted for us, we would expect that at least 20 Liberals would be in the House to listen. But with the motion worded the way it is, they're basically saying to Conservatives and Bloc Québécois MPs, talk to the hand. We're going to pass an autopilot motion in the House of Commons. We normally reserve these things for debates such as take-note debates, such as emergency debates, where there's no question, there's no vote at the end of those debates. At the end of Bill C-8 and at the end of Motion 11, there's going to be a vote. That's different. To put this House in that type of scenario is completely unacceptable. So if you're watching at home, this is the part where the Liberals and the NDP, they're not telling you this. They're not telling you that they're getting rid of the actual processes and procedures in the House of Commons, the standing orders that we normally operate by. They're getting rid of those things because they don't want to necessarily be here. I'm pretty sure that the member from Kingston and the Isles will be here, and my friend who's always here in the House from Winnipeg will probably be here, one if not two of them. I don't expect that I'll see or hear, I might see some of the other MPs from the Liberal Party, but I don't expect to hear from them because I frankly never do. But notwithstanding any of that, if you're watching at home, this is the part that we in the opposition, not just Conservatives that are opposed to this, it's members of the Bloc as well. I'm pretty sure there's some people in the NDP that are very uncomfortable with what's happening. People who used to stand up for the working class Canadians in this country, people who used to actually stand up for transparency and accountability in this country, they're looking at this and they're wondering what's going on as well. So if you're watching at home and you're listening to the talking points from the Liberal MPs that are speaking, this is the part that's egregious. If they would simply take away the ability for the Prime Minister or the Government of the day to just adjourn the House. So when things get a little bit hot around here, if the Prime Minister is under another investigation, they'll just shut down the House, but they don't have to go through the embarrassment of calling a prorogation to do it. That's the first thing. The second one is quorum. Talk to the hand. That's basically what they're saying to Conservative members of Parliament and the Bloc Québécois. They just want us to talk and talk. We could just have a joint caucus meeting with the Bloc according to what this motion is. We actually don't need to be here if there's no point in us sitting here and debating if the government's not interested in listening. If the government's not interested in listening, why not? Do you not care? Does the government not care about the millions and millions of Canadians who didn't vote for them in the last election? Is there no good ideas from the official opposition? Is there no role for the official opposition? Is there no role for the people who voted for the Bloc Québécois to bring up the issues that are important to them? Where are we at in this democracy, Madam Speaker? This is the problem My fellow Canadians who are watching, this is the problem. This is why Conservatives are so adamant that Motion 11 is fundamentally flawed. We're okay to come to work. We want to come to work. The last 2 weeks I've been here for 16 years, folks at home, and the last 2 weeks in June are the time where extended sitting hours are automatically in the calendar, and if MPs in the government of the day and the in the governing caucus, MPs in the governing caucus want to have extended hours, they've done it. I've done it. As a matter of fact, I was a member of the Harper caucus when Harper was the Prime Minister, and we had motions like this, but we would never dream of putting in an autopilot motion on government legislation. It's egregious. It's an abuse of the powers of this House. What's shocking to me is that the NDP is going along with this. Where is the party of Tommy Douglas and Jack Layton? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member tries to appeal to those that might be following the vote or the debate in terms of what's actually taking place. And it is a very simple motion. And the intent of the motion is to enable opposition members and other members the opportunity to speak after 6:30 in the evening, from 6:30 to midnight. They might want to try to confuse the issue. Everything else is based on votes. So it's not like the government on its own can ram things through, Madam Speaker. It's all based on votes. It's an issue of should we be having more debate between 6:30 and midnight. This, if you canvass Canadians, you'll find there are hundreds of thousands of Canadians that work past 6:30 in the evening. There is nothing wrong with having more opportunity to vote. The member is wrong. He is wrong on the quorums. Opposition parties have equal responsibility in the issue of quorum. And on the issue of quorum, there are many occasions when we see no quorum or dilatory motions. That is nothing new, Madam Speaker.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, my colleague across the way, as much as I try to have respect for what he has to say, is actually completely wrong. He is not only misleading Canadians who are watching this, but this has actually never been done. This type of motion, the removal of quorum and the autopilot on government legislation has never happened in the 16 years that I've been an MP. As I said in my speech, these kinds of things happen on motions before this House or take-note debates that do not have a question being put, an emergency debate, a take-note debate, autopilot on other certain procedures where there is no vote, no money being spent, no bills being passed. The difference now is that this government is so afraid of not only dealing and debating with the Conservatives, but obviously afraid of its own backbench that they're not even sure that they can muster quorum, keep 20 people here to listen to what Canadians have to say.
Then comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Earlier in his remarks, the Honourable Member made reference to the power of prorogation when talking about the adjournment provision in this motion. And I was reminded of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee in the last Parliament where we did a study of the Prime Minister's latest prorogation. And I wanted the committee to recommend that actually the Prime Minister should not be allowed to prorogue the House without a vote in the House of Commons. The same kind of vote that's actually in the adjournment provision of this motion. Now that recommendation did not appear, and that's because Liberals and Conservatives alike like to preserve that power of prorogation. And for all the song and dance and feet stamping that they do in this place, at the end of the day, when the Conservatives had a real opportunity to just recommend constraining the power of the Prime Minister, they chose not to. And I find it hard to believe the outrage of the member here today.
For Red Deer Lacombe.
Pretty sure I'm appearing calm and poised. I'm not sure what the outrage is all about. Look, he's got his opinions about prorogation, and that's fine if that's what the Procedure and House Affairs Committee wanted to talk about. But the reality is, if this member believes so strongly in what he said, the NDP is either the worst negotiators in the world because they just negotiated a supply and confidence agreement with the Liberals. If he truly believes in what he's saying, why didn't his party negotiate this as part of that agreement? They're either the worst negotiators ever, or they actually don't mean what they say.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about is this issue of dilatory motions. The motion prevents all members from entertaining or bringing forward dilatory motions, except for one class of members. which is a Minister of the Crown, for example, or the Prime Minister, who can bring forward a dilatory motion, a motion to adjourn the House without debate that must be called immediately. That is the definition of a dilatory motion. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could comment on the fact that this seems to be an inequity in the motion, that it doesn't apply equally to all members.
From the member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for that question. So to the Canadians that are watching this at home, I'll say to you just this. What would you call a government that is able to do whatever it wants, whenever it wants, to whomever it wants, without any consequences or seeking the permission of the House? And I'll let you come up, folks at home, I'll let you come up with that answer. I have my own thoughts on this, and my guess is the people that are watching at home would think the same thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to rise in this place and stand up for the people that sent me here. You know, before I get into the substance of my speech, I take very seriously the fact that when I stand in this place, I am representing the about 110,000 people spread out over 53,000 approximately square kilometers in East Central Alberta. I am representing them here in this place. So whenever I stand, whenever I'm engaged in committee, I make sure that it is their best interests that are at heart. And Madam Speaker, as we debate here, Motion 11, the tragic irony of the fact that the government, supported by their coalition partners in the NDP, moved closure on a motion that would limit debate, limit the ability for MPs to be able to fulfill their parliamentary, constitutional, and societal duties. Madam Speaker, there is tragedy after tragedy, but Motion 11 represents what I believe, and from what I've heard already from my constituents and many, many Canadians, it is a terrible demonstration that shows of democracy in decline in Canada. And Madam Speaker, I do not say that lightly. I do not say that lightly because, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the institutions of Parliament, of our country, Madam Speaker, we are seeing decline. We are seeing damage that is being done. And it is certainly, I believe, incumbent upon each and every one of us to ensure that we stand for the rights and freedoms, for the democratic values that built this country. And as I first read Motion 11, I believe shortly after it was put on the order paper last week, this is in typical liberal strategic fashion. They are bringing forward something that is going to contribute. If it passes tonight, Madam Speaker, it will contribute to further democratic decline in this country. And I'm proud to be able to stand in this place to fight against that for the sake of not just Conservatives. It's a misnomer to suggest that it's only Conservative, that the Conservatives are only fighting for themselves. No, Madam Speaker, the reality is that when you fight for democracy, you fight for all voices, all political opinions, all who have the honor, the privilege, and the ability in this country, not just elected MPs, but in this country, to be able to stand and whether it be vote during an election, engage in democratic discourse each and every day, or of course all the way up to us having the responsibility of representing Canadians in this place. Madam Speaker, we see in Motion 11, and I want to go through systematically some of the significant challenges. Because as the Liberals are quick to point out, they say, well, somehow many of us in this place don't want to work. Well, Madam Speaker, they throw those allegations out, but that's a very small part of what Motion 11 really is about. For when you look on Section B, which is the details related to Section A of Motion 11, the first part will allow for there to be the late night sittings. And Madam Speaker, few Canadians would debate the fact that they expect their politicians to work. But the problem is that the Liberals want control. They don't want to work themselves, that's clear, and this motion confirms that. But they also want control over exactly how Parliament functions. So the opposition House Leader has used a phrase that I think explains very, very well the attitude of this government when it comes to how they want Canada to work. And that's that they don't want an opposition, Madam Speaker. They simply want an audience. I find it really interesting. Whenever the Liberals fail, they say, oh, well, in the name of being Team Canada is often the words they use, or, you know, for Team Canada's sake, we need to simply move forward or skip through due process or whatever the excuse of the day is, Madam Speaker. And it's shameful that they have time and time again repeated those sorts of failures. So, Madam Speaker, in motion 11, there are the first part, many Canadians would look at and say, okay, you know, for politicians to be able to work late to get things done, okay, that's fine. Although I hear certainly from my constituents, and though the Liberals don't want to hear this, that they want us to actually debate bills. They want us to be engaged in this place in democratic discourse. But then it goes on in the next three parts, so B, sections 2, 3, and 4, Madam Speaker, truly an attack on democracy. And then, Madam Speaker, it goes on further when it comes to Section C, changing some of the rules. And we've heard a lot of discussion about quorum calls and how, again, the Liberals, they don't want further debate. They want to simply be able to control the debate to meet their ends. And there is no better example of that than Bill C-8. We hear many Liberals, especially, and New Democrats that are now complaining about the fact that it is still in Parliament. Well, Madam Speaker, it is the government's job to manage a legislative agenda. And like so many things in Canada, they have done that poorly. But I would point to the fact, this is not, you know, hearsay, but they only introduced C-8 just before Parliament rose, before Christmas. So they introduce a bill, talked about it. We all knew it was coming. There was no surprises that it was coming, but they introduce it only a day or two before Parliament recesses for 6 weeks. And then it comes back, and then they have the audacity to suggest that somehow when Conservatives want to fulsomely debate that bill, that somehow it's us being obstructionist or whatever their key line of the day is, Madam Speaker. It is an absolute shame, and again, an attack on, and we're seeing a decline in democracy. And then, of course, the ability for the Prime Minister or any Minister of the Crown to be able to prorogue Parliament, basically. Now, it is a little bit different because it would require a vote. But, Madam Speaker, I think that this speaks to the fact that when the Prime Minister flip-flopped on his prorogation promise in order to cover up another one of his litany of scandals over the course of his time being leader of this country, Madam Speaker, he suffered in the polls for it. So now they're using their partners in the NDP to be able to avoid the shame and the political punishment that comes with the fact that they break their promises. So now they are giving the chance for any Minister of the Crown, as early as tomorrow or the next day, to be able to stand up. And worse, I would suggest, is to hold that over the heads of parliamentarians, knowing that they would be quick to use the entire infrastructure of government, which does not stop when Parliament adjourns, the entire infrastructure of government, to keep repeating their same old tired talking points. So, Madam Speaker, there is much to say in this debate, and acknowledging that I only have a couple of minutes left, in the fact that the government did limit debate on the motion that limits debate. Again, the tragic irony of that. But I see how these Liberals, in their litany of scandals, they want to see as little discussion, as little opposition on any aspect of their agenda as possible. And we see that represented throughout motion 11. And I would simply suggest this, Madam Speaker, that it's quite straightforward. And I have in front of me a document that was put together by a constituent that, for the sake of time, his name is Neil. So thank you, Neil, for this. There are 15 different scandals, different promises that were made and broken, clear misrepresentations to Canadians that this government made over the course of leading up to the election that the Prime Minister promised he wouldn't call, but remember, he did anyways. Well, Canadians know what that is. Madam Speaker, there's 15 very, very clear, different, that speak to how this government cannot be trusted with power of any kind, let alone the ability to unilaterally control Parliament. So in my last minute, I would simply say this. You know, a Liberal majority government was bad. Hundreds of thousands of Albertans pushed out of work by their ideological games. The fact that we saw an agenda that diminished Canada's presence on the world stage, on and on it goes. But what's worse, Madam Speaker, and I certainly have heard this from many constituents, what's worse is a Liberal minority government with a bought-off majority by a socialist NDP or NP maybe, because the Democratic part is maybe not as relevant. Madam Speaker, it's worse than a Liberal majority government because they've been able to buy them off, and then of course with the threat of a confidence motion within whatever their quasi-caucus circumstances might be. And I would conclude by saying this. Canadians are tired of having a government simply repeat themselves, the same tired, in many cases, misrepresentations of the truth time and time again, claiming it's real, when Canadians know better. Canadians didn't vote for the circumstances we're debating here today, and certainly Conservatives are going to stand up for Canadians and all political affiliations to make sure that their rights can be respected within Canada's Parliament.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, when the member talks about the political games that are actually played, one of the things he doesn't make reference to is not only the number of days in which, let's say, C8 has been debated, the fall economic statement, but the number of times in which the government has attempted to bring it forward, only to be frustrated because the opposition wants to have a concurrence report on this or that. No doubt there are important issues, but they're always done on government business days. Yep. When they attempt to adjourn debate during government or adjourn the House, stop the House for the day. These are all issues in which the opposition initiates in order to frustrate and prevent the government from passing legislation, and then they criticize the government for not being able to pass legislation. That's right. Madam Speaker, that's just plain stupid.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
So on a point of order, Madam Speaker, I believe if you would seek the advice of the table, I'm not sure that stupid is within the realm of what is parliamentary language.
The Honourable Member was not referring to an individual in specifically the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Okay, well, then I will certainly note that when I call Liberals corrupt, because I think that is a fair representation of not an individual, but rather an attitude. So, Madam Speaker, it's interesting. Here you have them again misrepresenting to Canadians the reality of what happens in this place. The member himself, in his remarks, suggested that there are important issues to discuss. I don't see government members standing up to concur on supply days. They could, but they don't, because they want to play politics. So Madam Speaker, now they're somehow suggesting that they want to play games. That's the problem, is these Liberals will do everything they can to assert their dominance within our parliamentary institutions, leading to that democratic decline. Madam Speaker, Conservatives will continue to come to Ottawa to stand up for the issues and the things that our constituents expect of us, regardless of what the Liberals try to do to shut us down.
I do want to remind the members, when someone else has the floor, they already had an opportunity to ask a question, that they should hold off on any other questions and comments they may have. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was first elected 11 years ago, and I was here for the 41st Parliament when the Harper majority government used time allocation 92 times to move their business through the House. So when the Conservatives talk a lot about how this violates democracy, I just would ask them to look back on their own majority government. But my question to the member for Battle River Crowfoot is, when he says the NDP is bought off, what is he actually trying to imply here? Because we're cooperating with the Liberals in order to get things done for Canadians, like dental care, like the restoration of employment insurance and other benefits that are about to run out under the emergency benefits plan. So if that's being bought off by doing things for Canadians, then I'm happy to be bought.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, my father has suggested often that the problem that often ends up happening in this country, where after Liberals have had a chance to demonstrate that they're not actually interested in fulfilling their promises. So my advice to that member, of course through you, Madam Speaker, is be careful, because the Liberals are good at politics. but they're not so good at governing and are willing to throw anybody, whether it's within their own party or the signatories to a confidence and supply agreement, under the bus when it comes to benefiting them politically. And Madam Speaker, I would simply suggest this. I heard from a constituent here a number of weeks ago, shortly after this confidence and supply agreement was signed. And this constituent said that they'd never voted for me, that they were a regular NDP voter. Didn't agree with me on most things, but Madam Speaker, they will never vote for the NDP again because they were bought off by these Liberals.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm showing up here tonight, as I usually do, trying to understand how this place can best function to get things done in the interest of folks in Kitchener Centre and across the country. I hear the member for Battle River Crowfoot is quite upset with Motion 11. And I wonder if he could share with me specifically what in Motion 11 he feels is particularly anti-democratic. What about this legislation, or this motion specifically, he's most concerned with? Thank you.
Brief answer from the member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do note that the honourable member from the Green Party does have a great deal of care for democracy in our institutions. I did outline a number of the specific challenges that I have, and I have the motion in front of me, but the most egregious of which I would suggest is the fact that the Prime Minister or any Minister of the Crown can, at a whim, decide to shut down this place, whether that be tomorrow. Although I hope that's not the case. I hope that the NDP will actually have the spine to vote against this. But, Madam Speaker, no Prime Minister should be given that carte blanche authority to which I believe is a serious threat to democracy within our country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be here this evening as we enter week 2 of the 4 weeks of this part of our sitting. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the government's proposal to extend the proceedings in the House of Commons for the remainder of the session. This Parliament was elected to get things done. Yes. Madam Speaker, as I was reminded by my friend and colleague, I will be splitting my time with the member from Lac St. Louis, and he'll speak after I do, or the member will speak after I do. This Parliament was elected to get things done, and as we've seen over the previous months, our government has an ambitious legislative agenda, and we have a lot to accomplish in the weeks ahead. In the last election, the wonderful residents of Vaughan Woodbridge re-elected me for the 3rd time because I ran on a platform that promised to grow the economy, fight climate change, and yes, make housing more affordable and protect our country's most vulnerable. Now that we're here today, Canadians expect their parliamentarians to deliver on those promises. This means the House of Commons needs to find a way to be able to continue its important work and drive legislation in a timely and judicious manner. That is just what this proposal we are discussing today sets out to do. Over the last few months, we've seen an ambitious legislative agenda put forward by our government, but we've also seen a concerted effort by the Conservatives to obstruct the work of other MPs in the House of Commons. The Conservatives have shown a pattern of obstruction on legislation, including C8, which they have debated for 10 days in the House of Commons, and which they are continuing to block, denying Canadians the support they need as our economy continues to recover, as we exit the pandemic, and as we continue to fight to create good middle-class jobs from coast to coast to coast, which we are doing, but we need to get C8 across the finish line and get it done. Bill C8 implements critical components of the economic and fiscal update tabled by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance on December 14th, 2021. The bill includes critical supports for workers and businesses needed to help tackle COVID-19, support for territorial and provincial healthcare systems with vaccines, ventilation in schools, and rapid tests, and implements several tax measures, including tax credits for businesses purchasing ventilation supplies and teachers who purchase school supplies to assist with virtual learning. Since the start of the pandemic, our government has put in place unprecedented measures to support people and businesses across the country, to support our friends, our neighbors, our family members. Since day one, our government has had the backs of Canadians. In Bill C8, our government has outlined our plan to procure millions of rapid tests free to provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities. Bill C8 includes support for workers and businesses with changes to CEBA and EI. We propose to create a host of tax credit, which will benefit Canadians, including a ventilation improvement tax credit for small businesses, tax deductions for residents of Northern Canada, supporting our rural communities from coast to coast to coast, again, Madam Speaker, and support for farmers by returning fuel charges in involuntary backstop jurisdictions. Bill C-8 also proposes to implement a national tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian-owned residential real estate in Canada that is considered to be vacant or underutilized. And here's the thing, our plan is working. We have now surpassed our target of creating 1 million jobs. By delivering significant fiscal support to the economy and avoiding the harmful conservative austerity policies that followed 2008, our Liberal government has supported a rapid and resilient recovery. We know that there are challenges ahead and the future remains uncertain, Madam Speaker, but we also know, and we need to reinforce the importance of passing legislation so that we can focus our attention to the future. As we finish the fight against COVID-19, we will turn our resolve towards fighting climate change, addressing housing affordability, advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and building an economy that is stronger, fairer, more competitive, and more prosperous for all Canadians. If the Conservatives are opposed to those measures to support Canadians, that is their prerogative, that is their choice. But one party should not get to obstruct the work of other MPs in the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, that is not the only bill that I would like to see move forward before the end of the session. We know that the Budget Implementation Act will be debated soon. On April 7th, 2022, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance introduced Budget 2022, a plan to grow our economy and make life more affordable. A plan that invests in Canadians. A plan that will help build Canada where no one is left behind. The BIA will put those priorities into action. Budget 2022 invests in three main things: people, economic growth, and a clean future for everyone. Through these targeted and responsible investments, our government will help make life more affordable, create jobs and prosperity today, and yes, build a stronger economic future for all Canadians tomorrow. We know from the budget that we are making it easier for Canadians to buy a home. We are moving forward on dental care. We are investing to help businesses scale up and grow. In the budget, we're making wealthy corporations pay their fair share. We're investing in a clean future and helping Canada become a world leader in producing electric vehicles. And I know, Madam Speaker, everyone in this House and all Canadians are very happy to see the $3.6 billion investment that was made by Stellantis in partnership and collaboration between the federal government and the provincial government here in Ontario. Thousands of jobs, direct jobs, and tens of thousands of jobs indirectly. A great day for the auto sector, a great day for this province, and a great day for hard, middle-class working Canadians. Yes, Madam Speaker. We've all seen the recent statistics. Canada has the strongest jobs recovery in the G7, having improved 112%, I think it's up to 115% of jobs lost since the peak of the pandemic. Our unemployment rate is down to just 5.5%, close to the 5.4% low in 2019, the lowest rate on record for 5 decades, I believe, Madam Speaker. Through the pandemic, we maintain a strong fiscal anchor and fiscal footprint with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio relative to our G7 peers. Now, as we emerge from the pandemic, Madam Speaker, our government is focused on our priorities that Canadians expect us to deliver on. Making life more affordable, yes. Creating jobs, yes. Growing the economy, yes. And ensuring a clean future for everyone. We need a healthy environment, Madam Speaker. We'll also need to move forward on Bill C-11, online streaming, Madam Speaker. For decades, our system has guaranteed the creation of Canadian movies, TV shows, and music that make us proud to be Canadian. Today's streaming platforms benefit from access to the Canadian market, but have zero responsibility, Madam Speaker, towards Canadian artists and creators. With our online streaming bill, we're asking online streamers to showcase and contribute to the creation of Canadian culture. Canadian broadcasters play by one set of rules, and streaming platforms play by another. There should be no one set of rules for everyone. We've been clear since the beginning. If you benefit from the system, you should contribute to it. That's exactly what we need to see with C-11, and we need it to move forward. Now, to come back to our discussion about the motion for a moment, this motion allows for extended time to debate bills. A good thing. We've heard from members of the opposition that they want more time to debate significant legislation. This motion allows for that to happen. In the evenings when the government and one other party, which represents the majority in the House, requests it, we believe that it is important that MPs have the opportunity to debate legislation, and this motion facilitates this. And just think, Madam Speaker, of the other pieces of legislation that could benefit from the additional time for debate, I think, for example, Bill C-18. We all know that free and independent press is essential to Canadian democracy, and the work of our journalists has value. That's why we introduced Bill C-18, the Online News Act, that will require the tech giants to fairly compensate publishers and journalists for the content shared on their platforms. We're creating a framework to ensure that Canadian publishers, big and small, can negotiate fair deals on more equal terms with the tech giants, the most powerful companies in the world. The Europeans are doing it. We're going to do it as well. We always support quality, fact-based and local Canadian journalism in a fair digital marketplace. I think all members in this House would agree with that, and that's why we should see this bill passed. Madam Speaker, we also have Bill C-5, which deals with mandatory minimum sentences. A justice system that jails too many Indigenous peoples, Black people, and marginalized Canadians is not effective. That does not keep us safe and must be changed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-5, we are turning the page on the failed policies of the Harper Conservatives. In Bill C-5, we are removing mandatory minimum penalties that target lower risk and first-time offenders and have been shown to increase over-incarceration of racialized and marginalized groups. We will also provide police and prosecutors, and my brother is a first responder in the police force, so I know he appreciates this, tools and guidance they need to treat addiction and simple drug possession as a health issue, not a criminal justice issue. Madam Speaker, Bill C-5 represents an important step forward. These changes will ensure our criminal justice system is fair, effective, and keep Canadians from all communities safe. Madam Speaker, I will finish there because I know I'm running out of time here in a second. I will say these extended sittings will allow us to debate these bills, provide more time for MPs to share their thoughts back home to their constituents, and as I always say, be their strong local voice here in Ottawa and represent their constituents' views. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge for his thoughts today in the debate. I would just counter, Madam Speaker, by saying that I believe that that there is a bit more to this motion than the government is letting on, and obviously they've been making the argument that that longer sittings, more time to debate legislation is good. And I would certainly agree with that, but this motion allows for the House to not meet quorum and not have an adequate number of members present for those debates, potentially opening the door for members of the government or other parties not to attend and take part in that important discussion. So I'm just wondering if the member can speak to that contradiction in the bill and why, or in the motion, and why that would be the case. Thank you.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Kenora, who I count as a friend in the House of Commons here. My understanding from this bill is that all members will be able to participate in the debate if they wish to do so. Obviously, they speak to their representative House leaders and determination when you would like to have a speaking spot. That is my understanding. If I've misunderstood, I'll correct it. But that is my understanding. Extended sitting hours do allow for extra debate on bills and for people to put their thoughts out. I enjoy coming into the House and presenting my thoughts on various bills and matters, which I know matter considerably to the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge back home in my beautiful riding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From time to time on committee, particularly when traveling, but sometimes when here in Ottawa, the committee will waive its quorum requirement, and it'll provide that no substantive motions can be moved or debated in order to hear from witnesses, because the committee sees value in hearing points of view and getting them on the record, but recognizes that it may not be an appropriate time to kind of address issues that come out of left field, so to speak. This is kind of similar to what's being proposed for evening sittings in the House of Commons when we have these extended meetings. I just wonder if the member has some experience with a committee that has conducted its business this way, and if democracy ended when the committee decided to conduct its business that way.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from the lovely province of Manitoba. I don't exactly remember the member's riding name at this moment. What I will say is I have sat on committee for the last almost seventh year that I've been here on a number of committees, 3 in the last session. We do debate vigorously many bills that are put forward. We debate motions that are put forward. and it's always great to have a robust discussion and hear different viewpoints from members that have the privilege of sitting on those committees. I don't think it has any way impaired the ability for democracy to function with this type of motion that we put forward, and exactly what happens on committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader, a brief question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if my friend and colleague could just provide his thoughts in regards to how important it is that when a government works with the opposition as a House, that we try to work cooperatively in order to pass a legislative agenda that not only is there for government, but also for all members, especially if you reflect on private members' bills.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I like to use these words called reasonable leadership, and being in government, being elected and being in government, we need to demonstrate responsible leadership, collaborate with other parties in the House, which we've been able to do. I know some of the official opposition members had put forth ideas that have ended up in a government bill relating to extended sick leave benefits, I think it was, to that extent, on one of the members from York Region. It's very important that we get the work done that our constituents need us to do without facing the obstructions. It's very important that we collaborate with other parties in the House, which we are doing, to get the work that Canadians want us to do as we exit the pandemic, as we're in this one of the most unique times in history that we're seeing. We need to collaborate, work together, get things done that are important for our constituents so we can move forward in building an even more prosperous and a brighter future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this debate, and I've been listening very closely to it for a couple of hours now. You know, Madam Speaker, human memory is something quite special. I'm not a psychologist, but I think I'm not alone in thinking that humans have a tendency to forget some of their worst memories. Moments of suffering, for example, difficult moments from the past. And sometimes that condemns us to repeat the same mistakes. But at a certain time, we tend to be ready to turn toward the positive and forget the negative. And so when I talk about things that are negative, I'm talking about the crisis that we went through and that we're continuing to go through, although a crisis that was much worse in 2020 and 2021. Our lives were completely turned upside down. Everything has been different since March 2020. Our individual lives, our family lives, our working lives, and also the life of this place, of this House of Commons in this Parliament. So if we go back a little bit in time, you'll recall that for weeks the House of Commons simply did not sit. Right at the beginning of the pandemic, we had to be very careful. There was great physical and social distancing. There were maybe a couple of hours every week where we came in, a few of us, to the House of Commons to vote on measures to support Canadians and businesses. But aside from that, there was a lot of time that was lost. And here again, I'm talking about before we brought in the hybrid model for Parliament. So we lost a lot of time. But there are those who might say that, yes, we lost a lot of time, but you called elections. And that made us lose even more time. But those who say that aren't giving a full view of the situation and of what takes place in this Parliament, and particularly what happens when there's a minority government in Parliament. There's a dynamic that comes into play with a minority government. First of all, minority parliaments, if you look through history, minority parliaments in Canada generally don't last much longer than about 18 months. And what happens is, after 18 months, the opposition sees that it has an interest to put pressure on the government and to create a narrative that would suggest that the government isn't working, that it's not working out. And how do they do that? Well, they do it day after day in question period, but the other thing they start doing is they start dragging things out. And then they point at the government and say, listen, you're not getting anything done. You're not moving forward. We need a new government. So that's how these things work. That's how it's always been. I've been through minority governments in the past. I was a member here in a number of minority parliaments. I've known more minority than majority parliaments, and that's something that happens. And particularly once an opposition party elects a new leader, and after about 18 months of minority government, or 2 years of minority government, that's when things start turning towards an election and where the opposition looks to provoke an election. So in this crisis situation that we've gone through, the government had to go to the voters to refresh its mandate, because when the government was elected in 2019, there was no crisis. And we needed a mandate from Canadians to reaffirm and to extend the health measures that we had taken. So we lost a lot of time and it's because, again, of the pandemic, because of the health crisis, we lost time and we weren't able to move forward on a number of important files, Madam Speaker. So now we have a situation where a very important bill, a bill that would help Canada get out of the pandemic, and I'm talking about Bill C-8, is stuck here in the House. Now, this is a bill that would implement the fall economic update. And, you know, it's already summer. It's summer now, Madam Speaker, and we're still talking about this bill. So why is this bill important? Well, Bill C-8 will provide essential support to workers and to businesses to fight against COVID-19, and it would continue to support the healthcare systems in the provinces and territories in terms of providing vaccines and rapid tests. The more information that Canadians have about their health, the easier it'll be for them to make decisions which will protect the most vulnerable. They'll be able to keep themselves safe and others safe in the context of this pandemic. If they want to do that, they need to know that when they go to work, they're not going to get sick and they're not going to get their friends, family, and colleagues sick. And here I'm particularly thinking about those who are immunocompromised and about the elderly. On top of that, Bill C-8 will protect children in making sure that schools have the tools that they need. We need to do everything that we can to prevent situations where COVID spreads in schools. And on top of that, Bill C-8 will put in place a number of tax measures, including tax breaks for businesses that put in place new ventilation programs for schools to put in place new ventilation systems, and it will also help teachers adapt to online learning. There's also a fund, the Fund for Healthy Schools has provided about $2 billion to help schools in the provinces and territories protect their students and staff. An additional $100 million for that fund will help fund projects which are designed to improve cleaning and ventilation of air in schools to help limit the transmission of COVID-19. I'd also like to take time to recognize the great work that's been done by teachers across the country, teachers who are doing the most important work of all, taking care of the future generation of Canadians. So this is a bill that's very important in helping us get out of the pandemic and avoid going backwards into a crisis. We have enough challenges before us without sliding backwards into another sanitary crisis. But this bill has been stuck here in the House of Commons because the opposition is delaying things. They're dragging things out. They're trying to show that the government can't get its work done. But there are also a number of other bills that need to get passed, Madam Speaker. For example, there's Bill C-13 on the official languages. Now, I represent a community that is largely made up of a linguistic minority in Canada. And this bill, Bill C-13, is going to help us better support this linguistic minority. It's a bill that will ensure that the Court Challenges program can continue over the long term, and we know that that program is often used to defend official languages minorities communities. For example, it was used when the Harris government tried to close the Montfort Hospital here in Ottawa. It was also used when the Harper government, tried to completely cancel the program. So it's a very important bill for the Anglophone minority in Quebec, but also for the Francophone minority communities outside of Quebec. And it's very important, too, to ensure that we continue to promote the Francophone language and culture in Quebec and across the country. So that's a bill that's very important. We have to get it through. Another bill that's also crucial when it comes to protecting and promoting Canadian culture, including Quebecois and Francophone culture in Canada, is Bill C-11. So let's take a few steps back, Madam Speaker, and you'll remember Bill C-10 from the previous Parliament. That was another bill where the opposition was dragging things out and was obstructing the passage of the bill in committee and here in the House of Commons. It appeared that there was support for it at the beginning, but when certain voter groups turned against it, the Conservatives changed their mind. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? About 10 seconds? Okay, well, listen, that was another example of where the official opposition decided to drag things out and slow things down. So, look, we need to move forward. We need to get going. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his contribution to this important discussion. One aspect of this motion, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the government can extend the sittings with the agreement of one other party, and we've heard from multiple speakers on the government side that the justification for that is, of course, that would represent a majority of Parliament. However, Madam Speaker, as I understand the motion, should a situation arise where all three opposition parties, including the NDP, were to want to push for extended sittings, they wouldn't have that power. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the member is, why does the government only believe in the will of Parliament when it is the will of their party?
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis, not Lac-Saint-Jean, but Lac-Saint-Louis. Yes, Lac-Saint-Jean is a very nice region, Madam Speaker, but it's not on the island of Montreal.
To do anything in this House, to extend hours, we need motions. We need motions, and these motions need to be supported by a majority of MPs in the House. So this idea that somehow this motion does away with that principle of democracy, which is majority rule, I think is a bit misleading. But I know that it's the opposition's role to sow doubt, and it's fair game.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and I have to say that there were four words in particular that I found interesting. Minority, Francophone minority of Quebec. I don't know if my colleague across the way said that consciously or unconsciously, because sometimes I know we say one thing but we're thinking another thing, and so I'd like to make sure, because if that's the case, if he said that consciously, I would find that problematic, but even if he said unconsciously, I still have to ask some questions, because sometimes things that we say unconsciously reflect what we truly feel inside. So I'm wondering if maybe the colleague doesn't want to see French become a minority language in Quebec. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Oh, come on, Madam Speaker. Come on. That's a very strange accusation. I was talking about minority languages, linguistic minority communities in Canada. And so, yes, outside of Quebec, there is a Francophone linguistic minority, as there is an Anglophone linguistic minority in Quebec. So what I was saying is that Bill C-13 would strengthen the French fact across Canada. That's one of the goals of that bill. So I hope that the honourable member understood what I was saying, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for his remarks. And I wonder if he finds it as strange as I do that when the Conservatives are arguing there's no deliberate delay here, that we're still debating the fall economic statement, and we're now in April. And when they say there's no urgency to get moving with things, we have things like the tax credit for teachers that are being held up by Revenue Canada, waiting for legislation to pass.
The
honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Again, Madam Speaker, I've lived through a number of minority governments, and I've observed the sort of dynamic that characterizes these minority governments. And one of the things that the opposition likes to do is to delay and delay to make it look like the government is not accomplishing what it wants to accomplish. And then, in order to give the message to people that, well, the government's not working, it's not functioning. So yes, it is a problem that we're discussing C8 as we enter the summer, when there are important measures in C8 to help farmers and to help people who live in the north and have to travel to the south for medical reasons and so on. I don't understand what is so complicated about this bill that we have to have 51 speakers at report stage. I just don't get it. It's very straightforward. It's to help people in the middle of a pandemic.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to be joining a debate on motion 11. Ahead of time, I am going to inform you I'm going to be sharing my time with the member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley. I have to look at him just to remember his writing name because I recognize it is difficult to memorize all of the members' writing names here. I want to start by just saying that for constituents back home who are wondering why are we debating this motion, it's actually not government legislation, it's a motion that would structure how we use the time of Parliament on a go-forward basis from now until the end of June. And I want to highlight some of the parts in the motion that I'm most concerned about because it directly affects my ability to represent my constituents back home in the riding of Calgary-Shepherd. And they've honored me with the ability to represent them for a third term in Parliament, and I want to make sure that I recognize that fact. We had a member of the Liberal caucus who spoke earlier and said that couldn't understand why over 50 members of Parliament wanted to speak on a piece of legislation. Well, it's just that simple. This place exists to debate legislation. This place exists to debate. That's the whole point of Parliament. And the government has all of the powers necessary if it chooses to use them. And it's always a choice if it chooses to use them to limit debate, to also program debate. And then, for example, it can do time allocation. It can say there'll be 5 more days of debate on a particular piece of legislation. It can have evening sittings if it chooses to, as it's choosing to do in Motion 11. But the problem in Motion 11 is it's also larded on all of these extra measures like prorogation on demand. That's what I find in Section B, subsection 4. A minister of the Crown may move without notice a motion to adjourn the House until Monday, September 19th, 2022, provided that the House shall be adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28, and that the said motion shall be decided immediately, without debate, without amendment. Now, that's the type of thing that side, the government side, the Liberal caucus in 2015 promised they would never do. They would never prorogue Parliament. That's not the Conservatives making the promise. That was the Liberal Party of Canada. That was the Liberal government made that promise that they would not do such a thing. Now, they've already prorogued Parliament once in the past 6.5 years that I've been here. Now, they've also inserted into this motion prorogation on demand. At any moment of the day, a minister of the Crown can decide, that's it, we're done, it's too much, the heat is on, we need to flee for the summer, before the rest of the parties, before the public realizes what's going on in the House of Commons. And that's wrong. They shouldn't be doing such things. I hear them heckling me and chirping away, and I appreciate they don't like it when I bring up these facts, but I want to make sure that my constituents back home understand what we're debating here, what it will be called to vote upon. I look forward to the questions from their side. He that cannot pay, let them pray. I love Yiddish proverbs. I know there are members of the lobby on the opposite side who appreciate my Yiddish proverbs. I spend time looking for them and making sure I find a good one. The Liberals are paying for having a government House leader who's incapable of running the calendar. This isn't the first time, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time this has happened. I remember the very first Parliament that was here, every single May and June, they found themselves in exactly the same situation, having to impose evening sittings early on in order to be able to pass legislation. The difference here, Speaker, is that they're inserting these extra provisions that they don't need to sit here if they don't want to. In fact, none of them will have to rise in their place to debate because they will have programmed the evenings away. So as a parliamentarian, I'm happy to work until midnight. During the Emergency Act debate, the record will show I was here every single day, actually actively debating to the late hours of the day, and I was happy to do so on behalf of my constituents. I recognize they sent me here. I can't complain about the hours I have to put in. That's the expectations when you come to this place. You have to go to committees, you have to have stakeholders, you have to meet with constituents. You have to manage your own time. There are lots of people waiting all across the country to take any one of our jobs. I think we can all recognize that. Anybody would love the opportunity to represent a riding in this country. That's why so many people run as candidates for various different political parties. This is a unique opportunity for 337. I recognize you, Speaker, cannot speak on behalf of your constituents. You've given up that right in order to make sure that we follow all the rules of this place. But it is a unique privilege that we have on behalf of our constituents to speak for them. And what the government's doing here is saying, yes, you can speak for them, but it is all for naught. Because you will be speaking to a mostly either an empty House that will not be listening to your words to perhaps sway them in the votes they are about to take because of the programming motions that have been inserted into Motion 11. There's very little notice provisions here as well provided. Ministers of the Crown will have very little time under which they can provide notice that they'll be extending the hours into the evenings. And other members, including the opposition House Leader of the Conservative Caucus, has mentioned the fact this will put a huge strain on the resources of the House of Commons administration. And I know I'm a former chair of the Conservative Caucus, and I remember how difficult it was to manage the resources of the House just so we could have our own meetings over Zoom, to have them interpreted in both official languages, to have the technical staff present, and then we moved to a hybrid format. It made it even more complex and more difficult. And we all have political staff that work with us, long hours to ensure that we can do all of the work that we have here. And I recognize it's on all sides of the House. Many of them are willing to put in the extra time. They're usually younger Canadians who see an opportunity to serve their country in these political offices and make contributions as a duty of citizenship. And I recognize that. But what we're asking people to do here is, on a whim of a minister coming in at the very last moment to sit evenings, it takes a huge amount of staff to make Parliament work, both the House of Commons and the Senate side. That recognition is not in this motion. What the government is saying here is it's fine if our interpreters which at one point during the pandemic, something like 70% of them had work-related injuries they were going through, and there were committees being canceled. I think someone told me that they calculated it could be up to 8 committees of the House that could be canceled on a weekly basis because there won't be enough resources to make sure they can do the work. We refer a lot of work from the House of Commons to a smaller group of parliamentarians to hear from witnesses and then consider the matter in more detail. That's what we ask of the House of Commons committees to do. Nobody on the Conservative side is saying that we don't want to put in the time, put in the work. We're more than happy to do so. What we're saying is remove some of these provisions that are obviously there, like prorogation on demand. Like I said, that is Section B, subsection 4. That will just make it a lot easier for the government to flee if they don't like where the debate is heading or a potential vote that they may lose that they don't like. And the second part is provide the notices that we're asking. 48 hours notice is the typical standing committee notice period that's used. I've sat on several committees of the House. That's a pretty standard way of ensuring that every single member at the committee has an opportunity to both read the content that is sent around and be able to prepare for the committee that they are members of or that they're substituting on if they have a particular issue that they're chasing down on behalf of constituents back home. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Back to a Yiddish proverb. He that can, I've only got 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I was going to go on. I thought I had unlimited time. I did share it though. He that cannot pay, let him pray. And this is a prayer basically. It's been answered by the NDP though. The NDP has answered the prayer of the government House Leader. They're willing to throw away all of their values. They're willing to throw away the principles that the New Democrats stood for. I know some of the members of that New Democratic caucus, fine members who I've worked with, who I have a hard time believing would be willing to simply give in to the government House Leader, because it's the government House Leader's complete incapacity, incapable of managing the House calendar. If legislation is being held up, they can move time allocation. They can negotiate in good faith as well. I have sat through some of these House Leaders meetings, and I can tell you, Speaker, I don't believe there's negotiations in good faith going on at these meetings. I used to work in human resources before. I know the member from Edmonton West will, I'm sure, chuckle at that. And I remember what fair negotiations was like, what was fair at a labor negotiation table, and what was considered fair bargaining. And I don't see that here. All I see is ultimatums and do it our way or no way. And that's what I see in Motion 11. So to constituents back home, this is what's going on. The government is going to program, instruct the entire business of the House of Commons until the end of June. And if they don't like what's going on, they will yank it, they will prorogue Parliament, and they will resume sometime in September when they feel more comfortable. They can say whatever they want about what's actually going on. They can put whatever talking points they want forward, but that's essentially what will happen to this place. The rest of the business of the House will be programmed. Our votes will not matter because it will all be prejudged, preordained through Motion 11, Speaker. And it's wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. I would have gone into the quorum matter, and that is deeply unconstitutional. However, I'll leave it at that, and I'll take the questions from House members.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Well, the member is wrong, Mr. Speaker. A minister cannot suddenly just end the parliamentary session. Right. Of course, he wouldn't want to give you the full facts because that would take away from the narrative. The reality is a minister can move a motion and then the entire chamber has to vote on it, including that member. So the minister can't just arbitrarily end the session. Right. It's something that comes forward through a motion and then is voted on. Why is the member intentionally trying to mislead Canadians and mislead... Yes, I can.
It's the intentional misleading.
Why is the member misleading Canadians by suggesting that that is going to be the case and that a minister can arbitrarily prorogue Parliament when they can't? They need support of a majority of the members in this House.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Apart from correcting the member on the rules of the House where he can't impugn another member of his intentionally misleading the House, which is against the rules and the standing orders, I'll remind him it's his own government motion that says the following, that a said motion shall be decided immediately without debate or amendment. It can only be moved by a minister of the Crown.
Order. Let's answer the. Let's ask a question. Let's answer the questions as best we can do it without having to talk at the same time. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to finish, before the heckling drowned me out, only a minister of the Crown can move it. Only a cabinet minister can move said motion. These Liberal members have ensured themselves the vote of the NDP. They bought the vote. So it's a guarantee that this will happen, that they will have a majority. So it's a guarantee that they can shut down the House at any moment. I hear the same member of Kingston and the Islands heckling me again. I'm happy to take another question for him, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, and I do indeed appreciate the Honourable Member's Yiddish proverbs. In fact, if his words were a stick, you couldn't lean on it. 92 times, Mr. Speaker, under the Harper government and Peter Van Loan, they use the same types of tricks in this House. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the very honourable member, what's his change of heart now? Why is it good for the Conservatives when they do it to move forward what they call good government, but it's not good for, in a minority situation, for the opposition to actually work with government and finally get something done for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So let me quibble first with the number, Speaker. Obviously, when a time allocation motion is moved, there's a difference between saying you have 24 hours notice that the debate will be shut down versus you'll have 2 weeks to debate the matter. I know the member from the Hamilton Centre is heckling and would like to perhaps jump in and perhaps correct what I'm trying to say. But again, there's a huge difference between informing members ahead of time that they will have a week worth of debate on a particular piece of legislation versus having the ability to completely shut down the House, or impose evening sittings when they don't even have to participate in the debate because Parliament can't even be shut down. I hear the member heckling me again.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, being over in the corner here, I have to make dramatic hand gestures to get your attention. Thank you for noticing me. I too want to correct the member for Calgary Shepherd. He says he states baldly, but I think incorrectly, that it is the Liberal, the government House leader who is at fault for this. I noticed that there have been a number of government House leaders over the past, my goodness, what is it now, 6-7 years, and there's always this problem. I posit the alternative hypothesis, this might be a problem with the Prime Minister and the people he chooses as House leader. I have this question, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the, well, you know what, I'm going to ask him what he thinks about that possibility. Let's find out what he thinks.
Calgary Shepherd.
So I'll always be happy to be corrected by the chair of our caucus, including one of the longest-serving members on the Conservative side in this House of Commons as well. I will add that he is right. He is right that the end person, the person who decides who is the government House leader and who is supposed to be responsible for the government's agenda and making sure it goes through the House, if not smoothly, at least assuringly with an end deadline so you can pass the agenda they were supposedly elected to do, is in fact the Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. I'm getting a whole fight out of this. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Having trouble getting off mute. Listen, to my honourable colleague from Calgary Shepherd, and again, this comes from having the memory. We've had a lot of people back and forth in the House saying, well, this wouldn't happen. This didn't happen when the Conservatives were in power. And I just want to make it clear that there is a problem. And I think it's reflected in the culture of Parliament and the change that's happened over the decades. I worked as a staffer to a Minister of Environment in the 80s. We did not have the sense then that the opposition existed to obstruct. That has been a growing sense, and certainly in my first time in Parliament, which started 11 years ago today, May 2nd, the Harper Conservatives in majority moved us to sitting every day of the weekdays till midnight to catch up with the agenda. No one said they were to blame for not managing themselves properly. We need to work together far better, which requires setting partisanship aside after an election.
For Calgary Shepherd, and a very short answer.
So I'll answer to the member this way. Her concerns about the culture of this place, I will agree with. That's probably unusual for a Conservative to agree with the former leader of the Green Party, but I have sat at many prayer breakfast tables with her, so I know that her heart is in the right place. But the culture of this place has gone, I think, in the wrong direction over perhaps the last 40 to 45 years. And I don't think that's particularly any fault of any individual party in this area here. I think it's a combination of technology, mass media, and also the fact that there's now 338 members in the House of Commons, which makes it far more difficult to get to know each other across the way, including the pandemic, which has made it extremely difficult to get to know other members and build that relationship of trust.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just from the outset, I want to say that it would warm my late Baba Gertie's Yiddish heart to hear my colleagues using Yiddish proverbs. In fact, I want to say I think she would be schlepping nachas right now if she were watching this wonderful debate. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, most Canadians take for granted that politicians, we always seem to be at each other's throats over something or other. I often get asked, why is your party so critical of the government? Why are you always opposed to anything the government does? And my response is usually something like, well, it's actually the job of the official opposition to oppose the government, to hold the government to account. It's an extremely important role in a parliamentary democracy. We see time and time again that countries without a strong political opposition often take a dark path. We see this happening right now before our eyes as Vladimir Putin wields the full military might of Russia against the freedom-loving democratic state of Ukraine. Mr. Putin has no real political opposition to hold him to account, and we know what happens if somebody actively speaks in opposition to his government. He punishes them. We're lucky to live in a country where we're free to speak our minds and where the official opposition operates as a check and balance in a system designed to hold the Prime Minister and his or her government responsible for the decisions that they make. The Prime Minister in our system has tremendous power, and our job as the official opposition is to keep the government in check. In fact, Michael Ignatieff, the former Liberal leader of the official opposition, has said, "The opposition performs an adversarial function critical to democracy itself." This is why we're so concerned about this motion, as it limits the ability of Her Majesty's loyal opposition to keep the government in check. Here's why. Motion 11 says, among other things, that after 6:30 p.m., the Speaker shall not receive any quorum calls. Quorum is vital to a properly functioning Parliament. Taken to its extreme, imagine if only one MP was in this House. In the absence of a quorum requirement, that one member could have unlimited power to introduce motions and laws to literally in the middle of the night without proper parliamentary oversight. Under the Constitution Act, a quorum of 20 members is legally required to constitute a meeting of the House for the exercise of its powers. Any member has the constitutionally entrenched right to make a quorum call and to bring this to the attention of the chair, except after 6:30 in the evening if the NDP Liberal Coalition passed this motion. This is unprecedented. This is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. Quorum rules exist to ensure a small number can't take matters into their own hands. Another thing about quorum is that it can be used by democratically elected opposition members to make a point. Quorum busting is a tactic that prevents a legislative body from attaining a quorum and can be used by opposition members seeking to block the adoption of some measure they oppose. For instance, Abraham Lincoln, during his time back in the Illinois legislature, actually leapt out of a first-story window. The doors of the Capitol have been locked to prevent legislators from fleeing in a failed attempt to prevent a quorum from being present. Now, I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, very clear, so that government members don't ask me if I'm endorsing this. I'm not endorsing this. Please, no one go and jump out of a window to avoid quorum. But we do have the right, or maybe more civilized is how we approach quorum busting. We have a right to call out lack of quorum. And one of my honourable colleagues from the bloc made the point earlier that it's very difficult right now with the hybrid parliament to know whether we have a quorum or not. And that's another issue that we need to settle here at some point, Mr. Speaker. But we do have it as a legitimate tool, lack of quorum, as a legitimate tool of accountability. Motion 11 would take this away. Now, regarding dilatory motions, Bosch and Gagnon states that dilatory motions do not require notice, are not debatable or amendable, and if in order, are to be put by the chair immediately for a vote. Motion 11 says the Speaker shall not receive any of dilatory motions. In fact, the motion says a Minister of the Crown may move, without notice, a motion to adjourn the House until Monday, September 19, 2022. And that motion, ironically, that motion can be decided immediately without debate or amendment. That sounds an awful lot to me, Mr. Speaker, like a dilatory motion. So on the one hand, we've got the motion saying no dilatory motions, and then we've got the motion saying, well, here's a dilatory motion, that's okay. The motion gives a procedural right to a Minister of the Crown that is unavailable to any other member to avail themselves of. This seems inherently unfair to me, and I would go so far as saying that a matter of privilege could be considered as to whether it's in order or not. Motion 11 seeks to tie the hands of the official opposition while expanding government authority. It's clear the government wants to give itself an escape hatch, the ability to prorogue. And I know the honourable members across have argued, well, this isn't prorogation. This is, we'll put the motion. There's got to be another House leader. It's going to be put to a vote. But the reality is everyone says in this place you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly. And that's the effect of this motion. The ability to avoid the scrutiny of the opposition, which, as Mr. Ignatieff said, is critical to democracy itself. So, to be clear, the government wants to give itself the power to stop opposition motions, to prorogue whenever it wants, to avoid accountability, to stop important committee work in its tracks, and to govern without a quorum. That's what this motion does. You know what this motion also does, Mr. Speaker? It neuters Parliament, plain and simple. It is a brazen power grab. Now, about working till midnight, I hear government members, particularly the member from Winnipeg North, my colleague from Winnipeg, claiming members of our party have a problem working late. With respect, I believe all members in this House have always worked hard. In fact, you can't get here, Mr. Speaker, without working hard. I'm happy to work as long and as late as it takes, as are my colleagues. So let's show a little respect. Stop inferring that somehow some honourable members don't want to work. That's just not true at all. The problem is not working late. The problem is the last-minute nature of the decision. The motion would allow the government and the NDP House Leader to decide at 6:29 p.m. to sit till midnight. Now, I know the NDP claims to care about workers. There are hundreds of staff members who run this place, from the clerks to cleaning staff, security, kitchen staff, the interpreters, the good folks who drive the shuttles we rely upon to get around the hill, our young pages. How is it fair to them to say at 6:29 p.m., after working since 9 a.m., that they'll have to stay until midnight? Perhaps their unions will take this up. If not, I think they should. I'm looking forward to seeing the Liberal NDP coalition members in the House with us as we all work late into the night for the betterment of Canadians. I take it at their word that they will be here. If they unilaterally choose to extend hours and not show up for debate, perhaps we need to rethink the standing rules that currently prevent us from commenting on the presence or absence of a member. The goal of this motion is to limit the opposition party's ability to hold the government to account, plain and simple. The motion erodes our ability to hold this government to account, erodes the trust that Canadians have in our institutions. How can a government that claims to want to work across the aisle ever be taken seriously when they pull stunts like this? The Prime Minister is giving himself the power to shut down Parliament until September, as well as the power to disrupt the work of parliamentary committees. We should not be surprised, though, it's part of a pattern of behaviour where the Prime Minister runs from accountability and transparency. Last week, the Liberal and NDP members of the Foreign Affairs Committee actually voted against the member from Wellington Halton Hill's reasonable motion for production of the Winnipeg Lab documents. Ironically, this is the same motion the NDP voted for in the last Parliament. In addition, the Prime Minister is withholding documents related to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. He may be the subject of an RCMP criminal investigation. The list goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, I'll simply close by saying that this motion is an affront to our democracy, and if I haven't made it clear so far, I am voting against it. In the meantime, Canadians can rest assured that Conservatives will fulfill our constitutional obligations and continue to hold this government to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the member would like to have some questions and answers, but it being 8:02, pursuant to order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of government business number 11, now before the House. Pursuant to the Speaker's ruling earlier today, the first question is on the sub-amendment paragraphs A to D of government business number 11. The question is as follows. It's going to be a long one. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Bennett, move that, notwithstanding any standing order, may I dispense? Notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, on the day of the adoption of this order, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be. I don't mind being heckled a little bit, but you know, let me read the order that you're not letting me dispense. Be 12 a.m. that until Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his seat or her seat at any time during the sitting, but no later than 6:30 p.m., and the request that the ordinary hour daily adjournment for the current sitting or subsequent sitting be 12 a.m. Provided that it will be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53(1) is to take place, and that such a request shall be deemed adopted. B, lors d'une séance prolongée conformément.
B, on a sitting day extended pursuant to paragraph A. I, deliberations on any opposition motion pursuant to Standing Order 8116 shall conclude no later than 5:30 p.m. Tuesday to Thursday, 6:30 p.m. on a Monday, or 1:30 p.m. on a Friday on an allotted day for the business of supply, except pursuant to Standing Order 8118C. Aye. After 6:30, the Speaker shall not receive any quorum calls or dilatory motions. A shall only accept a request for unanimous consent after receiving a notice from the House leaders or whips of all recognized parties stating that they are in agreement with such a request.
I motions to proceed to orders of the day and to adjourn the debate, or the House may move after 6:30 p.m. by a Minister of the Crown, including on a point of order, and such motions be deemed adopted. IV, the time provided for government order shall not be extended pursuant to Standing Order 33-2, 45-7-1, or 67-1-2, and C, until Thursday, June 23rd, 2022. I, during consideration of the estimates on the last allotted day, pursuant to Standing Orders 81-18, when the Speaker interrupts the proceedings for the purpose of putting forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the estimates. Tous les autres motions portant
A, all remaining motions to concur in the votes for which a notice of opposition was filed shall be deemed to have been moved and seconded. The questions deemed put and recorded divisions deemed requested. B, the Speaker shall have the power to combine the said motions for voting purposes, provided that, in exercising this power, the Speaker be guided by the same principles and practices used at report stage.
Aye. When debate on a motion for concurrence in committee reports is adjourned or interrupted, including on the day of the adoption of this order, the debate shall again be considered on a day designated by the government after consultations with the House leaders of the other recognized parties, but in any case no later than the 35th sitting day after the interruption. Aye. A motion for third reading of the government bill may be made in the same sitting during which the said bill has been concurred in at report stage. Minister.
I, via Minister of the Crown, may move without notice a motion to adjourn the House until Monday, September 19th, 2022, provided that the House shall be adjourned pursuant to Standing Order 28, and that the said motion shall be decided immediately without debate or amendment. D, notwithstanding the order adopted on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, and Standing Order 45-6, no recorded division requested after 2 p.m. on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, shall be deferred, except for any recorded division requested in regard to a private member's item, for which the provisions of the order adopted on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, shall continue to apply, and
the amendment, seconded by Mr. Bertal, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended, A, in paragraph A, I, by replacing the words, quote, "A Minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House leader of a recognized party," end of quote, with the words, quote, "A House leader of a recognized party may, with the agreement of the House leaders of two other recognized parties," end of quote. Aye, by replacing the words "no later than 6:30 p.m." and the request of the ordinary hour daily adjournment for the current sitting, or, quote, with the words "requests with at least 2 sitting days' notice that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for," end quote. Aye, adding after the words "subsequent sittings" the words "other than a Friday." IV, by adding the words "a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53-1 is to take place," the words "or a day appointed for the consideration of business under Standing Order 81-4A. B, in paragraph B, by deleting subparagraph I. EE, by substituting
II, by deleting in subparagraph II the words "quorum calls" or III, by deleting in paragraph III all the words after the word "Crown," and C, in paragraph C, I, by replacing in subparagraph II the word 35th with the word 15th. II, by deleting subparagraph IV.
Sous-amendement par M. Thériault, appuyé par M.
Sub-amendment, Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Perrault, moved the following amendment, that the amendment be amended in subparagraph AII by replacing the words 2 sitting days' notice with the words 1 sitting day's notice.
Si un député d'une partie.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a division or that the sub-amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair.
On behalf of Her Majesty's official opposition, I ask for a recorded division.
Député. against this one either, are they? There you go. The question is on the sub-amendment of Government Business number 11. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, move that notwithstanding any, may I dispense? No. No dispense. Yes. That notwithstanding any standing order, special House order, or usual practice of the House. A, on the day of the adoption of this order, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be 12 a.m. until... I'm getting heckled again trying to read this. Yeah. That until Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, a minister of the Crown may, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, rise from his or her seat at any time during a sitting, but no later than 6:30 p.m., and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting or subsequent sitting be 12 a.m., provided it be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53.1 is to be take place, and that such a request shall be deemed adopted.
I'm happy to do it, but then I'm here anyway.
Bay, Lord, in séance prolongée.
B, on a sitting day extended pursuant to paragraph A. I, proceedings on any opposition motion pursuant to Standing Order 81-16 shall conclude no later than 5:30 p.m., Tuesday to Thursday, 6:30 p.m. on a Monday, or 1:30 p.m. on a Friday, on an allotted day for the business of supply, except pursuant to Standing Order 81-18C.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Brassard, seconded by Mr. Berthold, move the following amendment that the, may I dispense?
You may. Yes. No, Brassard says no.
That the motion be amendment A in paragraph A by replacing the words,
we're waiting for everybody to
quote, a minister of the Crown may be in agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, end of quote, with the words, the House Leader of a recognized party may, with the agreement of the House Leaders of two other recognized parties.
I, by replacing the words but no later than 6:30 p.m., and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting, or with the words request, with at least 2 sitting days' notice, that the ordinary hour of a daily adjournment for I, by adding after the words a subsequent sitting, the words other than a Friday, and 4, by adding after the words a day when the debate pursuant to the Standing Order 52 or 53.1 is to take place, the words of a or a day appointed for consideration of business under Standing Order 8041A in paragraph B, by deleting paragraph I.
Calls or I by deleting the subparagraph I. All of the words in the words Crown, and C in paragraph C. I by replacing subparagraph I. The word 35th with the word 15th. I by deleting subparagraph IV.
Well done, Mr. Speaker.
Sous-amendement, M. Thériault, appuyé par M. Perron.
Sub-amendment. Mr. Thériault, seconded by Mr. Perron, move the following amendment, that the amendment be amended in subparagraph AII by replacing the words 2 sitting days notice with the words 1 sitting days notice. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Really?
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Mrs. Finley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nathan.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
It's not that much more.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Now we know why there's no quorum calls.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Zarevitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic period has ended. If a member was not, or members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Viss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just confirming that my vote was yay.
Your vote was registered as yay. Monsieur Paulus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a problem with the application. I am voting yay. Mr. Paulus, for.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have my camera on. It doesn't want to turn on, and I want to vote nay.
Against.
Anyone else had a problem? Technical problem? No?
I'll compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 152, 152. Nays contre 177, 177.
Je déclare le sous-amendement.
I declare this sub-amendment defeated.
The next question is on the amendment, government business number 11. And I will start reading through it again. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, move that notwithstanding any standing order, special order or usual, may I dispense? Thank you. We'll go to the amendment. Mr. Brassard, seconded by Mr. Bertal, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended, A in paragraph A. May I just know? In paragraph A, by replacing the words "a minister of the Crown may with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party" with the words "a House Leader of a recognized party may with the agreement of the House Leaders of two other recognized parties." I by replacing the words "but no later than 6:30 p.m." and request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the current sitting and or with the words "requests with at least 2 sitting days notice that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for." I by adding the words subsequent sitting, the words "other than a Friday." IV by adding after the words "a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53 is to take place," the words "or a day appointed for consideration of business under Standing Order 81-4A. B in paragraph B by deleting subparagraph I by deleting subparagraph II, the words "quorum calls," or III by deleting in subparagraph III all the words after the word "Crown," and C in paragraph C by replacing in subparagraph II the words "35th" with the word "15th," and II by deleting subparagraph IV. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Leader, the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such a wonderful amendment that we do need a recorded vote. Please. Thank you.
We'll do that. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Chong. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Ms. Findley. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nader. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Schmale. Mr. McLean. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Lawrence. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Ms. Lantzman. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Small. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rude. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Kramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferrari. Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Sinclair Degagné.
Madame Sinclair Degagné.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Dabrusin.
Dabrusin.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Larillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desarle.
Mr. Desarle.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Monsieur Sanson.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme tantôt, ma caméra.
As occurred previously, I couldn't turn my camera on. I was talking to IT, but it wasn't working, so I would like to vote now, and I vote nay.
Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Hoback, I think you had a facial recognition question.
Having the same problem with facial recognition, I want to vote yay.
He's recorded.
That was registered as yay. Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin, I had a problem with my camera, but I would like to vote yay.
Quelqu'un d'autre avec des problèmes techniques?
Any other people with technical problems? No? Good.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 181, 181.
I declare the amendment defeated. Pursuant to the Speaker's ruling earlier today, the next question is on paragraphs A to D of the government business number 11. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett. Move that. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Yes, sorry to my colleague, the House Leader, but yes, we would like to request a recorded division.
I'm glad. The 10-minute voting period for the 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Debruson.
Ms. Debruson.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garretson.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Brassard. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Dancho.
Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Carrick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Hughes.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques,
If members encountered technical difficulties, they can raise their hand. Mr. Sanson. Well, I'm consistent this evening, but I'm still on the line with the Technical Services Office. I'm continuing to have problems.
Monsieur Iacono.
Bonsoir, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I too had a technical problem. I'll be voting yea as well.
You have his vote?
Oui, vous étiez comme oui.
Yes, you were recorded as a yea.
Anybody else? Nobody else? All right. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 182, 182. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to Speaker's ruling earlier today, the next question is on paragraph E of the government business number 11. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Bennett, move that. May I dispense? No. Seconded by Ms. Bennett, move that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, E, notwithstanding paragraph J of the order made Wednesday, March 30th, 2022, the deadline for the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying to submit to Parliament its final report of its review, including a statement of any recommended changes, be no later than Monday, October 17th, 2022, provided that an interim report on mental illness as a sole underlying condition be presented to the House no later than Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, and that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that this House has passed this order. And if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that a motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition.
We would like a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically is started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. de Brussen.
Ms. de Brussen.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findlay.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Dennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Never do something like that.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood,
Ms. Rood,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Mrs. Goodridge,
Mrs. Goodrich,
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman,
Mrs. Camp-Allen,
Ms. Ferrari,
Ms. Ferrari,
Mr. Zimmer,
Mr. Zimmer,
Mr. Leipert,
Mr. Leipert,
Mr. Richards,
Mr. Richards,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Wall,
Mr. Motts,
Mr. Knox,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Currick,
Mr. Carrick,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Mazer,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patson,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Chambers,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mr. Tolmie,
Mr. Tolmie,
Monsieur Terrien,
Mr. Terrien,
Madame Normandin,
Madame Normandin,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garand,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné,
Madame Sinclair de Gagné,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. Kwan,
Ms. Kwan,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Gazan,
Ms. Kazan,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Ms. Barron,
Ms. Barron,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Madame Hughes,
Madam Hughes,
Ms. Zarillo,
Ms. Cirillo,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Ms. Matheson,
Matheson,
Mr. Desarle,
Mr. Jarlett,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And I see IT was able to help Mr. Sasa. Awesome. Nobody else? Ramon. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 330, 330. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. And pursuant to, or conformément à la décision du président, plutôt.
Pursuant to the Speaker's order. The next question is on the last paragraph of.
Move that Standing Order 28-1 be amended as follows. May I dispense? No. 1, the House shall not meet on New Year's Day, Good Friday, Easter Monday, the day fixed for the celebration of the birthday of the Sovereign, John the Baptist Day, Canada Day, Labor Day, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, Thanksgiving Day, Remembrance Day, and Christmas Day. When St. John the Baptist Day, Canada Day, or National Day for Truth and Reconciliation fall on a Tuesday, the House shall not meet the preceding day. When those days fall on a Thursday, the House shall not meet on the following day. If a member of a recognized party president of the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
I'm sure we can see this one through in favor on division, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
I disagree, Mr. Speaker. I think in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, we should show the House's unanimity, hopefully, on this.
Here, here.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Scarpaleggia.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Landsman.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Carrick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Moran,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Van Popta,
Van Popta,
Mr. Chambers,
Chambers,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mr. Tolmie,
Mr. Tolmie,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Madame Normandin,
Madame Normandin,
Monsieur Garon,
Monsieur Garon,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe,
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Perron,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Monsieur Barcelou Duval,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Desbiens,
Madame Sinclair de Gagné,
Madame Sinclair de Garnier,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Ms. Kwan,
Ms. Kwan,
Mr. Garrison,
Mr. Garrison,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Ms. Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Ms. Gazan,
Ms. Kazan,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Ms. Barron,
Ms. Barron,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Madame Hughes,
Madam Hughes,
Ms. Zarillo,
Cirillo,
Ms. Collins Victoria,
Collins Victoria,
Ms. Matheson,
Matheson,
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Desjardins,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Morris,
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote during the due to technical difficulties, they now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Oh, good one this time. Good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 329, 329. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Consideration of third reading of Bill C-8, the Economic and Fiscal Update Implementation Act 2021.
Ms. Pettypot-Taylor for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that Bill C-8, an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update, tabled in Parliament on December 14, 2021, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when I look in terms of what's happening this evening, it's an interesting process. You know, we just finished having a vote that actually is allowing us to be able to have more debate time. Now, the Conservative Party of Canada voted against that, Mr. Speaker.
Can you believe it?
It's hard to believe that they don't want to work late, but I'm glad a good number of them, Mr. Speaker, hopefully will be engaged in this debate. As I find, it is a very important bill that we're debating.
That's right.
We're talking about the fall economic plan, Mr. Speaker. Update.
Last fall.
Now, as my colleague points out, it's an important thing to raise, is we're not talking about this fall. We're talking about the fall of 2021 here, Mr. Speaker. You know, just the other day, we just finished passing Budget 22-23. And now today, Mr. Speaker, we are finally in a position where we are now within a day or two of actually seeing Bill C-8, the fall economic update legislation, pass through the House of Commons. And, you know, the Conservative member across the way says, well, whose fault is it? Absolutely no doubt. It is the Conservative Party of Canada's fault, Mr. Speaker. Like, it has been truly amazing to witness what I have seen over the last number of months as they have protested what is a good, sound piece of legislation. A legislation that is there to support Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and you have the Conservative Party of Canada stalling it, not wanting to see it passed. In fact, they got upset that we didn't bring in time allocation earlier, Madam Speaker. Hard to believe, but that is the truth. The truth of the matter is that the Conservative Party has gone out of their way to prevent C-8 from passing. You know, I mentioned, 12 days of debate, Madam Speaker, so far? Yeah. 12 days of debate, and they say, well, you know, we should have tried harder. Well, we would even introduce the legislation, and they play those little Conservative games like, I don't know, moving a motion of concurrence. Not once, twice, but even more on government legislation. One that I really like, Madam Speaker, is they get so tired. They don't want to be debating bills even though they'll say they do. But then they adjourn debate of the House of Commons. Not the debate.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Point of order from the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
So I'm just wondering if any other Liberal member has permission to speak in this place.
Point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, I guess the truth hurts. And when the Conservatives hear the truth, it's somewhat of a humbling experience, I hope. Because
some order to actually listen to what's happening. Thank you. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre on a point of order.
Yeah, it's super late, and some folks in this place like to give this particular member more vocal opposition. But I wonder if it might be a chance to listen to the member for Winnipeg North.
just asked for temperatures to be lowered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, well, Madam Speaker, I know this is hard stuff to believe, but it's actually true. You know, imagine fall economic statement from last year, Conservative filibuster in the games they play, and I'm giving a couple of the examples of the games they play, Madam Speaker. One day the government says, well, we want to bring in Bill C-8 once again for debate. Conservatives' reaction? We'll bring in a concurrence motion to prevent that debate to occur. I remember the one day in which we're wanting to debate the bill, and what did the Conservative Party do? They moved to adjourn debate and the actual day, Madam Speaker. They didn't want to work for the rest of the day. They come in, they have question period, they do a few things after question period, and they're done for the day. Is there any members that's really surprised in terms of the reaction we get from the Conservative Party? We have a Conservative official opposition party that sees legislation, good legislation, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to go through a number of the points in terms of the bit of silliness that we see from the Conservative Party, the type of legislation that this is, and how Canadians can actually benefit by it, Madam Speaker. There's a number of initiatives that are here. And the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance first started talking about the legislation and the need for a fiscal update back in, I think it was October of last year. And then the legislation was brought in December, and then there was an attempt for the government to get it passed through in that January, February months in particular, because we couldn't build the consensus back in December. There's stuff within this legislation that really matters. We've heard some of those examples in particular that were raised from New Democratic members of the House earlier today. Things in which I would have thought the Conservative Party would have been sympathetic to. Give an example of a new tax credit that's being established for farmers that would ultimately see farmers receive a credit, Madam Speaker. Why would the Conservative Party deny farmers, in particular, where I'm from the prairies, the opportunity to realize that particular benefit?
Why?
What about the whole idea of the tax breaks that were being provided for education supplies, for teachers and others, Madam Speaker? A substantial difference in tax break that's being provided. Again, factor in the pandemic and the going back into classrooms. And again, because of the Conservative Party's stalling tactics, it still hasn't passed the House of Commons. Those are the types of initiatives that really affected individuals, not to mention businesses, Madam Speaker. Businesses that want to be able to improve the quality of air through their ventilation systems in terms of breaks for those entrepreneurs or those businesses, Madam Speaker. Again, the Conservative parties on the one hand will say, well, they support farmers, they support teachers. Well, I'm not sure of that, but they often will claim that, Madam Speaker. They say they support small businesses. But again, they continue to stall C8, our fall 2021 update incorporated in this legislation, Madam Speaker. It provides the government to deal with one issue that we hear a lot about. You know, housing is a big concern. This is the first time where we have seen a national government in Canada deal with the issue of housing over the years. It wasn't that long ago under this administration where we brought in the National Housing Strategy, put in historic amounts of real tangible dollars to support things such as nonprofit housing units, emergency shelters, and so much more. Within this legislation, there is a special annual tax on underutilized residential properties, Madam Speaker, from foreign investors. Part of the purpose of bringing in that tax is to recognize the impact that these investments from foreigners are having on our housing industry. I'm happy to say there was even further measures taken in the more recent budget that we just passed last week, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives, on the one hand, will talk about the importance of housing, but in reality, there's only one party with the support of another that is ultimately recognizing the need to actually see actions. And Bill C-8 does that too, Madam Speaker.